An Heiress Worth Rescuing, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Prologue, The Edgewood Townhouse, London, March 1819. "I have made my decision," Mr. Edgewood announced, folding his hands over his substantial waistcoat. His Boston accent, usually softened for London society, reasserted itself when he was being particularly stubborn. "Amelia shall accept Lord Hargrove's offer." Silence fell, sharp and final as a judge's gavel. Charlotte Edgewood felt her fingers tighten around the delicate porcelain teacup, the floral pattern blurring beneath her gaze. For weeks, she'd feared this pronouncement, had seen it building in her father's calculating glances, heard it in her mother's increasingly pointed comments about Amelia's prospects. Now it lay between them, cold and immovable as stone. Across the room, Amelia sat rigid on the rosewood settee, her teacup trembling slightly in its saucer. Her golden red curls were pinned with more precision than usual, a sure sign she had sensed battle ahead. Amelia's artistic temperament might make her dreamy in most matters, but she had always possessed an uncanny instinct for approaching storms. "But Papa," Amelia began, voice trembling, her fingers twisting the lace handkerchief in her lap. "We've only spoken a handful of times, surely." "He is titled," Mrs. Edgewood interjected, her hands fluttering like startled birds. The diamonds at her wrists, purchased with new money that Boston society had deemed vulgar, but London aristocracy pretended not to notice, caught the afternoon light. A viscount, no less, and well respected. We cannot be too particular, not after 3 seasons without a promising offer. Charlotte set her teacup down with deliberate care, the soft clink against the saucer masking the grinding of her teeth. 3 seasons of rejecting fortune hunters and scoundrels, mother. Perhaps that is something to be proud of. Mrs. Edgewood gasped as though Charlotte had uttered a profanity. Mr. Edgewood's brow darkened like a thunderhead. "The match is practical," he said firmly, using the same tone he employed when discussing cargo shipments and insurance premiums. "Lord Hargrove's interest in Amelia is sincere. He offers security, status, and respectable connections." "And what does Amelia offer in return?" Charlotte asked coolly, ignoring her mother's warning glare. "A fresh dowry to prop up his crumbling estate?" Amelia's eyes widened in silent plea, her face paling beneath its light dusting of powder. Charlotte pressed her lips together. She hadn't meant to speak so plainly, but the thought of her gentle, artistic sister, shackled to a man who had already begun to raise every protective instinct within her, was intolerable. Lord Hargrove, with his perfectly arranged cravat and coldly calculating eyes, had pursued Amelia with the single-minded determination of a predator. Charlotte had watched him during their interactions at balls and musicales, noted how his gaze lingered not on Amelia's face, but on the ornate necklace that marked her as an heiress, how his questions repeatedly turned to American shipping routes and family connections. "Charlotte." Mr. Edgewood's voice sharpened to the edge that had intimidated dock workers and business rivals for 2 decades. "This is not your concern." "It becomes my concern," Charlotte said, evenly, meeting his gaze without flinching, "when it threatens my sister's happiness." Amelia reached across the small table between them, her fingers seeking Charlotte's in a quiet gesture of gratitude. Charlotte squeezed her sister's trembling fingers, the same hands she had held through childhood nightmares and seasickness on their Atlantic crossing. "I do not dislike Lord Hargrove," Amelia said carefully, always the diplomat where Charlotte preferred direct confrontation. She tucked a stray copper curl behind her ear, a nervous habit from childhood. "He has been attentive." "Overly so," Charlotte muttered, recalling how Hargrove had practically stalked Amelia at the Rutherfords' ball, barely allowing her to speak with any other gentleman. "But," Amelia hesitated, choosing her words with care. Her blue eyes, lighter than Charlotte's own, held a troubled shadow. "There is something about him, a way he looks at me sometimes, as though he's calculating, not admiring." "His calculations undoubtedly involve your substantial dowry," Charlotte said, unable to hold her tongue. Mrs. Edgewood tutted, the feather in her cap quivering with disapproval. "You're being fanciful, dear. Lord Hargrove is a gentleman of means. He hardly needs to marry for financial advantage." Charlotte barely restrained a most unladylike snort. Even in Boston, with its supposedly egalitarian values, money married money. Here in London, Where ancient titles often concealed empty coffers, the pattern was even more blatant. Unlike her own unmarried state, which Charlotte attributed to her uncompromising nature, rather than any lack of fortune, Amelia's gentle temperament made her an especially tempting target. Then why has he shown no interest in English heiresses? Charlotte asked. Why pursue Amelia specifically when her American connections offer nothing to an English viscount unless... Enough. Mr. Edgewood's palm struck the side table with enough force to rattle the silver tea service. This discussion is over. Amelia is of age. She will have every advantage with this marriage. Unless she can give me concrete cause to reject the match, it shall proceed. Concrete cause, not instinct, not unease, evidence. Charlotte rose smoothly to her feet, the rustle of her skirts like the drawing of a sword. Then we shall provide it. Amelia blinked up at her, hope and fear warring in her expression. Charlotte, you have my word, Charlotte said fiercely, pouring every ounce of determination into her voice. If there is anything to uncover about Lord Hargrove, I shall find it. Mr. Edgewood exhaled heavily, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. You're wasting your time. Perhaps, Charlotte said, gathering her gloves and reticule with precise movements. But better a little wasted time now than a lifetime of regret. She turned toward the door, heart pounding with a reckless, exhilarating sense of purpose. Something stirred within her, the same wild instinct that had driven her to scale the oak tree outside her Boston bedroom window as a child, to ride astride when no one was watching, to pick the lock on her father's study when she needed to examine shipping contracts he deemed too complex for feminine understanding. Charlotte, Amelia called after her, voice soft but urgent. Be careful. Charlotte glanced over her shoulder. Amelia sat with her hands folded tightly in her lap, pale and resigned. The afternoon light caught the fine tremor in her fingers, the worried crease between her brows. Charlotte knew her sister feared not just for herself, but for what Charlotte might risk on her behalf. Charlotte smiled, a small, sharp smile meant for battlefields rather than ballrooms. Always, she lied. She slipped from the drawing room. Beyond the closed door, her mother's distressed whispers resumed. Absolutely incorrigible. No wonder she's received no offers. Amelia's match is settled. Charlotte will accept her place eventually. Charlotte's jaw tightened. She had never accepted her place. Not in Boston society, where female intellectual curiosity was treated as a regrettable affliction. Not in London, where American heiresses were viewed as walking dowries rather than women of substance. And she certainly wouldn't accept her sister being sacrificed to a man whose eyes held secrets darker than mere financial ambition. In her bedchamber, Charlotte found Amelia waiting, perched anxiously on the edge of the bed. You needn't have followed me, Charlotte said, though warmth spread through her chest at the gesture. What are you going to do? Amelia asked, wringing her hands. You had that look, the one you wore before releasing Mrs. Harwick's butterfly collection during her musicale. I haven't planned anything quite so dramatic, Charlotte replied, though her mind was already racing through possibilities. Yet, Amelia rose and took Charlotte's hands in hers. I've seen the way you've watched him at social gatherings. What makes you so certain Hargrove is dangerous? Charlotte hesitated. She had no concrete proof, only instinct and fragments of overheard conversation. Last week at the Pembrys, I overheard him speaking with a shipping merchant about special cargo and American connections. He mentioned customs officials being amenable to persuasion. Charlotte squeezed Amelia's fingers, and when they noticed me nearby, they stopped speaking immediately. Hargrove watched me for the rest of the evening. That's hardly evidence of wrongdoing, Amelia said, though doubt shadowed her eyes. No, Charlotte admitted. But his sudden interest in our family coincided precisely with Father's expansion of shipping routes to India. Amelia's brow furrowed. You think he's using me to gain access to Father's shipping business? For smuggling? I think, Charlotte said carefully, that a man who calculates rather than admires may have motives beyond matrimony. Amelia sank back onto the bed, the reality of her situation settling visibly onto her slender shoulders. I don't want to marry him, she whispered, finally giving voice to what she'd been too dutiful to admit before their parents. There's something in his eyes, Charlotte, something cold. When he looks at me, she shivered. I feel like cargo being assessed for value. Charlotte's resolve hardened into diamond. She crossed to her wardrobe and withdrew a small leather case from its hiding place beneath her winter boots. "What's that?" Amelia asked, eyes widening as Charlotte opened it to reveal several slender metal tools. "Mechanical negotiation instruments," Charlotte replied with a ghost of a smile. "Those are lockpicks," Amelia gasped. How did you? "Don't trouble yourself over that, my dear," Charlotte said, recalling how the former Wallflower Alliance member had demonstrated the skill during their clandestine meetings. "I've since improved my technique through observation and practice." "Charlotte?" Amelia looked both scandalized and reluctantly impressed. "What are you planning?" Charlotte tucked the case into her reticule. "The less you know, the better. But I need information about Hargrove's business dealings, specifically which shipping companies he uses." "And you're going to break into his office to find it?" Amelia's voice rose with alarm. "Not yet," Charlotte assured her, though the idea had merit. "For now, I'll start with something less dramatic. Records are kept at the dockmaster's office. If Hargrove is involved in questionable shipments, there may be discrepancies in the manifests." "Surely you can't mean to break into a government office." "Of course not," Charlotte said, though privately she catalogued it as a possibility should other methods fail. "I shall simply make inquiries, discreetly." Amelia didn't look convinced. "Promise me you won't do anything reckless." Charlotte smiled reassuringly, though inwardly she acknowledged that reckless was precisely what the situation might require. "I promise to be as careful as circumstances allow," she said, which wasn't quite the same as promising not to be reckless at all. Amelia sighed, recognizing the distinction. "At least take Eleanor or one of the Wallflower Alliance with you. Safety in numbers. Eleanor is at Ravenswood with her Earl, and the others would only slow me down." Charlotte softened her tone at Amelia's wounded expression. "This is my mission, Amelia. I won't risk anyone else. If Julian and Abby were in London rather than visiting their country estate, I might consider consulting them, but this cannot wait." "You shouldn't risk yourself either," Amelia said softly. Charlotte kissed her sister's cheek. "Some risks are worth taking." Later, as dusk fell across London, Charlotte stood at her window watching the fog thicken in the streets below. It swirled against the glass like restless spirits, obscuring the neat houses of Mayfair and blurring the lines between respectability and the darker parts of the city. The distant sounds of carriage wheels and street vendors' calls faded as London settled into its evening rhythms. She had changed from her morning dress into a simpler gown of deep blue, one that wouldn't draw attention if she needed to venture into less fashionable areas. In her reticule, she carried her lockpicks, a small notebook, and enough coins to hire a hackney without question. Somewhere out there, answers waited, and perhaps, if she was very lucky, a way to save her sister without destroying her own reputation entirely. Though knowing herself, Charlotte suspected that was too much to hope for. She drew her cloak tighter and slipped down the servants' stairs, avoiding her mother's sitting room and her father's study, ready to make a little trouble, or a great deal of it, whatever was required. Chapter 1. The London docks reeked of tar, salt, and secrets as Charlotte Edgewood crept between the looming warehouses, her heart hammering against her ribs. Fog clung low to the cobblestones, swirling around the hem of her borrowed boots and muffling the distant clatter of rigging and shouts of drunken sailors. The rough wool of her disguise scratched against her skin, a constant reminder of how far she'd strayed from Mayfair's drawing rooms. This was, by all sensible measures, a terrible idea. But Charlotte had never been particularly sensible where her family was concerned. She darted across a narrow alley, skidding to a stop before a heavy set of double doors. Above them, a faded gold sign read Sears & Co., Shipping. Her fingers trembled with cold and anticipation, the chill metal of her lockpick biting into her palm. Charlotte hesitated. Sears & Co. The name pricked at her memory. She recalled hearing it mentioned at one of Lucy Pembry's afternoon teas. Lucy, now Marchioness of Pembry, had spoken with obvious familial pride about her brother's American shipping company. Newly established in London, but rapidly gaining a reputation for reliability. Still, a warehouse was a warehouse, And if Lord Hargrove was indeed up to something untoward, evidence might lurk within. With a steadying breath, Charlotte dropped to one knee, withdrawing a slender lockpick from the hidden pouch sewn into her cloak. The padlock was sturdy, but not invincible. She worked the pick with quick, practiced motions, tongue caught between her teeth, a nervous habit her mother had tried and failed to correct through 7 governesses and countless reproofs. A hand clamped around her wrist. Charlotte jerked upright, a gasp lodging in her throat, her stomach plummeting as though she'd missed a step on a staircase. Her hood fell back in the scuffle, exposing her face to the thin, misty lamplight. "Hold there," a deep voice growled behind her. "Turn around, slowly." Charlotte stiffened. So much for stealth. She turned and found herself face to face with a man who towered over her, his features shadowed but unmistakably American. He blinked once, twice. "Miss Edgewood?" His voice dropped, rough with disbelief. Charlotte winced. "Drat and double drat." "Good evening," she said brightly. "Lovely night for, maritime inspections." William Sears stared at her as though she'd grown a second head. He stepped closer, sweeping back his own hood, revealing dark blonde hair mussed by the mist and a jaw shadowed with evening stubble. His eyes, a stormy sea blue in the dim light, narrowed with a distinctly maritime intensity, the look of a man accustomed to gauging dangerous weather. Sweet mercy. His Boston accent thickened with each syllable, dangerous calm in his tone. "What are you doing on the docks at midnight, alone, dressed like—" He broke off, his gaze raking her scandalous boy's boots and breeches, nostrils flaring. "Have you flat out lost your mind, Miss Edgewood?" Charlotte lifted her chin. "I am conducting important business. Breaking into warehouses? That's what passes for business in your circle?" His words carried the clipped precision of a man working hard to maintain composure. "In men's clothing, picking the lock of my warehouse." "Your warehouse?" she echoed weakly. He pointed to the gilded sign. "Sears, my family's company." "Oh," Charlotte said, blinking rapidly. "How awkward." William exhaled slowly, his broad shoulders rising and falling beneath his heavy coat. "How did you get here?" "I hired a hackney." He stared at her, horror dawning across his face. A muscle jumped beneath his left eye, his jaw clenched so tight, Charlotte wondered how his teeth didn't crack. "You hired a hackney at midnight to come alone to Wapping?" "Yes," she said defensively. "I paid double fare. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph." He raked a hand through his hair, looking thoroughly scandalized. "You could have been robbed, kidnapped, thrown into the river, but I wasn't," she pointed out. "And anyway, you're here." His mouth opened. Shut. Opened again. A vein throbbed visibly at his temple. Finally, he muttered something profoundly uncharitable under his breath. Charlotte crossed her arms, tapping her foot impatiently. "Are you going to lecture me all night, Mr. Sears, or are you going to help?" "Help you? Sweetheart, I'm still deciding whether to drag you back to Mayfair by your ear," he demanded, "because from where I stand, it looks remarkably like attempted burglary." "I am not burgling," she hissed. "I am investigating." William gave a short, humorless laugh. "Investigating. Well, that clears everything right up. Just like how the rats investigate the grain shipments, I suppose." Charlotte hesitated. If she lied, he would likely haul her bodily back to Mayfair and deposit her on her mother's doorstep. If she told the truth, well, it couldn't make things much worse. "My father," she said reluctantly, "has decided my sister Amelia must marry Lord Hargrove." William's expression darkened. "Hargrove? That popinjay?" "Yes, and I know." She broke off, her fingernails digging half-moons into her palms, frustration and fear knotting in her throat. "I know there is something wrong about him. I can't prove it, but I overheard him speaking about shipments and American business dealings. I thought if there were forged ledgers or illicit goods, it might be here." William stared at her for a long, long moment. Then, slowly, he folded his arms across his broad chest. The leather of his gloves creaked with the movement, the sound unnervingly like a hangman's noose. "You think my warehouse contains evidence of criminal dealings?" "Possibly," she said defensively. "At least some of the shipments are going through here. I have no quarrel with you personally, Mr. Sears, but if you've inadvertently involved yourself with unsavory partners, I must know." William's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Miss Edgewood, I'm from Boston. I export tea, for God's sake, not human souls. My ledgers are meticulous. My cargo manifests are triple-checked. I assure you, there is nothing more scandalous inside that building than barrels of salted cod and bolts of muslin. Then you won't mind proving it, she said sweetly, since you have nothing to hide. For one taut heartbeat, William looked as though he very much wanted to pick her up, toss her over his shoulder, and march her bodily back to Mayfair. Instead, with a low growl of frustration, he grabbed the keys from his pocket. Fine, he said, unlocking the door. Let's get you inside before someone sees you, and I have to marry you to save your reputation. Charlotte's stomach fluttered at the casual, exasperated threat. Heat crawled up her neck, warming her cheeks despite the biting cold. She wasn't entirely certain if it was horror or something else, perhaps the same reckless thrill she'd felt the first time she'd ridden astride, breaking every rule of proper ladylike behavior. William pushed open the heavy door, ushering her inside with a stern jerk of his head. The warehouse engulfed her in its cavernous maw. The air hit her lungs like cold soup, thick with mold and the sharp, astringent bite of cured leather. Moonlight spilled through the high windows, illuminating towering stacks of crates and bales. William shut the door quietly behind them, turning to her with grim determination. This way, he muttered, each word clipped short as a ship's captain in a storm. My office is in the back. If I show you my ledgers, will you finally agree to return to Mayfair and pretend this lunacy never happened? Charlotte squared her shoulders. I shall consider it. You shall agree, he muttered, striding forward, his footsteps heavy and purposeful on the wooden planks. Charlotte followed, heart pounding. Every hair on her arms stood at attention, as though her body sensed danger before her mind could identify it. She had barely taken 3 steps when the sound of muffled voices drifted from deeper within the warehouse. Both she and William froze. The voices grew clearer, 2 men speaking in low, urgent tones, words muffled but distinct. I tell you, it must be soon, one voice insisted. Charlotte stiffened, the blood draining from her face so rapidly that spots danced before her eyes. She knew that voice, Lord Hargrove. The American connection is critical. Without it, the whole venture collapses. Beside her, William went rigid, his entire body coiling like a spring about to snap. His shoulders tensed, jaw hardening to granite as a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, the look of a man discovering betrayal. That's Reed, he muttered grimly, his accent nearly gone in the harsh whisper. My foreman, Charles Reed. William took 2 long strides toward the voices, shoulders squared, the embodiment of fury barely restrained. Charlotte hurried after him, grabbing a fistful of his coat. Mr. Sears, wait, but he barely slowed until the next words sliced through the misty air like a dagger. What if the American interferes? Reed hissed. There was a pause, a sinister silence. Then we'll deal with him, Hargrove said, voice low and cold. William stopped dead, his fists clenched at his sides. Every muscle in his body seemed to lock simultaneously, as though he'd been turned to stone. Charlotte, chest heaving, peered up at him. Even in the dim light, she saw the pulse ticking wildly at his jaw. A different sort of danger had rooted him to the spot. Before she could react, William grabbed her arm and yanked her behind the nearest stack of crates. They ducked into the shadows just as footsteps scraped closer across the dusty floorboards. William shoved her gently but firmly against the rough wood, stepping in front of her, shielding her completely with his larger frame. Charlotte gasped softly, her entire body going taut. Splinters from the crate bit into her back, but they were nothing compared to the electric awareness of the man before her. He was right there, the heat of him warming her chilled skin, his chest rising and falling mere inches from her own, his hand braced beside her head. His scent enveloped her, wood smoke and cedar and salt-tanged skin, replacing the musty warehouse air. Another voice, closer now, cut through the thick, musty air. You'd best marry that Edgewood chit by month's end, Reed snarled, or this deal's off. Charlotte jerked in shock, her pulse skyrocketing until she could feel it hammering in her throat, her wrists, her temples. Her boot knocked into the crate with a hollow thunk. The sound echoed, sharp, unmistakable, in the dead silence. Immediately, a chair scraped back. Heavy footsteps pounded toward them. Who's there? Barked Hargrove. Charlotte froze, heart hammering so violently she feared it would give them away. Mr. Sears didn't move, didn't speak. He only pressed closer, his body a wall of protection against the approaching threat, his free hand curling tight around hers. His palm engulfed her fingers, warm and rough with calluses no English gentleman would possess. Charlotte squeezed her eyes shut. She and Mr. Sears stood frozen in their hiding place, her small hand clutched in his larger one, painfully aware of the truth. They weren't just risking scandal now. They had uncovered something that made men like Hargrove dangerous, truly dangerous. And if they were discovered, there would be no second chances, no explanations, no escape. Charlotte barely dared to breathe. The footsteps drew closer, slow and heavy, the scuff of boots against the dusty floorboards loud in the cavernous silence. William tensed in front of her, every line of his body coiled and ready to spring. She could feel it, the restrained violence trembling beneath his skin. His hand tightened on hers. Suddenly he turned. Without warning, without hesitation, he cupped her face between his rough, calloused palms and kissed her. Charlotte gasped into his mouth, the sound swallowed by the force of him. It wasn't a chaste kiss. It wasn't careful or proper or anything she had ever experienced before. It was consuming. His mouth slanted across hers with desperate purpose, stealing her breath. Fire blazed through her blood as she clutched at his coat, fingers fisting in the coarse wool. Her knees threatened to buckle. His body pressed into hers, solid and overwhelming, shielding her from the world. And for one wild, reckless heartbeat, Charlotte kissed him back. The taste of him flooded her senses, salt and heat and something heady she couldn't name. The scrape of his unshaven jaw against her skin, the heat of his hands cradling her face, the low, rumbling sound he made deep in his throat. It sent a shiver of something dangerous and thrilling down her spine. The footsteps stopped just beyond the crates. Charlotte whimpered against his mouth, trying to pull away, but William only shifted, angling her back more firmly against the rough wood. His lips dragged across her cheek, down to her jaw, to the tender skin just beneath her ear. "Stay still," he whispered, the words a rough scrape of heat against her throat. "Trust me." She froze, heart hammering so violently she could scarcely hear over it. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement, Reed stepping cautiously into view. William shifted slightly, deliberately blocking her from the man's line of sight. His arm banded around her waist, holding her tightly to him as he lifted his head with a slow, lazy grin, the grin of a man utterly unconcerned about being caught in a scandalous embrace. "Evening, Reed," he drawled, his voice low and amused. Reed gaped. His eyes darted from William's disheveled appearance to the feminine figure half hidden behind him. His mouth opened, closed. "Sir," he said finally, his voice stiff. William chuckled, the sound sinful and satisfied. He pressed a scandalous kiss to the curve of Charlotte's neck, making her shudder helplessly. Charlotte bit down on her lip, desperate to stay silent, to stay still as he'd commanded. "Didn't expect to see you still here," William said lazily, without releasing her. "I thought I'd have the place to myself tonight." "I was just finishing up, sir," Reed stammered, his gaze fixed determinedly on a point over William's shoulder. "Didn't realize," he coughed, "that you were entertaining." William laughed again, wicked and unbothered. "Workday's over, Reed. Go home to your wife, or your mistress, whichever's less trouble." Reed flushed an alarming shade of red. He muttered something unintelligible and backed away, boots scuffing hurriedly across the floorboards. Charlotte didn't move, not until Reed's footsteps faded into the distance, not until the warehouse door groaned open and slammed shut again, not until the silence stretched thin and taut around them. Only then did she let out a shaky exhale. William stepped back slightly, just enough to look down at her. His hands still cradled her waist, and his face was close, far too close. In his eyes she glimpsed a flicker of something besides triumph, a momentary vulnerability, as though he too had been caught off guard by the intensity between them. Charlotte swallowed hard, dizzy and trembling and far too aware of him, of everything they had just done, of everything she had just felt. "Are you all right?" he murmured. Charlotte, scandalized beyond reason, summoned all her dignity. "I am fine," she said in a strangled whisper, though her heart was still galloping and her lips tingled scandalously. "You didn't need to." She waved her hand helplessly in front of his face. "You took advantage." William's mouth quirked into a half smile, half grimace, his gaze lingering far too knowingly on her flushed cheeks. "You kissed me back, You know." "I most certainly did not," Charlotte snapped, the words tumbling out with far more vehemence than grace. William's smile deepened, wicked and slow. "You did, right here." His thumb brushed lightly against her bottom lip, making her gasp. "And here." Charlotte recoiled, scandalized, swatting his hand away with a mortified little smack. "That," she hissed, "was sheer survival instinct." William chuckled low in his throat, the sound doing dangerous things to her insides. "If that's your idea of survival, Miss Edgewood, I fear for any poor soul foolish enough to court you." "I do not require courting," Charlotte said stiffly, struggling to gather the tatters of her dignity. "Especially not by an insufferable rake with entirely too much arrogance and entirely too little sense of propriety." William laughed outright at that, a rough, genuine sound that seemed to crack the tension between them, but only barely. "Propriety?" he echoed, still far too close. His voice dropped to a velvet murmur. "You were the one breaking into my warehouse, dressed like a boy, sweetheart." Charlotte flushed from the roots of her hair to the tips of her borrowed boots, but she lifted her chin, refusing to cower. "I was acting out of necessity." Despite her indignation, she couldn't help but recognize that William had saved them both from discovery, perhaps from worse. Eleanor and the Wallflower Alliance would have appreciated his quick thinking, if not his methods. "And I was acting out of necessity when I kissed you," William murmured, his gaze dropping to her mouth once more. "God help me." Charlotte's breath caught, and for one perilous second, she thought he might kiss her again. Instead, with a gruff curse under his breath, William stepped back and muttered, "Come on, we're not safe yet." He seized her hand again, strong, unyielding, and began to tow her toward the warehouse entrance, moving with grim, furious purpose. "I need to get you home," he muttered under his breath, "before you end up in more trouble than either of us can explain." Charlotte stumbled after him for 3 paces, still dazed from the kiss, the danger, the overwhelming heat of him. But as her wits returned, so did her stubbornness. Home? After everything they had just overheard, after hearing her sister's name bartered like a pawn in some wretched scheme? No, not yet. Not without answers. With a sudden jerk, she yanked her hand from his grasp and dug her heels into the dusty floorboards. William stopped short, half turning, his face a thundercloud of confusion and barely leashed frustration. Charlotte lifted her chin, eyes flashing with a stubborn fire that had been the bane of her mother's existence for years. "No," she said, her voice clear, sharp, and utterly unyielding in the dim, misty light. "I won't leave without understanding what we just heard. My sister's future is at stake." William stared at her, stunned, and for the first time that night, a flicker of reluctant admiration lit his eyes. She was trouble. Beautiful, stubborn, unstoppable trouble, and quite possibly the ally he needed against whatever scheme was unfolding in his warehouse. Chapter 2. William Sears had always known that trouble came in many forms. He just hadn't expected his to wear boys' boots and smell like lavender soap. Charlotte Edgewood glared at him from beneath the hood she'd yanked back over her disheveled hair, her arms crossed over her chest like a particularly irate cherub prepared for war. "No," she said, in a voice that would have done a field marshal proud. "I am not leaving, not until I see the ledgers." William pressed his fingers to his forehead and counted to 10. It didn't help. Neither did 20. "Miss Edgewood," he said, his voice low and dangerous, "you were nearly caught eavesdropping on 2 men planning Lord knows what crimes. You could have been killed." She lifted her chin another inch, utterly unimpressed. "And yet here I stand. Only because I happened upon you first." He stepped closer, looming over her in what he hoped was an intimidating fashion. Charlotte merely tilted her head, studying him as one might a particularly stubborn mule. "This is madness," he muttered. She smiled sweetly. "If you have nothing to hide, Mr. Sears, why ever would you object to a little light reading?" William's temper snapped. Without a word, he grabbed her around the waist, hoisting her clean off her feet. Charlotte let out an indignant squawk, kicking her borrowed boots as he slung her over his shoulder like a sack of particularly argumentative potatoes. "Put me down this instant," she hissed, thumping her small fists against his back. "In good time," William said, striding toward the warehouse door with grim determination. "You absolute brute. Yes, yes, he said, adjusting his grip when she wriggled dangerously. Wicked Americans, scandalous ruffian highwaymen. I'm certain your imagination has no limits. Kindly save it for the carriage. She muttered something deeply unladylike against his coat. By the time he bundled her into the waiting hackney carriage, his hackney, thank the saints, he was breathing hard with the effort of not throttling her or kissing her senseless. The memory of her lips against his in the warehouse lingered, unbidden and unwelcome. Charlotte immediately scrambled to the far side of the bench, shoving her hood back and glaring at him with flashing gray-green eyes. "You are an utter barbarian," she declared. "And you," he said, seating himself with deliberate nonchalance across from her, "are a menace to the natural order." The carriage jerked forward, rumbling away from the docks. For a long moment, they sat in silence, the damp air between them thick with the scent of salt, fog, and smothered temper. Charlotte broke first. "You had no right," she said stiffly. "I was perfectly capable of handling the situation." William gave a bark of laughter, sharp and humorless. "Oh, yes. You were doing a splendid job of handling it, Miss Edgewood. In fact, I'm certain Lord Hargrove would have been delighted to discover you snooping about his dealings. Probably would have offered to escort you personally to Newgate Prison." Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, the color heightened by the gas lamps they passed. She looked young and vulnerable for a moment, despite her fierce words, reminding him painfully of his sister Lucy during her more reckless exploits. "You think I'm reckless," she said, lifting her chin again. "I think you're reckless," he agreed. "Stubborn, ill-advised, completely maddening, and entirely too brave for your own good." That seemed to startle her. She blinked rapidly, as though unsure whether to be pleased or offended. William leaned forward slightly, bracing his elbows on his knees, pinning her with a look that left no room for argument. "I don't care what you overheard. I don't care what you think you saw. From this moment forward, Miss Edgewood, you will leave this matter to me." Charlotte's eyes narrowed dangerously. "And if I refuse?" He smiled, slow and dangerous. "Then I'll tie you to a chair myself if that's what it takes to keep you out of danger." She gasped, scandalized, and not, he thought grimly, entirely displeased. "You are impossible," she said. "And you," he said, voice roughening despite himself, "are trouble in a cloak." Their gazes locked across the carriage, the clatter of wheels and the muffled sounds of London, the only witness to the charged silence stretching between them. William was the first to look away, dragging a hand through his hair. She was a bloody disaster, a beautiful, reckless disaster with stubbornness baked into her bones and trouble stitched into her seams. And somehow, God help him, he was already in too deep to turn back. As the carriage rumbled toward Mayfair, he made himself a solemn vow. He would return Charlotte Edgewood safely to her home. He would ensure she stayed out of Hargrove's path. He would protect her, even if it killed him. What he would not do, under any circumstances, was kiss her again, no matter how much he wanted to, no matter how much she needed it, because some chaos, once unleashed, could never be controlled. William dragged a hand through his hair, glaring out the rattling carriage window as the streets of Wapping gave way to the broader lanes toward Mayfair. Across from him, Charlotte sat stiff-backed and furious, her arms crossed, her chin tilted at an angle that suggested he was lucky she wasn't armed. "You kidnapped me," she announced, her voice vibrating with righteous indignation. "I rescued you," William snapped. "You're welcome." "Rescued?" she echoed, incredulous. "I was in the midst of a perfectly rational investigation, and you," she jabbed a finger at him, "threw me over your shoulder like a sack of potatoes. You were about to march straight into a nest of criminals," he growled. "Forgive me for choosing expediency over polite debate." Charlotte's eyes narrowed. "I had a plan." "A plan that would have gotten you killed," William bit out. The carriage hit a rut, jostling them both. William's boots braced against the floor instinctively, but Charlotte only clutched the strap tighter, muttering something undoubtedly scathing under her breath. He exhaled sharply, the tension coiled inside him, refusing to ease. Christ, what had he been thinking? Dragging her behind crates, pressing her against his body, kissing her like a starving man. That part had been utterly unsanctioned by common sense, let alone any rules of polite society. And the worst part, she had kissed him back. Heat flared in his gut, unwelcome and inconvenient. He scowled at her across the carriage. "You're remarkably ungrateful, Miss Edgewood, and you're remarkably high-handed," she shot back, cheeks flushed with temper, and something far more dangerous he refused to name. "I saved your reputation tonight," he said, his voice low and hard, "and possibly your life, given what we overheard. And for that, I should think you might show a hint of gratitude instead of glaring at me like you mean to set me on fire." "I am not entirely opposed to the idea," she muttered darkly. A reluctant laugh escaped him, sharp and unwilling. God help him, but he hadn't felt this alive in months. Not since returning from Boston after settling his father's affairs, not since focusing all his attention on rebuilding the shipping company's London operations. "You are," he said with a slow shake of his head, "an absolute menace." "I prefer the term chaos goddess," she said sweetly. William fought a losing battle with a smile. He shifted, planting one boot against the opposite bench, sprawling with a lazy, insolent grace that masked the tension strung tight beneath his skin. "You said you overheard something," he said at last, voice quieter. "Before I," he coughed lightly, "intervened." Charlotte sobered immediately. "Yes, and you believe Hargrove is connected to whatever Reed is involved in?" "I believe," she said carefully, "that Lord Hargrove intends to use my sister, use my family's name, to shield his own dealings, and I intend to stop him." William watched her, the flickering lantern light carving shadows against the determined set of her jaw. She was trouble. She was chaos. She was also right. "Tell me everything," he said. Her eyes widened slightly. "You believe me?" "I believe you're too damn stubborn to be inventing conspiracies for your own amusement." The carriage rocked to a stop. William glanced out the window. Charlotte's family townhouse loomed before them, dark except for a faint glow at the servants' entrance. He turned back to her. "Tomorrow, midday. Meet me at my office." "Your office?" "I keep secondary ledgers there. If there's any irregularity, we'll find it." He hesitated, then added, "I'll help you, Charlotte." Her breath caught audibly. He used her Christian name deliberately, and he didn't miss the faint pink rising on her cheeks. "But for now," he continued, "you're going inside, you're going to bed, and you're going to stay out of trouble until I can formulate a plan." "I don't need you to plan for me," she said loftily. "No," he agreed, stepping down from the carriage and turning to hand her down. His fingers curled around hers, lingering longer than propriety allowed. "But you have me now anyway." She wavered on the threshold, one boot still inside, one foot poised for flight. He leaned closer, his mouth dangerously close to her ear. "And Charlotte," he murmured. "Yes?" she whispered. "If you so much as step a toe out of that house tonight, I'll personally toss you into the Thames." She gasped, scandalized. He grinned wickedly and closed the door firmly between them. As the carriage rolled away into the mist, William settled back against the worn leather seat, closing his eyes. God help him. He was already in too deep, and he had a sinking suspicion that Miss Charlotte Edgewood was only just getting started. The servant's door creaked open on silent hinges. Charlotte slipped through, boots muffled on the worn flagstones of the kitchen passage. The townhouse was mostly dark, save for the faint glow of a lamp on the landing. She toed off her boots quietly, moving with practiced stealth up the back stairs toward her bedchamber. "Charlotte Edgewood," came a fierce whisper from the darkness at the top of the staircase. Charlotte nearly stumbled backward. Amelia stood there, arms crossed over her chest, her night rail fluttering around her ankles like an avenging ghost. "Where have you been?" Amelia demanded, grabbing Charlotte's wrist and hauling her up the final step. "It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning." Charlotte winced. "Shh. Do you want to wake the whole house?" "I might, if you don't explain yourself right this instant," Amelia hissed, dragging her into the safety of Charlotte's room and closing the door with a click. In the weak light, Amelia's green eyes were blazing with outrage and terror. Charlotte sagged against the door, suddenly very, very tired. She scrubbed a hand through her mussed hair. "I went to the docks." "The docks? Alone?" Amelia looked ready to faint. "Are you mad?" "Possibly," Charlotte muttered. And Amelia flailed a hand. "Were you caught? Were you seen?" Charlotte hesitated. Amelia gasped. "You were." "I was not exactly arrested, if that's what you mean," Charlotte hedged. "But someone saw you?" "Yes." "Who?" Charlotte pressed her lips together, heat blooming in her cheeks. Amelia narrowed her eyes, suspicious. "Charlotte, tell me." "William Sears," Charlotte said at last, voice very small. Amelia's jaw dropped. "Lucy's brother? The handsome one who caused a scandal at the Rothbury Christmas ball?" Charlotte groaned. "Yes, that William Sears." And there was a kiss," Charlotte admitted, cheeks blazing. Amelia's mouth fell open. "You kissed him?" "He kissed me," Charlotte protested. Then, grimacing, she added, "I might have kissed him back a little." Amelia stared at her, utterly scandalized. Then she collapsed onto the bed in a heap of linen and laughter muffled by a pillow. "This," Amelia gasped between giggles, "is going to be a disaster." "You have no idea," Charlotte muttered, dragging a blanket over her head. "But disaster or not, we heard enough to confirm my suspicions about Hargrove. He's planning something with Mr. Sears's foreman, something that requires an American connection, and it involves you." Amelia's laughter faded. She sat up, suddenly somber. "Me?" "Your marriage," Charlotte said grimly. "They want it to happen by month's end." Amelia paled. "Oh, Charlotte, what are we going to do?" Charlotte sat beside her sister, taking her cold hands. "I'm meeting Mr. Sears tomorrow. He's going to help us investigate." "Lucy's brother?" Amelia looked doubtful. "Can we trust him?" Charlotte thought of the way William had shielded her with his body, the fierce protectiveness in his eyes. "Yes," she said with surprising certainty. "I believe we can." The door to his counting-house office creaked open with a protesting groan. William stepped inside, the familiar sense of ink, paper, and old leather surrounding him like a shroud. He crossed the darkened space, tossing his coat over the back of a chair, and lit a single lamp. The tiny flame cast long shadows across the room. His ledgers waited neatly stacked on his battered oak desk. William dropped heavily into the chair, tugging a ledger toward him, but the words blurred on the page. All he could see was her, Charlotte Edgewood, looking like sin wrapped in fog, challenging him with those indignant, flashing eyes. Kissing her had been a mistake, a necessary mistake, he reminded himself savagely. Still, the taste of her lingered like a dangerous addiction. He flipped open the ledger and forced himself to read line after line, cross-checking shipments, invoices, payments. Nothing looked amiss. Everything was in order. Perfect. Predictable. And yet, the memory of Hargrove's voice, low and cold, drifted back to him. If the American interferes. William scrubbed a hand through his hair, frustration clawing at his insides. God, if Lucy ever found out. His gut twisted. He owed her too much. He couldn't afford another scandal. Not now. Not after she and Marcus had worked so hard to establish his shipping business in London society, to repair the reputation he'd nearly destroyed with his gambling debts and reckless behavior before he'd gone back to Boston. Yawning, he pushed the ledger away and leaned back, staring at the cracked ceiling. He'd look into it more thoroughly in the morning. Tonight, he just needed a few minutes to clear his head. Within moments, exhaustion dragged him under. The lamp guttered low as William Sears slept, boots still on, coat half off, sprawled in a chair in his counting-house office, completely unaware of the chaos that would walk right through his door come morning. Chapter 3. The cold seeped into his bones long before William Sears opened his eyes. He shifted against the battered sofa, grimacing as a muscle in his neck spasmed in protest. His boots, still on, had somehow wedged awkwardly beneath the low table, and every inch of him ached like he'd gone around with Gentleman Jackson. Brilliant. Just brilliant. With a groan, William scrubbed a hand over his face, wincing at the sandpaper rasp of stubble. The faint gray light of dawn crept through the grimy office window, gilding the ledger-strewn desk and dust motes hanging thick in the stagnant air. He was still fully dressed in last night's clothes. He reeked of London fog and frustration. And somewhere in the murky depths of his skull, memories from the night before began to unfurl. Charlotte Edgewood, breaking into his warehouse, those reckless brown eyes challenging him in the moonlight, the kiss, hellfire and damnation. He let his head fall back against the sofa with a thud. What in God's name am I going to do with her? A soft sound interrupted his internal tirade. Not the scratching of rats in the walls, he was long past noticing those. No, it was paper, the distinct, unmistakable whisper of pages being turned. Frowning, William cracked open one eye. A low rustling sound, the whisper of paper being turned, floated through the half-shut door to the main office. He stiffened. Someone was in his office. His mind sharpened at once, cutting through the lingering fog of sleep. Instinct, honed through years of bad decisions and worse associations, kicked hard. Had Reed returned, searching for something incriminating? Had Hargrove sent someone to tamper with the ledgers? Silently, William swung his legs off the sofa, grimacing as his stiff joints protested. He rose, careful to avoid the creaky floorboard by the battered side table, and crossed to the door. He braced one hand against the frame, listened. Pages turned, a light scratch of pen on parchment. Whoever it was, they were working with a damnable amount of familiarity, as if they owned the place. Jaw tight, William pushed the door open wider. And there, perched primly behind his desk, a ledger spread neatly before her, a quizzing glass poised in one gloved hand, sat Miss Charlotte Edgewood, looking as pleased as a cat with a jug of stolen cream, and William promptly forgot how to breathe. William raked a hand through his hair, dislodging a few stray strands that curled wildly over his brow. He was too tired for this. Too tired to argue with a woman who thought nothing of breaking into respectable men's offices before breakfast. "While you were sleeping, Mr. Sears," Charlotte said sweetly, folding her gloved hands atop his ledger, "I found some discrepancies." He blinked at her, incredulous. "You were supposed to be tucked safely in bed," he growled, striding toward the desk. Charlotte didn't even flinch. She merely tilted her head, her dark blue eyes, deep pools of stubbornness, meeting his with infuriating calm. "I was sleeping," he snapped, "because I was up until dawn looking over those blasted ledgers, and there is nothing out of place." "That," she said primly, reaching for another sheet of figures, "is because you failed to look closely enough." She tapped the parchment with a gloved finger. "Here, and here. Double shipments recorded once, then again under falsified entries. It's clever, very clever, but not clever enough." William leaned over the desk, bracing his palms on the wood, looming over her. "You went through my private accounts." "You left them unlocked," she said with a maddening shrug. "I did not invite you here. You did not tell me not to come." He exhaled hard. "I told you explicitly not to interfere. And you believed I would listen?" A muscle in his jaw twitched dangerously. "Christ save me," he muttered. Charlotte sat back in the chair, surveying him like a queen inspecting a particularly unruly subject. "You may berate me all you like, Mr. Sears, but the fact remains. There is rot in your warehouse, and it is connected to Lord Hargrove." William straightened, crossing his arms over his chest. "How do you even know Hargrove is involved?" "Because I heard him," she said simply. "Last night, and I don't intend to let my sister be shackled to a man who trades in corruption." At that, William's scowl deepened. Something bitter and dark rose in his chest, an old protective instinct he had thought buried after Lucy's marriage. "What I don't understand," he said, voice rougher than he intended, "is why your father is so eager to marry off your younger sister. You're the elder, aren't you?" Charlotte stiffened. For the first time, some of her effortless composure slipped. "My father," she said lightly, too lightly, "has given up hope that I will marry." William blinked. "You?" He stopped, his mind stuttering over the absurdity of it. "You're 23, he said, almost accusingly. Charlotte offered him a mock courteous nod. "A veritable crone." He stared at her, momentarily at a loss. The Charlotte Edgewood before him was brilliant, maddening, fearless, and her father thought she was finished? The very idea made something cold and violent coil low in William's gut. "And you're content to simply consign yourself to spinsterhood?" he demanded, a little too harshly. Charlotte lifted one shoulder in a careless shrug. "I am content enough. Better a spinster than a wife shackled to a man like Hargrove." She softened, the sharpness in her voice blunting into something painfully sincere. "Amelia deserves better. She is sweet and good and full of dreams. I will not see them crushed." For a long moment, William said nothing. He simply looked at her, the stubborn tilt of her chin, the fierce glint in her dark blue eyes, the subtle trembling of the hands she had clenched so tightly in her lap. A lump formed in his throat, unexpected and unwelcome. He understood, better than he cared to admit. He would have burned London to the ground before letting anyone hurt Lucy. And now he was faced with Charlotte Edgewood. Chaotic, reckless, infuriating Charlotte Edgewood, who would rather destroy her own reputation than see her sister harmed. Bloody hell. He was well and truly caught. William scrubbed a hand over his face. "You make it damn difficult to do the honorable thing," he muttered. Charlotte's mouth quirked. "I make everything difficult. Ask anyone." He gave a low, reluctant laugh, and that sealed it. "Fine," he said grimly. "We'll find out what Hargrove is up to. Together." Charlotte narrowed her eyes, sensing mischief or madness brewing behind William's deceptively calm expression. "You're planning something," she said suspiciously. William's lips twitched. "Am I?" "You are." She jabbed a finger at him. "I can see it. That look. That blasted, infuriating look men get when they're about to do something absolutely foolish." "I assure you, Miss Edgewood," he said smoothly, "I am simply formulating a solution to our mutual problem." "Then why?" she demanded, planting her hands on her hips. "Do you look like a fox who's just discovered the henhouse door has been left open?" William only offered a maddeningly polite bow. "You, madam, will see soon enough." Charlotte made a strangled sound of pure frustration and opened another ledger with a decisive thud. "Well," she said briskly, adjusting his spectacles atop her nose, "since you're obviously planning something ridiculous, I suppose it falls to me to actually investigate." William grumbled under his breath, but pulled up a battered chair beside her. Together, they bent over the ledgers. For the better part of 2 hours, they worked in tense, prickling silence, punctuated only by the scratch of Charlotte's pen, William's muttered curses, and the occasional pointed jab of Charlotte nudging his elbow whenever he missed something obvious. At one point, Charlotte caught him squinting at a particularly cramped column of figures and handed him his own spectacles without a word. He glared at her. She smiled sweetly, and he slid them on with a scowl. To his immense irritation, she was right. The discrepancies were subtle, duplicate entries for goods that had supposedly already been sent to another warehouse, inconsistencies in ship manifests, shipments recorded twice under different consignee names. Small, precise thefts that added up to something massive. William shoved a hand through his hair, frustration gnawing at him. "Damn it, this isn't amateur work." "No," Charlotte agreed grimly. "It's organized, and whoever's behind it has access to your foreman and your ledgers." She tapped her quizzing glass against the parchment. "This entry here, it proves something is being hidden." William sat back heavily in his chair, running a hand over his jaw. It was worse than he'd feared. If these records ever came to light, not only would his family's company be ruined, but Lucy and Marcus would be tarnished by association. His stomach twisted at the thought. Charlotte watched him carefully, reading the tension in every line of his body. "You must be careful," she said softly. "Whoever is doing this is dangerous. And you," William said sharply, rounding on her, "must stay far away from it." Charlotte lifted her brows. "I thought we agreed. We agreed to investigate," he growled. "We did not agree that you would charge into danger wearing boys' boots and a lockpick tucked in your bodice." Her mouth quirked. "You disapprove of my footwear? I disapprove of you risking your life." The words slipped out before he could stop them. Low, fierce, too honest. Charlotte blinked. Then, very softly, she said, "I must get home." William stiffened. "You're not going back to the docks alone." "No," she said quickly. "Home. I have to prepare for dinner tonight." She grimaced. "Lord Hargrove is expected." William swore under his breath, the sound startling a rat in the rafters. "Listen to me carefully, Charlotte," he said, rising to loom over her, his hands braced on either side of her chair. "You cannot let him suspect anything. No confrontations, no clever remarks, no accusatory glares. You will play the perfect empty-headed society miss." Charlotte recoiled in pure horror. "You want me to be charming?" "Yes," he said ruthlessly. "Smile at him. Laugh at his jokes. Pretend you're every inch the simpering miss he expects." "But I hate him." "You can hate him after we catch him," William said through gritted teeth. "If you tip him off, we lose any chance of figuring out and then proving what he's done." Charlotte muttered something deeply unladylike beneath her breath. "And," William added, crossing his arms, "I will be there to make sure you don't set the house on fire." Her head snapped up. "You what?" "I will be attending your family's dinner tonight." Charlotte's mouth fell open in shock. "You cannot simply invite yourself." He smiled slowly, wickedly. Leave that to me, Miss Edgewood. All you need to do is smile sweetly at dinner tonight. Chapter 4. Charlotte was brushing her hair with mechanical, furious strokes when a brisk knock rattled her bedchamber door. "Come in," she called tersely, setting the brush down before she snapped the handle in two. The door opened to reveal her father, Mr. Edgewood, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose, a newspaper tucked beneath one arm. He wore the faintly bewildered expression of a man who had stumbled into the middle of a card game without knowing the rules. "Good evening, Charlotte," he said, clearing his throat. "Papa," she returned warily. He fidgeted with the cuff of his sleeve. "I wanted to inform you, we have an additional guest joining us for dinner this evening." Charlotte frowned. "Lord Hargrove." Her father shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. No. A young gentleman came to call this afternoon, a Mr. William Sears." Charlotte went perfectly still. "He asked for my permission," her father continued, looking faintly amazed, "to court you, my dear." The brush clattered from Charlotte's fingers, landing with a dull thud on the carpet. "I beg your pardon?" she croaked. "Yes, quite the surprise," Mr. Edgewood said, adjusting his spectacles. "I thought perhaps he had come to call upon Amelia, what with Lord Hargrove already expressing interest in her, but no, he was quite clear. Mr. Sears said he had made your acquaintance through the Countess of Pembrey and her husband, the Viscount, and wished to make his intentions known in the proper fashion." Charlotte stared at him, stunned speechless. Her father peered at her more closely. "I thought you'd be pleased. He's a respectable sort, is he not? Good family. American, of course, but that's hardly a mark against him." Respectable? William Sears was a menace in expensive boots. She opened her mouth, to deny, to protest, to rail, but her father had already stepped back into the hallway. "I'll see you at dinner, my dear," he said cheerfully. "Do wear that blue gown. You look quite fetching in it." The door clicked shut behind him. Charlotte stood rooted to the floor, staring at the empty space where her father had stood. Then, with a strangled noise, she whirled around and found Amelia perched demurely at the edge of the bed, hands folded neatly in her lap, her blue eyes wide with delighted curiosity. Charlotte groaned. "Oh, don't start." "I didn't say anything," Amelia said innocently. "You didn't have to," Charlotte muttered, sinking onto the bed with a graceless thump. "Gracious, Charlotte, you look like you've been set upon by pirates." "I have been set upon," Charlotte growled, tearing off her gloves and flinging them onto the vanity. "By one William Sears." That scoundrel!" Amelia's mouth fell open. Then, to Charlotte's horror, she squealed again and clapped her hands together. "Oh, Charlotte, how romantic!" "It is not romantic," Charlotte snapped. "It's a ploy, a ruse, a farce to gain access to tonight's dinner and spy on Hargrove." Amelia only smiled dreamily. Sometimes ploys have a way of becoming real things. Charlotte let out a strangled sound, pacing the length of the room like a caged lioness. "Do you know what will happen when society learns it was all a lie? When he inevitably tosses me over like yesterday's news? I shall be ruined. Finished, mocked for the rest of my life." She spun to face her sister, hands fisting at her sides. "And do you know what else, Amelia? It won't matter that I didn't care about reputation before. It won't matter that father long ago gave up hope of marrying me off. I will become a laughingstock, and no decent man will ever look at me again." Amelia set aside her embroidery, her blue eyes dancing with poorly concealed amusement. "You," she said lightly, "fearlessly break into warehouses in the dead of night, disguised in men's boots and a stolen cloak, but a harmless courtship scandal terrifies you?" Charlotte stopped mid-step, her mouth opening and closing like a fish's. "It's not the same," she sputtered. "No," Amelia agreed sweetly, rising to smooth down Charlotte's ruffled skirts. "It's far more dangerous, because this, dear sister, involves your heart." Charlotte flushed to the roots of her hair. "Nonsense," she said stiffly, jerking away. "Complete and utter nonsense." Amelia only laughed and pressed a kiss to her sister's burning cheek. "Come along," she said, tugging Charlotte toward the dressing table. "Let's make you beautiful for dinner. After all, your suitor will be watching." Charlotte groaned and buried her face in her hands. This was a disaster, an unmitigated, unrecoverable disaster. "I shall not think about it," she declared, pulling away with a huff. "I shall go down to dinner, endure Mr. Sears's outrageous company, and pretend I am perfectly blissfully indifferent." Amelia beamed. "That's the spirit." Charlotte marched toward the wardrobe, yanking open the doors with unnecessary force. She selected the infamous blue gown because, damn it all, if she was going to be ruined, she would at least look magnificent doing it. And William Sears, that rogue, that villain, that blackguard, was going to pay. The moment William stepped into the Edgewood townhouse, he knew he was in trouble. The place smelled of beeswax, roasting lamb, and polished respectability. A low fire crackled in the hearth, casting buttery light over worn rugs and gleaming mahogany. Servants in modest livery moved quietly through the halls. He handed over his hat and greatcoat, smoothing the sleeves of his best evening jacket, the one Lucy had bullied him into purchasing. It felt tight across the shoulders now, or perhaps that was only tension coiling under his skin. "Mr. William Sears," the butler announced, his voice carrying into the drawing room beyond. William squared his shoulders and stepped forward, into battle. The first thing he registered was Mrs. Edgewood, seated like a queen bee by the hearth, a woman of indeterminate age and infinite opinions, her gray-streaked hair arranged in severe coils beneath a lace cap, her mouth pursed as if permanently tasting something sour. Next to her stood a young woman who could only be Amelia, all cornflower blue eyes and nervous smiles, clutching her embroidery like a shield. And then, Charlotte, standing apart from the others, framed by the fire's glow, wearing a gown of deep sapphire silk that clung scandalously to her waist before falling in soft, shimmering folds to the floor. Her dark hair was swept up in an elegant arrangement, one rebellious curl tumbling free to brush the vulnerable line of her neck. She looked magnificent, and she looked furious. Her dark blue eyes, nearly black in the firelight, locked onto his with a force that pinned him in place. William felt the impact like a blow to the chest. She wasn't merely beautiful, she was dangerous, and he wanted her with a desperation that nearly unmanned him. Before he could catch his breath, another figure shifted into his line of sight, Lord Hargrove. The man's smile froze in place the instant he saw William. His ruddy complexion paled slightly, his eyes flicked, calculating, between William and Charlotte. Interesting, William thought grimly. Very interesting. He managed a polite bow, ignoring how his heart hammered painfully against his ribs. "Miss Edgewood," he said smoothly, as if he hadn't spent the better part of the day plotting her ruination, and his own. Charlotte curtsied barely, a sharp little dip that conveyed nothing but simmering wrath. "Mr. Sears," she returned coolly. Her voice was soft, but her eyes promised murder. William almost smiled. He hadn't seen that particular shade of rage since the time he'd beaten Marcus Pembry at cards and had to flee through a second-story window. God help him, it was damned attractive. Mr. Edgewood bustled forward, beaming with the enthusiasm of a man who had just secured a prize-winning horse at market. "Good of you to join us, sir." "Very good indeed. Charlotte, my dear, would you do the honors?" Charlotte pressed her lips together so tightly they whitened, but she turned, and with a stiffness that betrayed her fury, offered William her arm. He took it, his fingers curling gently around the soft crook of her elbow. The contact was electric. Her skin was warm beneath the silk of her gown, her pulse fluttering like a trapped bird. And she smelled. God above, she smelled of violets and something sharper, like crushed green leaves after a summer rain. William swallowed hard, guiding her toward the dining room with as much solemnity as he could muster. "You look ravishing," he murmured low enough that only she could hear. Charlotte's elbow jerked minutely against his hand, a silent, scandalized protest. "You may murder me after dessert," he murmured. "Until then, smile. Your father is watching." Her lips curved, not into a smile, but into the dangerous, predatory tilt of a woman who very much wanted to skewer him with a hairpin. William laughed under his breath, delighted beyond all reason. He was playing a very foolish game, and he was already losing. Badly. The moment Charlotte slipped her hand from the crook of his arm, William felt the absence like a lash across raw skin. She moved to stand beside her sister, posture rigid with decorum, but her eyes, God, those eyes, still burned with accusation and heat. The Edgewood drawing room was smaller than he'd expected. Paneled walls bore the faint sheen of lemon oil, and thick velvet curtains framed the windows in rust and gold. The scent of beeswax polish mingled with the sweet trace of rosewater from the bouquet on the side table. A modest fire crackled in the hearth. Not lavish, not ostentatious. Comfortable. Lived in. Mrs. Edgewood rose slowly from her wingback chair, moving with the precision of a woman who still imagined herself as a debutante, despite the years etched gently into her features. She offered her hand, which William bowed over, brushing his lips lightly across the air above her knuckles. "Mr. Sears," she said with faint Bostonian pride softening her vowels, "I'd heard you were returned to London, but I hadn't imagined we'd be so fortunate as to welcome you here." William smiled, letting just the right note of warmth and familiarity enter his voice. "The pleasure is mine, ma'am. It's been too long since I've heard a proper Boston cadence." She flushed with pleasure, lifting a lace fan to hide the smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "I do miss the sound of home, Mr. Sears." To his left, Lord Hargrove shifted. William didn't need to look to feel the flicker of irritation emanating from the man like a draft from a cracked window. "My lord," William said with a shallow nod, turning to him just long enough to be courteous. Hargrove inclined his head, his mouth twitching into a tight smile. "Mr. Sears, I must say I hadn't expected to see you tonight. A surprising development." "Surprises are the spice of life, are they not?" William said easily, brushing a speck of dust from his sleeve with theatrical care. "Though I dare say Miss Edgewood is far more captivating than the usual entertainments Mayfair offers." Charlotte's spine stiffened. Hargrove gave a dry chuckle. "Indeed, quite captivating and quite sudden. A gentleman might wonder if your intentions are as sincere as they are swift." The air cooled perceptibly. Amelia tensed, her embroidery clenched in white-knuckled fingers. William's smile didn't falter. "Swiftness and sincerity are not mutually exclusive, my lord," he said lightly. "When one encounters something remarkable, it would be foolish not to act, though I suppose some men prefer to hesitate and risk losing their prize." Hargrove's jaw ticked. Mr. Edgewood gave a booming chuckle, clapping William on the shoulder. "Well said, sir, well said. I do like a man with conviction, and my daughters," he glanced proudly between them, "are nothing if not remarkable." Charlotte looked as though she might strangle someone with her reticule string. "Do let's sit," Mrs. Edgewood said quickly, gesturing toward the low settee and chairs arranged in front of the hearth. "Dinner will be served shortly, and I'm sure Mr. Sears has endured the full horrors of London's spring rain to reach us." As the ladies settled, William found himself between Amelia, wide-eyed, nervous, and visibly grateful for his presence, and Charlotte, who perched on the edge of the settee like it might bite her. He leaned back, letting the warmth of the fire reach his chilled fingers. The soft murmur of conversation resumed, Amelia asking after mutual acquaintances, Mrs. Edgewood reminiscing about summers in Newport, but William tuned most of it out, because Charlotte was beside him, and every shift of her skirts sent lavender and citrus curling into his lungs, and every flick of her lashes against her cheek made his pulse stutter. And every time Hargrove glanced at her with that quiet, possessive interest, William wanted to rearrange his jaw. He needed to keep his head. He needed to focus. Instead, he was thinking about the blue silk clinging to Charlotte's waist like a lover's hands, the way her fingers gripped the fringe of the settee cushion, and how last night her lips had tasted like desperation and defiance. He exhaled slowly through his nose. He was in trouble, deeper than ever, and the soup course hadn't even been served yet. "I understand your family has been in shipping for generations," Mr. Edgewood said, leaning forward with undisguised interest. "The Sears name carries weight in Boston Harbor." William nodded, careful to maintain a posture of casual confidence rather than the coiled tension he felt. 3 generations. My grandfather started with a single sloop delivering mail between coastal villages. Now we have 15 merchant vessels crossing the Atlantic." "Impressive," Mr. Edgewood murmured, eyes bright with the particular gleam men wore when discussing profitable ventures. "And you've expanded to London operations?" "The war created opportunity," William said simply, "though managing transatlantic interests presents unique challenges." Hargrove set down his glass with a sharp click. "I imagine security of goods must be among them. Customs officials can be so terribly stringent these days." The exchange of glances was lightning quick. Charlotte's hand stilling on her lap, William's jaw tightening imperceptibly, Hargrove's thin smile never reaching his eyes. On the contrary, William replied smoothly, reaching for his wine. I find the customs men quite reasonable when one's papers are in order. It's the less reputable shippers one must watch for, those who might use legitimate businesses to mask their operations. A muscle in Hargrove's cheek twitched. They say Boston men bring their storms with them, Mr. Sears, always creating tempests in their wake. The drawing room fell silent, save for the gentle hiss of the fire. Even Amelia's embroidery needle paused mid-stitch, hovering like a dragonfly above the linen. William took a measured sip of wine before answering. Only where smuggling's involved, my lord. I hear that's a popular pastime here, too. A muffled sound escaped Charlotte, something between a choke and a laugh, quickly masked by a delicate cough. William resisted the urge to look at her directly, aware that even a glance might betray too much. Mrs. Edgewood's laugh fluttered into the silence, artificially bright. My goodness, such serious talk before dinner. Mr. Sears, you must tell us of your sister. The Countess of Pembry has been much missed at our gatherings this season. William relaxed marginally, allowing himself the subtle luxury of shifting his posture so that his knee brushed against Charlotte's skirts. Lucy is in excellent health, thank you. She and Lord Pembry have been at their country estate these past weeks. And how fares the dear Viscountess? Mrs. Edgewood pressed, clearly eager to maintain safer conversational waters. I recall her most charming at the Rothbury ball last autumn. As William described his sister's latest social triumphs, he remained acutely aware of Charlotte beside him, though her gaze was fixed on the embroidered roses of her slippers. A high flush colored her cheeks, and her fingers worked restlessly at the folds of her gown. The subtle shift of her body away from his told him everything. She was furious, embarrassed, and trying desperately to maintain her composure. Yet each time Hargrove's attention turned to Amelia, Charlotte's breathing changed, her entire body tensing like a cat preparing to pounce. William had just finished a carefully edited anecdote about Lucy's new conservatory when Thompson appeared at the doorway, his posture as rigid as a soldier's. Dinner is served, he announced. Mr. Edgewood rose with hearty enthusiasm, offering his arm to his wife. Shall we, my dear? William stood, extending his hand to Charlotte with deliberate formality. For a breathless moment, he wondered if she might refuse. A public rejection that would unravel his entire plan before it had properly begun. Her eyes met his, stormy and resentful, before she placed her gloved fingers atop his with the delicacy of someone touching a venomous snake. He drew her to her feet, leaning close enough that his next words would reach her ears alone. A little longer, he murmured, his voice barely audible. The game isn't finished. She turned to him, eyes flashing with barely contained fury. I am glad you see this as a game, Mr. Sears, she hissed through gritted teeth. I suppose I am merely the pawn on your chessboard. Her words were pitched low, but William felt their impact. Before he could respond, she had turned away, sliding her hand into the crook of his arm with practiced grace that belied the tension radiating from her body. Across the room, Hargrove offered his arm to Amelia. The younger Edgewood sister accepted with visible reluctance, her steps small and hesitant as they followed Charlotte and William toward the dining room. The Edgewood dining room was modest but elegant, mahogany furniture gleaming in the light of a dozen candles, silver polished to mirror brightness, and china that had likely crossed the Atlantic with their household. A fire crackled in the marble hearth, casting a golden glow over the table set for 5. William guided Charlotte to her seat with careful precision, breathing in the faint trace of lavender and ink that clung to her skin. As he pushed in her chair, his fingers brushed her shoulder, an accidental touch that sent an electric jolt through his palm. She stiffened but said nothing, arranging her napkin with mechanical precision as William took his seat beside her. Mr. Edgewood raised his glass. To new friends and potential partnerships, he declared, with a meaningful glance between William and Charlotte. William lifted his wine, catching Charlotte's eye over the rim of his glass. The candlelight transformed her dark blue eyes to indigo flame, her anger and frustration still evident beneath her careful mask of politeness. To partnerships, he echoed, never breaking her gaze. in all their forms. Hargrove's smile tightened as they drank. Across from William, Amelia sat with her shoulders drawn in, making herself smaller beside Hargrove's looming presence. As the soup was served, a clear broth fragrant with herbs and sherry, Mrs. Edgewood turned her amiable attention to William once more. "Tell me, Mr. Sears, how do you find London compared to Boston? I confess, there are days when I miss the simplicity of American society." William welcomed the neutral topic. "Boston has its charms, but London offers opportunities one can't find elsewhere." He inclined his head toward Charlotte. "Remarkable ones." Charlotte studied her soup with sudden, intense interest. The fine arch of her neck was taut, a muscle jumping at the hollow of her throat. William forced himself to look away before his gaze became too appreciative. "I understand completely," Mrs. Edgewood said, beaming. "Why, when Mr. Edgewood and I first arrived, I was quite overwhelmed by the complexity of London society, but our girls have adapted beautifully, particularly Amelia, with her artistic sensibilities." "Mother," Amelia murmured, her cheeks pinkening. Hargrove placed his hand possessively close to Amelia's on the tablecloth. "Miss Amelia's watercolors are most accomplished. I've encouraged her to continue her studies after we are married." The table fell silent. Even Mr. Edgewood seemed taken aback by the bold presumption. "After you are married?" The words escaped Charlotte's lips before she could contain them, each syllable sharp as broken glass. The soup spoon trembled slightly in her grip as red-hot fury coursed through her veins. Hargrove's gaze slid toward her, cold and assessing. "Merely pragmatic, Miss Edgewood. Your father and I have had most productive discussions on the matter." Charlotte's vision narrowed dangerously. She caught Amelia's expression, the slight widening of her eyes, the barely perceptible shake of her head, pleading silently for Charlotte to remain calm. But how could she remain calm when this man, this calculating, cold-eyed predator, spoke of her sister as though possession were already assured? "Productive indeed," her father said hurriedly, clearly sensing the dangerous undercurrent. "Though, of course, nothing is formally settled." His words did little to soothe Charlotte's anger. Formally settled or not, her father had clearly given Hargrove enough encouragement to speak with such insufferable certainty. "A wise approach," William interjected smoothly, setting down his spoon. "After all, marriage is a partnership that requires careful consideration by all parties involved." Charlotte turned to him, momentarily startled from her rage. His words weren't a direct defense of Amelia, more a calculated statement that served his own purpose in maintaining the appearance of a proper suitor while subtly challenging Hargrove. Yet even this diplomatic intervention was more than her father had offered. "Quite right, Mr. Sears," she said, finding her voice steadier than expected. "A lifetime commitment deserves thorough investigation, does it not?" She met William's eyes, allowing the double meaning to hang between them. Marriage required investigation, and so did Lord Hargrove's schemes. To her surprise, a flicker of understanding warmed his sea-blue gaze before he inclined his head. "Indeed it does, Miss Edgewood. Indeed it does." Charlotte set down her spoon with exaggerated care, keenly aware of her conflicted reaction. William Sears was using her for his own purposes, manipulating the situation with the same calculated precision she had witnessed in the warehouse. And yet, compared to Hargrove's naked presumption and her father's willing blindness, even William's self-serving intervention felt like an unexpected ally. The footman arrived with the fish course, their movements a welcome distraction from the tension crackling across the table like heat lightning. Charlotte watched a thin fillet of sole materialize on her plate, garnished with capers and butter, the silver serving fork glinting in the candlelight. "A lifetime commitment deserves thorough investigation," she had said. The double meaning of her words lingered in her mind. She had walked into this dinner determined to despise William Sears for his presumption, for dragging her into his schemes without her consent. And she did despise him, his arrogance, his high-handedness, his casual manipulation of her life and reputation. Yet watching Hargrove's possessive gaze slide over Amelia's downturned face, Charlotte felt the weight of her purpose settle more firmly on her shoulders. She would use whatever tools came to hand to protect her sister, even if one of those tools was an insufferable American who thought her life was a chess game and she a piece to be moved at his convenience. Charlotte lifted her chin slightly, reaching for her wine glass with deliberate composure. She might be forced to play the besotted object of William Sears' attentions for now, but she would be no man's pawn. Not Hargrove's, not her father's, and certainly not William Sears, no matter how his sea-green eyes seemed to see through her careful facade, no matter how his unexpected intervention had momentarily aligned with her own desperate plans. Miss Edgewood, Hargrove's voice sliced through her thoughts. I understand you've developed quite an interest in your father's shipping business. Rather unusual for a lady of quality to concern herself with such matters. Charlotte lifted her chin, meeting Hargrove's condescending gaze with practiced composure. I find that understanding one's financial interests is prudent, my lord, regardless of one's sex. After all, even ladies of quality must someday manage household accounts. Charming, Hargrove replied, his smile never reaching his eyes. Though I imagine your future husband would prefer to spare you such tedious matters. How fortunate that I have no future husband to disappoint then, Charlotte said sweetly, ignoring her mother's sharp intake of breath. William shifted beside her, his knee brushing against hers beneath the table, a warning or a show of support, she couldn't tell. Charlotte ignored him, focusing on the delicate task of cutting her fish into precise, even pieces. The conversation drifted to safer waters, spring weather, the upcoming Pembrey ball, Lady Jersey's new carriage horses. But Charlotte remained acutely aware of Hargrove's calculating gaze, the way it shifted between Amelia's downturned face and her father's animated gestures as he described their latest shipment from Bombay. Silk of the finest quality, Mr. Edgewood declared, wine making him expansive, and spices that will fetch 3 times their purchase price at market. The customs duty is steep, of course, but well worth the investment. And tell me, Hargrove said, leaning forward with sudden interest, what route do your ships take? The longer journey around the Cape, or do you prefer the Mediterranean passage? The question was innocuous enough, but Charlotte noted the intensity in Hargrove's expression, the subtle shift in his posture. He wasn't making polite conversation. He was fishing for information. The Cape, generally, her father replied, oblivious to Hargrove's true interest, though we've been experimenting with alternative routes for certain specialized cargo. Charlotte's fingers tightened around her fork. Specialized cargo. The same words she'd overheard at the Pembrey Musicale when Hargrove had been speaking to his associates. Her father continued, enthusiasm overriding discretion. In fact, our next shipment is due within the fortnight. 3 vessels fully laden with... Father, Charlotte interrupted, unable to help herself. Surely Lord Hargrove has no interest in the minutiae of shipping schedules. Her father blinked, momentarily startled from his commercial enthusiasm. Of course. Forgive me, my lord, business is never far from my mind. On the contrary, Hargrove replied smoothly. I find your ventures fascinating. Perhaps we might discuss them further. After the wedding. Charlotte set down her fork with a sharp clink against fine china. What wedding might that be, my lord? I wasn't aware any formal announcement had been made. The table fell silent. Amelia's face drained of color. Mrs. Edgewood's fingers fluttered nervously at her throat. Mr. Edgewood shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Charlotte, her father warned, his voice low. A mere formality, Hargrove said, his smile tightening. I'm certain all will be settled most satisfactorily. Are you? Charlotte countered, fury making her reckless. How convenient for you. My dear, her mother began, distress evident in every syllable. But Charlotte had reached her limit. The arrogance of the man, sitting at their table, discussing her sister's future as though it were already determined, while simultaneously fishing for information about her father's shipping business. It was intolerable. She pushed back her chair abruptly, the legs scraping against polished wood with a sound like nails on slate. Forgive me, she said, not sounding remotely apologetic. I find the air suddenly stifling. Please excuse me. Charlotte! Her mother's scandalized gasp followed her as she dropped her napkin and rose from the table. I beg your pardon, Mr. Edgewood, Mrs. Edgewood, William said, rising smoothly to his feet. Allow me to speak with Miss Edgewood. I'm certain this is merely a momentary indisposition. Charlotte didn't wait to hear their response. She strode from the dining room, skirts swishing with the force of her movement, and made directly for the terrace doors at the end of the hallway. Cool night air beckoned, promising escape from the suffocating tension, from Hargrove's calculating gaze, from her father's willful blindness. Behind her, she heard footsteps, William following as she'd known he would. She didn't slow her pace, pushing through the French doors and stepping onto the flagstone terrace beyond. The Edgewood garden was modest by Mayfair standards, a small walled space with gravel paths winding between formal beds, a stone bench positioned beneath an ornamental cherry tree, and a small reflecting pool at its center. Lanterns hung from ornate iron posts, casting pools of golden light across the meticulously tended space. Charlotte strode to the farthest corner, where shadows gathered beneath the spreading branches of the cherry tree. Only when she heard the terrace doors close behind William did she whirl to face him, fury radiating from every pore. "Are you satisfied with your evening's entertainment, Mr. Sears?" she demanded, voice low and vibrating with rage. "Have you gathered sufficient intelligence for your schemes while thoroughly destroying what remained of my reputation?" William stepped forward, moonlight illuminating the sharp planes of his face. "You're overreacting." "Overreacting?" Charlotte nearly choked on the word. "You announced your intention to court me without my knowledge or consent, then sat at my family's table pretending affection while manipulating everyone present. And when society learns it was all a ruse, that you've tossed me over like yesterday's newspaper, what then?" "That won't happen," William said firmly. Charlotte laughed, a brittle sound that held no humor. "Of course it will. Men like you always move on to the next opportunity, the next scheme, leaving wreckage in your wake, and I shall be the one bearing the consequences. Finished, ruined, a laughingstock for the rest of my days." William stepped closer, his expression hardening. "I would ensure all knew you were the one who rejected me." "Like anyone would believe that," Charlotte scoffed, though something twisted painfully in her chest. The spinster Edgewood sister turning down a respectable match, London would sooner believe the Thames flows backward. William's gaze roamed her face, too perceptive by half. "I thought you didn't care what society thought, that you were content enough with spinsterhood." He tossed her own words back at her, words she'd spoken in his office mere hours ago. Charlotte flinched. "I don't care," she said too quickly. "My concern is—" "Your sister," William finished for her. "Yes, I know your noble sacrifice." "Don't mock me," Charlotte warned, taking a step toward him, close enough now that she could see the faint stubble darkening his jaw, smell the cedar and spice scent of him. "You know nothing of sacrifice, Mr. Sears." Something flashed in his eyes, anger, offense, perhaps even hurt. "Don't I?" "No," Charlotte pressed, reckless now. "You play your games, move your pieces across the board, all without risk to yourself. I am the one whose reputation hangs in the balance. I am the one who will be whispered about in drawing rooms from Mayfair to Kensington when your charade is exposed." William's jaw tightened. "This isn't a game to me." "Then what is it?" Charlotte demanded. "Why announce yourself as my suitor? Why not simply investigate Hargrove on your own? Why drag me into your schemes?" "Because Hargrove is after your family's shipping business," William snapped, his composure finally cracking. "I need access to what he's saying, what he's doing, what he's asking your father. This was the most direct path." Charlotte stilled, her anger momentarily checked by the logic of his position, infuriating as it was. "You could have simply asked," she said stiffly. William raised an eyebrow. "Would you have agreed to a counterfeit courtship had I proposed it directly?" "No," Charlotte admitted after a moment. "But at least I would have had a choice." William ran a hand through his hair, disheveling the carefully arranged strands. "I apologize for not consulting you first. It was expedient." The word stung more than it should have. "Expedient," Charlotte repeated softly. "Of course, a means to an end." William turned back to her, something unreadable flickering across his features. "It was the most efficient way to gain access to your family, to Hargrove, to gather the information we need." "We," Charlotte echoed. "There is no we, Mr. Sears. There is you, using me for your purposes, and me, allowing it temporarily because it serves my own goal of protecting Amelia." A muscle ticked in William's jaw. "We want the same thing." "Perhaps," Charlotte conceded, "but for very different reasons. And when this is over, when Hargrove is exposed, you will walk away unscathed while I—" She trailed off, the weight of potential consequences suddenly heavy on her shoulders. William stepped closer, near enough now that she had to tilt her head to maintain eye contact. "I gave you my word that your reputation would not suffer." "Your word," Charlotte said, wanting to laugh, but finding her throat mysteriously tight. The word of a man who announced a courtship without bothering to inform the woman being courted. Forgive me if I find it somewhat lacking in reassurance. They stood in silence for a long moment, the night air cool against Charlotte's flushed skin, the distant sounds of London traffic barely audible beyond the garden walls. Something shifted in William's expression, the hard lines of irritation softening into something more complex, more difficult to decipher. "I should have spoken to you first," he said finally, the admission clearly costing him. "It was high-handed." Charlotte blinked, momentarily thrown by the unexpected concession. "Yes," she agreed, recovering quickly. "It was." William's mouth quirked, almost a smile. "Is that the closest to gracious acceptance I can hope for?" "You may hope for whatever you wish, Mr. Sears," Charlotte replied primly, "but I recommend moderate expectations." This time he did smile, a brief flash of genuine amusement that transformed his face, making him look younger, less guarded. Charlotte felt an answering warmth unfurl in her chest. Unwelcome, inconvenient, dangerous. She stepped back, needing distance from the confusing mix of anger and attraction swirling through her. "We should return before my mother sends out a search party. Or worse, my father decides his business discussion with Lord Hargrove is more important than propriety and leaves them unchaperoned." William sobered immediately. "You're right," he offered his arm with formal correctness. Charlotte hesitated, then placed her fingers lightly upon his sleeve, the wool warm beneath her touch. "This changes nothing," she said as they began walking toward the house. "I still find your methods objectionable and your presumption unforgivable." "Noted," William said dryly, "and I expect to be fully informed of any future strategies you develop, no more surprises." William glanced down at her, his expression unreadable in the shifting shadows. "Agreed, though I reserve the right to protect you from unnecessary risk." Charlotte bristled. "I don't require protection." "Evidence suggests otherwise," he countered. "Or have you forgotten I first encountered you breaking into my warehouse in the middle of the night, dressed as a boy?" Heat flooded Charlotte's cheeks at the memory, not just of her midnight investigation, but of what had followed. The kiss behind the crates, the warmth of his body shielding hers, the taste of him, salt and heat, and something indefinable that had haunted her since. "A momentary lapse in judgment," she said stiffly. William's low chuckle rumbled through the night air. "If that was a lapse in judgment, I shudder to think what you consider a calculated risk." They reached the terrace doors, warm light spilling from the house onto the flagstones. Charlotte paused, reluctant to return to the suffocating politeness, the double meanings, the careful performance their investigation required. "One last thing," she said, turning to face William directly. "If you truly wish this charade to be believable, you should know that I would never accept a suitor who saw me as merely convenient, expedient, or a means to an end." William's expression sobered, something like genuine regret flickering across his features. "What kind of suitor would you accept, Charlotte?" The sound of her Christian name on his lips startled her. Intimate, presumptuous, yet somehow right. She met his gaze steadily. "One who brings books instead of flowers. One who doesn't mind that I'm dreadful at embroidery but excellent at calculating shipping manifests. One who—" She faltered, suddenly aware of how personal the conversation had become. "But it's immaterial." William's unexpected laugh was warm and rich, catching them both by surprise. He studied her for a long moment, his eyes reflecting the golden light from the house. "Some deceptions," he said softly, "contain more truth than we intend." Before Charlotte could decipher his meaning, he reached past her to open the terrace door, his arm brushing hers in a whisper of contact that shouldn't have affected her pulse, but somehow did. "Shall we return to our performance, Miss Edgewood?" he asked, his voice once again the smooth, controlled tone of the proper suitor. Charlotte straightened her shoulders, composing her features into an appropriate expression of feminine contrition for her earlier display of temper. Yes, she said, stepping over the threshold. Let us return to the game, Mr. Sears. As they re-entered the hallway, Charlotte caught sight of a shadow slipping around the corner toward the dining room, a tall figure, moving with deliberate silence. Hargrove. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second before he disappeared from view, sending ice cascading down Charlotte's spine. How long had he been standing there? What had he heard? William's hand tightened imperceptibly on her arm, telling her he'd seen it too. The rules had just changed, and not in their favor. Chapter 5. The Edgewood parlor was overbright, every lamp and candle lit despite the strong morning sunlight streaming through the windows. Charlotte sat stiffly on the edge of the settee, her embroidery hoop balanced on her knee, the needle making vicious little stabs through the linen. "Lovely weather we're having," her mother commented for the third time in as many minutes, glancing anxiously toward the parlor doors. "Don't you think so, Charlotte?" Charlotte replied, noncommittal. "The roses will bloom early this year," Amelia offered, her own needlework progressing with delicate, perfect stitches. "Perhaps you might pick some for your watercolor still life, Mama." "Perhaps," Mrs. Edgewood agreed absently, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her skirts. "Though I doubt I shall have time for painting, what with all the social engagements this season." Charlotte bit back a sigh. After last night's disastrous dinner and her abrupt departure from the table, her mother had been in a state of barely contained anxiety all morning. Charlotte could practically feel the questions hovering in the air, questions her mother was too afraid to ask directly, lest the answers prove scandalous. Had Mr. Sears said something improper in the garden? Had Charlotte endangered her prospects with her outburst? Would Lord Hargrove reconsider his interest in Amelia after such a display? The irony that her mother worried more about Hargrove's feelings than Amelia's future happiness was not lost on Charlotte. A soft knock at the door interrupted her bitter thoughts. "Mr. William Sears, ma'am," Thompson announced with the perfect neutrality of a well-trained butler. William entered, and Charlotte's needle froze mid-stitch. He looked annoyingly handsome in a perfectly tailored morning coat of deep charcoal, his cravat arranged with casual precision, his boots gleaming. But it was what he carried that caught Charlotte momentarily off guard. In one arm, he held a modest bouquet of spring flowers. Nothing ostentatious, just simple bluebells and lily of the valley wrapped in brown paper and twine. In his other hand, he carried 3 leather-bound books. "Mrs. Edgewood, Miss Edgewood, Miss Edgewood," he greeted, bowing with practiced ease. "I hope I find you well this morning." Mrs. Edgewood practically levitated from her chair. "Mr. Sears, what a pleasant surprise." It was, of course, no surprise at all. Morning calls from gentlemen were rigidly scheduled affairs, and William had sent a note at dawn requesting permission to visit. "These are for you, Mrs. Edgewood," William said, presenting the bouquet with a charming smile. "A small token of my appreciation for your hospitality last evening." "How thoughtful," Mrs. Edgewood exclaimed, accepting the flowers with a girlish flutter that made Charlotte want to roll her eyes. "Amelia, dear, ring for Evans to fetch a vase." Amelia smiled shyly at William as she moved to pull the bell. "They're lovely, Mr. Sears." "And these," William continued, turning to Charlotte with an expression of perfect courtly devotion that she knew was entirely fabricated, "are for you, Miss Edgewood." He extended the books, and Charlotte had no choice but to set aside her embroidery and accept them. Their fingers brushed during the exchange, and she ignored the small jolt that traveled up her arm. "How? Unexpected," she said, inspecting the volumes with deliberate indifference. Her studied nonchalance faltered as she read the titles. "The Practical Navigator's Complete Atlas of Global Shipping Routes, Mathematical Principles of Trade and Commerce." And most surprising of all, "The Lady's Guide to Household Management and Accounting." Charlotte glanced up sharply, finding William's eyes twinkling with barely suppressed amusement. "I recalled our conversation about practical education for young ladies," he said smoothly. "I thought these might interest you more than the usual poetry volumes gentlemen seem to favor." Amelia made a small sound of delight. "How perfectly suited to Charlotte's interests. Isn't it thoughtful, Mama?" Mrs. Edgewood looked slightly bewildered. A gentleman bringing navigation atlases to a young lady was decidedly unconventional, but rallied admirably. most attentive to Miss Edgewood's unique inclinations. "Thank you," Charlotte said stiffly, running her fingers along the embossed spine of the accounting guide. "They appear most educational. I've taken the liberty of marking several passages I thought particularly relevant," William said, his expression all innocent helpfulness. "In the atlas especially." Charlotte's pulse quickened. Marked passages. A message, perhaps, or directions. As she flipped open the atlas, a small slip of paper fluttered from between the pages, landing face down on her lap. Charlotte casually covered it with her hand, her heart hammering against her ribs. "Won't you sit, Mr. Sears?" Mrs. Edgewood urged, gesturing to the chair nearest Charlotte. "Evans will bring tea momentarily." William settled into the chair, the picture of relaxed confidence. "I must apologize again for Miss Edgewood's indisposition last evening," he said, his voice pitched for perfect concern. "I hope the fresh air was restorative?" "Quite," Charlotte replied tersely, all too aware of the paper burning beneath her palm. "Charlotte has always been sensitive to overheated rooms," Mrs. Edgewood offered with a nervous smile. "Even as a child in Boston, she would flee to the garden at the slightest provocation." "Mother," Charlotte protested. "I find it a charming quality," William said, his eyes fixed on Charlotte with an intensity that belied his casual tone. "A preference for fresh air and open spaces speaks to an independent spirit." Amelia smiled, clearly enchanted. "You're very understanding, Mr. Sears. Most gentlemen would have been offended by such an abrupt departure." "I am not most gentlemen," William replied simply. The maid arrived with the tea tray, creating a welcome diversion. As Mrs. Edgewood busied herself with cups and saucers, Charlotte took the opportunity to slip the note into her sleeve. The conversation drifted to safer topics: the upcoming Pembrey ball, William's sister Lucy and her husband, the unusually mild weather. Throughout it all, Charlotte remained acutely conscious of the paper hidden in her sleeve and William's occasional glances, laden with meaning only she could interpret. After what felt like an eternity, Mrs. Edgewood set down her teacup with a decisive clink. "Amelia, dear, I've just recalled we must review the music selections for your performance at Lady Russell's Music Hall. Perhaps we might do so now, while the morning light is still good?" Charlotte tensed. Her mother's transparent attempt to leave her alone with William was both expected and mortifying. "But Mamma," Amelia began. "Now, dear," Mrs. Edgewood insisted, rising from her chair with pointed grace. "Mr. Sears, you'll forgive us? Charlotte will entertain you, I'm sure." "Of course," William agreed, standing politely as the ladies prepared to depart. "I look forward to hearing Miss Amelia perform at Lady Russell's gathering." Amelia offered a shy smile before following her mother from the room. The door remained pointedly ajar, propriety observed, if only technically. The moment they were alone, or as alone as an unmarried lady and gentleman could be in a respectable household, William's posture changed subtly. The courtly suitor vanished, replaced by the shrewd businessman Charlotte had first encountered in the warehouse. "Well?" he asked quietly, nodding toward her sleeve. "Aren't you going to read it?" Charlotte extracted the note with careful fingers. "You are remarkably pleased with yourself, Mr. Sears." "I brought books instead of flowers," he pointed out, his mouth quirking, "as specifically requested." "And marked passages in a navigation atlas," Charlotte murmured, unfolding the note. "How romantic." Her sarcasm faltered as she read the hastily scrawled message. "Hargrove plans to intercept next Edgewood shipment. 2 nights hence. Meet me at Counting House tomorrow, 1 p.m. Bring your father's shipping schedule." Charlotte's blood ran cold. "How do you know this?" "I have sources on the docks," William replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "Men who owe me favors." Charlotte glanced at the door, ensuring they weren't overheard. 2 nights? That's not enough time to... "Which is precisely why we need your father's shipping schedule," William interrupted. "I need to know which vessels, which cargo, which route." Charlotte's mind raced. The manifest would be in his study, but he keeps it locked when he's not there. William raised an eyebrow. "I seem to recall you possess certain mechanical negotiation instruments." Despite herself, Charlotte felt her lips twitch. "Lockpicks, Mr. Sears. They're called lockpicks." "How scandalous," he murmured, his eyes dancing with that dangerous amusement that made her stomach flip. "Whatever would your mother say? She would likely faint at the mere suggestion," Charlotte admitted. "But obtaining the schedule won't be simple. My father rarely leaves his study unattended, and—" The sound of approaching footsteps cut her off. William immediately leaned back, assuming the relaxed posture of a gentleman caller making pleasant conversation. Charlotte quickly tucked the note into her book and adopted an expression of polite interest. "And so I told Lady Jersey that American waltzes are considerably more lively than the English variety," William was saying as Mrs. Edgewood reappeared in the doorway, though perhaps slightly less formal. "How fascinating," Charlotte replied woodenly. Mrs. Edgewood beamed, clearly delighted to find them engaged in civilized conversation. "I do hope Charlotte hasn't exhausted you with talk of business, Mr. Sears. She has the most unusual interests for a young lady." "On the contrary," William rose smoothly to his feet. "Miss Edgewood's conversation is refreshingly intelligent. I find most young ladies' discourse rather predictable." Charlotte stood as well, clutching the incriminating books to her chest. "You're too kind, Mr. Sears." "Not at all," he replied, reaching for her hand and bowing over it with practiced gallantry. As he straightened, his eyes met hers with unmistakable meaning. "I look forward to discussing the atlas with you further. I think you'll find it most illuminating." "Until tomorrow, then," Charlotte said, the words carrying a double meaning only they understood. "Until tomorrow," he agreed. As William took his leave with all the proper courtesies, Charlotte felt a familiar, reckless determination building within her. 2 days. They had 2 days to stop Hargrove from whatever he planned for her father's shipment. She would get the shipping schedule from her father's study tonight. As William took his leave with all the proper courtesies, Charlotte's mind was already racing ahead, calculating angles and opportunities with the same precision she applied to shipping ledgers. She glanced down at the atlas in her hands, an idea forming, dangerous, impulsive, but potentially brilliant. If Hargrove planned to intercept her father's shipment in 2 days, he would need to coordinate with people at the docks. Specific people who might be identified in her father's correspondence. And if the shipment contained what she suspected— "Charlotte?" Her mother's voice broke through her thoughts. "What did Mr. Sears say to put such a smile on your face?" Charlotte composed her features quickly. "Nothing of consequence, Mother, just a comment about the weather." Mrs. Edgewood looked unconvinced, but mercifully let the matter drop. "Amelia and I shall be attending Lady Pemberton's tea's tea this afternoon. Will you join us?" "Perfect. The house would be quieter with them gone." "I'm afraid I have a dreadful headache brewing," Charlotte said, pressing her fingers to her temple with practiced delicacy. "Perhaps I should rest." "Of course, dear." Her mother's concern was genuine, if somewhat distracted. "We'll make your excuses." As her mother and sister departed to change for their social obligations, Charlotte carried her new books to her bedroom, her mind working furiously. The atlas contained detailed shipping routes, legitimate ones, certainly, but within its pages lay the key to understanding what made her father's India shipments so valuable to Hargrove. What if there was a connection she'd missed? A reason beyond simple cargo theft that would make a viscount risk everything? Charlotte spread the atlas across her bed, flipping to the section William had marked with a small slip of paper. The waters surrounding the Cape of Good Hope. Her father's ships took that route, as did William's on occasion. She traced the blue lines of ocean currents with her fingertip, remembering fragments of overheard conversations, notations on ledgers, comments at dinner. Specialized cargo, her father had called it. Alternative routes, Hargrove had inquired about. Her eyes widened as the pieces suddenly aligned like stars forming a constellation. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, that's it." Charlotte closed the atlas with a decisive snap. Her father's shipping schedule would confirm her suspicions, but she needed more. She needed to see exactly what Hargrove was planning. And for that, she would need to visit a place no respectable young lady would ever set foot. The Wharf Rat. A sailor's tavern where, according to Lucy's husband Marcus, men with loose lips and looser morals gathered to spend their pay before shipping out. If Hargrove was hiring men to intercept her father's shipment, that's where they would be found. It was reckless. It was dangerous. It was exactly what was needed. Charlotte smiled as she slipped the atlas beneath her pillow. William would be furious, of course, but by the time he discovered what she'd done, she would already have the information they needed. After all, why should gentlemen have all the adventures? Chapter 6. The Wharf Rat wasn't the most disreputable tavern on London's dockside, but it came impressively close. Wooden walls stained dark from decades of tobacco smoke, floors sticky with spilled ale, and the heavy miasma of unwashed bodies and salt-soaked wool, it wore its unsavory character like a badge of honor. Charlotte pulled the worn shawl tighter around her shoulders, ducking her head as she slipped through the door. The garment's previous owner, her lady's maid's sister, a laundress in Seven Dials, had assured her it was respectable enough for a working woman. Paired with a faded blue dress several years out of fashion and a mob cap pulled low over her hastily pinned hair, Charlotte hoped she passed for a merchant's clerk's wife or perhaps a shopkeeper down on her luck. She'd smudged coal dust along her cheekbone and bitten her lips until they were red and swollen. The final touch had been a cheap glass brooch pinned prominently to her bodice, flashy enough to suggest a woman who appreciated male attention, but not so fine as to raise suspicions. The tavern's interior was a wall of noise and heat. Sailors in various states of inebriation crowded around scarred wooden tables, their voices raised in argument, laughter, and off-key shanties. Serving girls with world-weary expressions wove expertly between them, delivering foaming tankards and dodging wandering hands with practiced ease. Charlotte swallowed hard, fighting the instinct to turn and flee. This was madness. But she was already here, and the information she sought lay somewhere within these smoke-filled walls. She made her way to a small table in the corner, partially hidden behind a support beam. From this vantage point, she could observe most of the room while drawing minimal attention to herself. The bench was sticky against her skirts as she sat, and she fought to keep her expression neutral as she surveyed the crowd. A serving girl approached, eyeing Charlotte with frank curiosity. "What'll it be, then?" Charlotte cleared her throat, pitching her voice lower and rougher than usual. "Ale, please. And information, if you've any to spare." The girl's eyebrows rose. "Ale costs 6 pence. Information costs more." Charlotte slipped her a shilling. "I'm looking for men hired for a job, something to do with ships coming in from India." The girl pocketed the coin with practiced swiftness. "Might be I've heard something, might be I haven't." She jerked her chin toward a table of rowdier sailors near the center of the room. "Them boys was bragging earlier. Just signed on for some special work," they said. "Good pay, one night's effort." She leaned closer, voice dropping. "The big one with the scar, he mentioned Indian cargo. That help you, miss?" Charlotte nodded, her pulse quickening. "Very much, thank you. I'll fetch your ale," the girl said, already moving away. "And miss, whatever you're about, be careful, those lads aren't the gentle sort." Alone again, Charlotte studied the group. 4 men, weather-beaten and hard-looking, deep in their cups but not yet insensible. The largest, a mountain of a man with a livid scar bisecting his left eyebrow, seemed to be holding court, his voice carrying fragments of conversation across the noisy room. 2 nights from now, easy pickings, just need to get there before the customs men." Charlotte leaned forward slightly, straining to hear more. She needed specifics: which ships, what cargo, where they planned to intercept it. "The Catherine's Pride," the man continued, his voice dropping as he leaned closer to his companions. "Finest silk shipment this season. Worth triple once we get it past the customs house without paying full duties." "Risky business, Bailey," muttered a wiry sailor with a nervous twitch. "Intercepting a ship between Gravesend and London, what if the customs officers are aboard already?" Bailey snorted. "They won't be. Not at midnight. Our man's seen to that." Charlotte strained to hear more, pulse quickening at this precise information. The Catherine's Pride, her father's fastest clipper, scheduled to arrive in 2 days' time. She was so focused on eavesdropping that she didn't notice the man approaching her table until his shadow fell across it. "Well now, what's a pretty thing like you doing all alone?" Charlotte tensed, looking up into the ruddy face of a middle-aged sailor, his breath reeking of cheap gin and cheaper tobacco. "Waiting for someone," she said curtly, hoping he'd take the hint. He didn't. Instead, he dropped heavily onto the bench opposite her, leaning forward with what he clearly thought was an enticing smile. "No need to wait anymore, love. I'm right here." Charlotte's fingers curled around the edge of the table. "I'm not interested in company. Everyone's interested in company." He reached across, his calloused fingers brushing her hand before she could snatch it away. "Especially women who come into the wharf rat alone. Makes a man wonder what they're really looking for." "I assure you, it isn't you," Charlotte said, abandoning her attempt at a lower-class accent as indignation overcame caution. The man's expression darkened. "Bit high and mighty, aren't you? Think you're too good for honest sailors?" Charlotte glanced around, calculating her options. Drawing attention would ruin any chance of gathering information, but this lout clearly wasn't going to leave willingly. "I simply prefer to drink alone," she said, attempting a smile that felt more like a grimace. "No offense intended. Hear that, boys?" the sailor called to his companions at a nearby table. "The lady prefers to drink alone. Thinks we're not good enough for her fancy tastes." Charlotte's heart sank as several other men turned to look, their expressions ranging from amused to predatory. "Maybe she's waiting for someone with deeper pockets," one suggested, with a leering grin. "Or maybe," said another, rising from his seat, "she just needs convincing that sailors' company is the best kind." This was spiraling out of control. Charlotte began gathering her shawl, preparing to make a hasty exit, when the first sailor's hand clamped around her wrist. "Don't be going yet, lovey. Night's just beginning." "Let go of me," Charlotte said, her voice steady despite the fear bubbling in her chest. "Now." "Or what?" he challenged, tightening his grip. William Sears had been nursing the same tankard of ale for nearly an hour, watching from his shadowed corner as Charlotte Edgewood committed what might be the most reckless act of her impressively reckless life. He'd followed her from the moment she slipped out of her father's townhouse. Not an easy feat when the woman moved like a cat burglar through London's back alleys. The borrowed shawl and dress hadn't fooled him for a second. Even disguised as a working woman, Charlotte carried herself with the unmistakable posture of someone who had never hauled water or scrubbed floors. And that dress. Christ almighty. William took another swig of ale, trying to ignore the murderous impulses that had been building since Charlotte walked into the tavern. The faded blue cotton clung to her figure in ways her proper day dresses never did, the neckline dipping low enough to reveal the delicate curve of her collarbone. She'd rouged her cheeks and lips, giving her the look of a woman who'd been thoroughly kissed, a thought that sent heat pooling low in William's gut. But it was the cheap glass brooch that truly pushed him toward violence, that gaudy, flashy thing pinned deliberately to draw the eye to the gentle swell of her breast. It marked her as a woman available for a price, and every man in the tavern knew it, including the red-faced sailor who just clamped his meaty paw around Charlotte's wrist. William had intended to stay hidden, to see what information she gathered before intercepting her outside. But the sight of that man's fingers digging into Charlotte's skin shattered his restraint. He set down his tankard with deliberate care and rose from his seat. "Let go of me," Charlotte was saying, her voice carrying the imperious tone of a woman used to being obeyed. "Now." "Or what?" the sailor challenged, tightening his grip. "Or I'll break every finger on that hand one by one." The words left William's mouth before he could stop them, cold and hard and unmistakably American. Charlotte's head snapped up, her eyes widening as she recognized him despite his own disguise, plain linen shirt with the sleeves rolled up, workman's waistcoat, hair deliberately mussed. For a moment, something like relief flashed across her features, quickly replaced by defiance and a hint of guilt. Even now, caught in a dangerous situation of her own making, she refused to look cowed. It was infuriating and damnably admirable. The sailor released Charlotte's wrist, turning to face William. "This ain't your business, Yank." "I'm making it my business," William replied, letting his Boston accent thicken. "The lady said to let her go. You didn't. Now we have a problem." Around them, the tavern had grown quieter, patrons sensing the brewing confrontation and turning to watch with avid interest. "You her protector, then?" the sailor demanded, rising unsteadily to his feet. "Should have kept a closer eye on your woman, mate, letting her wander into places like this alone." William's smile was all teeth and no warmth. She doesn't belong to me. She doesn't belong to anyone. But I'd be happy to teach you about respecting a lady's wishes." "She ain't no lady," the sailor scoffed. "Look at her, out in a place like this, dressed like that. She's—" William's fist connected with the man's jaw before he could finish the insult. The impact sent a satisfying shock up his arm as the sailor staggered backward into his companion's table, upending tankards and sending men scrambling to their feet with outraged shouts. "Run," William ordered Charlotte, positioning himself between her and the gathering sailors. "Now!" But of course she didn't run, because she was Charlotte Edgewood and apparently determined to be the death of him. Instead, she snatched up her tankard of ale and hurled it with surprising accuracy at the nearest approaching sailor. The heavy mug caught him square in the forehead with a dull thud, sending the man crashing backward. "Behind you," she called. William ducked just as a bottle whistled through the air where his head had been. He spun, driving his elbow into his attacker's solar plexus. The man doubled over, gasping, but two more were already closing in. The first swung wildly. William deflected the blow and countered with a sharp jab to the man's ribs that left him wheezing. The second landed a glancing blow to William's shoulder before William drove a solid punch to his jaw. But they kept coming. 5, 6, now 7 men, circling like wolves. "I told you to run," he growled at Charlotte, who had somehow ended up back to back with him as they faced the encircling sailors. "And leave you to have all the fun?" she retorted, her voice steady despite the dangerous situation. "I think not." A burly sailor lunged at William, tackling him around the waist. They crashed into a table, splintering wood and sending tankards flying. William's head connected with the floor, stars exploding behind his eyes. He rolled, narrowly avoiding a boot aimed at his ribs, and surged back to his feet. Blood trickled into his eye from a cut above his brow. He swiped it away, scanning the chaos for Charlotte. She had retreated to the corner, a broken chair leg held like a cricket bat as she faced off against a leering sailor. The man advanced, arms spread wide as if to grab her. Charlotte swung, catching him in the shoulder. He howled, but didn't fall. William started toward her, only to be intercepted by the original sailor, now sporting a rapidly swelling jaw. "Not finished with you, Yank," he slurred, throwing a wild punch that William easily sidestepped. "I disagree," William replied, driving his fist into the man's gut. As the sailor doubled over, William grabbed him by the collar and shoved him into 2 more approaching attackers. All 3 went down in a tangle of limbs and curses. William used the momentary advantage to reach Charlotte, who had just brought her makeshift weapon down on her attacker's head with a sickening crack. The man crumpled at her feet. "Remind me never to challenge you to cricket," William muttered, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward a clearer path to the door. "William!" Charlotte cried, her eyes widening at something over his shoulder. He turned just in time to see the scar-faced sailor, Bailey, charging toward them, a jagged bottleneck clutched in his fist. William shoved Charlotte aside and raised his arm to block the blow. The broken glass sliced through his sleeve, drawing a thin line of fire across his forearm. William hissed in pain but managed to grab Bailey's wrist, twisting until the man dropped his weapon. Bailey countered with a headbutt that caught William's already bloody brow. Pain exploded through his skull, but he held on, driving his knee up into Bailey's groin. The big man's breath left him in a pained whoosh. William followed with an uppercut that rocked Bailey's head back, but the sailor was made of sterner stuff. He shook off the blow and lunged again, hands reaching for William's throat. His fingers had just closed around William's windpipe when a heavy tankard connected with the back of Bailey's head. The pressure on William's throat eased as Bailey's eyes rolled back, his massive form crumpling to reveal Charlotte standing behind him, the tankard still clutched in her white-knuckled grip. "That," she said with surprising calm, "was for grabbing Mr. Sears." William barely had time to marvel at her before another sailor charged. He whirled, ready to intercept, when a new voice cut through the chaos. "That's enough." The bellow came from a mountain of a man who emerged from the back room, a cudgel in one meaty fist. The tavern keeper. "Take it outside, or I'll have the watch on the lot of you." The sailors hesitated, glancing between William and the enraged proprietor. "That's William Sears," someone called from the crowd. A murmur ran through the tavern. Even in a rough establishment like the Wharf Rat, his family's name carried weight. Sears? The tavern keeper lowered his cudgel slightly, eyeing William with new wariness. The one what pays his dock fees on time and don't ask questions when cargo goes missing. William nodded tersely, not correcting the mistaken impression that he turned a blind eye to theft. Better to be thought corrupt than to reveal he monitored every crate with obsessive precision. "These men insulted my companion," he said, keeping his tone level. The tavern keeper cast a dismissive glance at Charlotte, clearly assuming she was exactly what her disguise suggested. "Take your woman and go, Mr. Sears. And you lot," he turned to the grumbling sailors. "Find somewhere else to drink tonight." William didn't wait for further discussion. He grabbed Charlotte's hand and pulled her toward the door, keeping himself between her and any potential threats. The tavern patrons parted before them, their expressions a mix of disappointment that the entertainment had ended and speculation about what would happen next. The cool night air hit them like a blessing as they emerged onto the street. William kept moving, his hand tight around Charlotte's, pulling her through narrow alleys and winding passages until the sounds of the dockside faded behind them. Only when they reached a deserted courtyard, lit dimly by a single gas lamp, did he finally stop. His breath came in ragged pants, the cut on his arm throbbing in time with his racing pulse. Charlotte looked up at him, her face pale in the lamplight, a bruise beginning to form along her jaw, where someone must have struck her during the chaos. The sight of that darkening mark on her skin sent a fresh wave of fury through William. "You're hurt," he demanded, his voice rough with anger and concern. He caught her chin gently between his thumb and forefinger, tilting her face toward the light. "Christ," he breathed, his voice barely audible. The bruise was darkening rapidly, a violent purple stain spreading across her delicate skin. Charlotte tried to turn away, but William held her steady, his touch feather-light despite the trembling rage building in his chest. "It's nothing," she said dismissively. "Someone's elbow during the commotion. I barely felt it." "It's not nothing. I'm fine," she said, lifting her chin with that indomitable pride that made him want to shake her and kiss her in equal measure. "Are you? Your arm." "It's a scratch," he dismissed. "What the hell were you thinking?" Charlotte bristled visibly. "I was gathering information, same as you." "The same." William broke off with a strangled laugh that held no humor. "That is not the same. I can defend myself. I know those docks, those men. I know how to blend in. You." He gestured sharply at her attire. "You walked into a sailor's tavern looking like a what, Mr. Sears?" Charlotte challenged, heat flooding her cheeks. "Like bait," he bit out. "Like a woman asking for the exact kind of trouble you found." "I had the situation under control." Under control? William's temper, already frayed by fear and adrenaline, snapped completely. "That man was about to drag you upstairs when I intervened. And instead of running when I told you to, you joined the fight. You could have been killed. And now, look at your face. How will you explain it to your family?" Charlotte ignored his question and put her hands on her hips. "I saved you from being strangled," she countered, her own anger rising to match his. "Or did you miss the part where I knocked out a man twice my size to protect you?" "I didn't ask for your protection, and I didn't ask for yours." They glared at each other, both breathing hard, the air between them charged with fury and something else, something dangerous and electric that William refused to name. "We're done," he said finally, his voice flat and cold. "No more partnership, no more investigation together. It's too damn dangerous, and you can't be trusted." Charlotte's eyes widened, genuine hurt flashing across her features before she masked it with a lift of her eyebrow. "Is that so?" "Yes," William said firmly. "I'll handle Hargrove and his schemes. You'll stay safely out of it. And what about Amelia, my father's business? Do you expect me to simply abandon them to Hargrove's machinations?" "I will take care of it," William insisted. "All of it." Charlotte studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable in the shifting shadows. Then, to his astonishment, she smiled, a small, dangerous curve of her lips that sent warning bells clanging through his brain. "Very well, Mr. Sears," she said sweetly. "Then I suppose you don't need to know what I learned tonight. About the shipment. about exactly when and where they plan to intercept it. William stiffened. What did you hear? Information that would be quite valuable to someone investigating Hargrove's schemes, Charlotte replied, examining her nails with deliberate nonchalance. But since we're no longer partners, and since you've made it clear my involvement is unwelcome. Charlotte, her name emerged as a growl between clenched teeth. She looked up at him through her lashes. Yes, Mr. Sears? Tell me what you learned. I think not. She smoothed down her skirts, grimacing slightly at a tear along the seam. Perhaps tomorrow, if you've reconsidered your position on our partnership. William's restraint snapped like a bowstring pulled too tight. He stepped forward, towering over her, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. Don't play games with me, Charlotte. Not after what just happened. Men died over less in that tavern. Do you understand that? They were ready to drag you upstairs, and... He broke off, unable to voice the thoughts that had been tormenting him since he first spotted her in that dress. I was never in any real danger, Charlotte insisted, though the slight tremor in her hands betrayed her. I had everything under control. Under control? William's laugh was harsh, disbelieving. You call having a sailor grab you, being cornered by a pack of drunken dock workers, and getting struck in the face under control. I call getting the exact information we needed successful, Charlotte countered, lifting her chin despite the bruise darkening there, which is more than I can say for your lurking in the shadows, accomplishing nothing. William counted slowly to 10 in his head, then to 20 when that proved insufficient to calm his temper. This isn't a game. No, Charlotte agreed, suddenly serious. It isn't. It's my sister's future and my father's business at stake, and I will not be sidelined because you've decided I'm too reckless or too fragile to be involved. I never said you were fragile, William corrected, his voice hardening. Reckless, stubborn, and infuriatingly short-sighted, yes, but not fragile. Charlotte's eyes flashed. Short-sighted? I'm the one who discovered Hargrove's connection to my father's shipping business. I'm the one who obtained critical information tonight while you were, what? Drinking ale and scowling from the corner? I was making sure you weren't killed. William's composure fractured entirely, and the fear he'd been suppressing all evening erupting in a torrent of raw emotion. Do you have any idea what I thought when I saw you walk into that tavern dressed like that? What I imagined might happen? He stopped abruptly, dragging a hand over his face. What? Charlotte pressed, her voice softer now, curious despite her anger. William turned away, unable to look at her, at the bruise marring her skin because he hadn't been fast enough, hadn't protected her properly. What I couldn't bear to have happen, he finished quietly. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken implications. Charlotte moved to stand beside him, not touching, but close enough that he could smell the lingering scent of tavern smoke in her hair. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Sears, but I made a choice. I knew the risks. Did you? William turned to face her. Did you really understand what men like that are capable of? What they do to women they see as... He gestured helplessly at her disguise. I'm not naive, Charlotte said, her voice taking on a defensive edge. I've read. Read. William scoffed. Books won't prepare you for the reality of a blade against your throat, or worse. He reached out, his fingers ghosting over the bruise on her jaw. This could have been so much worse, Charlotte, and for what? Information you're now refusing to share. I'm not refusing to share it, Charlotte corrected. I'm refusing to be dismissed from my own investigation. There's a difference. They stared at each other, locked in silent battle of wills. Tell me, William tried again, softening his tone. Please, if Hargrove is planning something for the day after tomorrow, we don't have time for this standoff. Charlotte hesitated, and for a moment William thought she might relent. Then her expression hardened once more. No, not until you agree that we remain partners, equal partners. Damn it, Charlotte, William exploded, pacing the small courtyard like a caged tiger. This isn't about your pride or my control. It's about your safety. And my sister's future, Charlotte shot back. My father's business, my family's reputation, all of which I am perfectly capable of defending, as I've proven repeatedly. William stopped pacing, studying her with narrowed eyes. You really won't tell me, will you? Not until I agree to your terms. I really won't. even knowing that lives could depend on this information, that Hargrove's men might be armed dangerous. Charlotte's resolve visibly wavered. "Tell me this at least," William said, seizing the momentary weakness. "Do your father's ships carry anything beyond the usual cargo? Anything valuable enough to die for?" Charlotte frowned, her mind working rapidly. The usual India imports, tea, silk, spices. She trailed off, suddenly connecting fragments of overheard conversation from the tavern. Bailey mentioned the silk shipment specifically. He said it was worth triple once they got it past the customs house. "I hear that as well." William watched her face carefully, noting the moment understanding dawned in her eyes. "The taxes," Charlotte breathed, more to herself than to William. "Indian silk carries enormous import duties. If they're smuggling it in without paying duties..." Her eyes widened with a new, horrifying thought. "You don't think my father knows about this, do you?" William shook his head, though something in his expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. "It's more likely they're using your father's legitimate shipments as cover. Small quantities of high-grade silk mixed with the regular cargo, or perhaps replacing part of the documented shipment with higher-quality goods than declared." "But why risk so much for silks and spices?" Charlotte asked, again more to herself than to him. "The penalties for customs fraud are severe, but men don't typically risk their lives for..." She stopped abruptly, another piece falling into place. "Unless the quantity is substantial. Unless they're doing this systematically, on a scale that makes the risk worthwhile." William nodded grimly. "And to operate at that scale, they would need reliable access to shipping routes, warehouses, documentation. Which explains Hargrove's interest in both our families," Charlotte concluded. "He's using your warehouse to store the smuggled goods, isn't he? And now he wants access to my father's ships." "I believe so," William said. "Reed, my foreman, must be working for him. They're likely diverting small portions of legitimate cargo to avoid detection in the account books." Charlotte's brow furrowed as she processed this information. "So, they're stealing from both our families, taking advantage of your business and my father's. And Hargrove's solution is to what? Marry into my family to secure permanent access to the shipping routes. Marriage would give him unquestioned access to everything: manifests, schedules, warehouse access, the ability to place trusted men in key positions." William's expression darkened, and no one questions a husband taking an interest in his father-in-law's business affairs. Charlotte felt sick at the implication. He's using Amelia as a business transaction, a means to expand his smuggling operation. "Yes," William said simply. "And based on what Bailey said tonight, they're planning to intercept a significant shipment in 2 days' time, something larger or more valuable than their usual operation." Charlotte recalled more fragments from the tavern. "Bailey mentioned the big one and worth the risk. He said something about needing extra men this time, which is why we need to know exactly when and where they plan to make their move," William pressed. "The details you're refusing to share." Charlotte hesitated, weighing how much to reveal. "I heard them mention a time and a location, yes, but not the full plan." William leaned forward slightly, intensity radiating from him. "Charlotte, please. This isn't just about protecting our businesses anymore. If Hargrove is escalating his operation, people could be hurt, including your father's legitimate crew." Charlotte studied him for a long moment, torn between her stubborn desire to maintain leverage and the undeniable logic of his argument. Finally, she sighed. "The Catherine's Pride," she said. "My father's fastest clipper. It's due to arrive at midnight 2 days from now. They plan to intercept it between Gravesend and London before it reaches the customs house." Relief flickered across William's features, quickly replaced by determination. "Thank you." "That's not everything," Charlotte warned. "I still have more information. Details about their methods, the men involved, how they plan to evade the customs officers." She straightened her shoulders, wincing slightly at what must be bruised ribs. "Information I'll share tomorrow, when we discuss our partnership." William's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. 10 o'clock, he said finally, the words like stones dragged from his throat. "My office. We'll discuss terms then." "Terms?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "For our continued partnership," William clarified reluctantly. "But understand this, Charlotte, I won't agree to anything that puts you in harm's way again. No more taverns, no more disguises, no more situations where you end up with, he gestured to her bruised face, that. Charlotte opened her mouth as if to argue, then seemed to reconsider. I'll hear your conditions. That doesn't mean I'll accept them. Of course not, William muttered. That would be too simple. The faintest smile touched Charlotte's lips, transforming her face despite the bruise and dishevelment. Simple is boring, Mr. Sears. Despite everything, his anger, his fear, his growing suspicion that Charlotte Edgewood would be the death of him, William felt an answering smile tug at his mouth. Simple isn't the word I'd use for you, Miss Edgewood. Good, Charlotte said, a hint of her usual spirit returning. Now about this bruise. You cannot possibly return home with your face marked like that. Questions will be asked, suspicions raised. The infuriating woman waved her hands in the air. Don't worry yourself, Mr. Sears. I shall think of something. Her fingers traced the tender skin thoughtfully. A bit of powder, perhaps, and a story about walking into my bedchamber door in the dark. Mother will fuss, but she'll believe it. William wasn't convinced, but arguing further seemed pointless. And tomorrow, when it's darker still? My maid is quite skilled at preparing. My toilette, Charlotte said, with breezy confidence that did not nothing to ease his concern. A bit of rice powder will conceal the worst of it. I shall manage. Charlotte Edgewood managing was precisely what William was afraid of. Chapter 7. That is the most ridiculous excuse for a lie, Charlotte Edgewood, that I've ever heard. Amelia stood next to Charlotte's dressing table, her lips pressed into a thin line. No one gets a bruise like that on the side of their face from opening the window, even if to climb through it. Charlotte winced as she dabbed more rice powder onto the purpling mark along her jaw. It sounds perfectly plausible to me. Perhaps to someone who hasn't spent their entire life watching you fabricate excuses, Amelia countered, folding her arms across her chest. What really happened? And don't tell me this was part of your investigation into Lord Hargrove. I know you've been suspicious of him, but this, she gestured to Charlotte's face, suggests things have escalated rather dramatically. Charlotte hesitated, the powder puff suspended in midair. The full truth about the tavern, the brawl, William's intervention was still too shocking to share even with Amelia. And yet, her sister deserved more than vague excuses, especially after helping maintain their charade at dinner. I discovered evidence that Hargrove is using his courtship of you to gain access to Father's shipping business, she admitted. Not just for business advantages, but for smuggling operations. Amelia didn't look surprised, merely grimly vindicated. I knew there was something wrong about him, the way he looks at me like I'm a ledger entry rather than a person. She shuddered slightly. But how does this explain your face? I was gathering information in a place where ladies aren't welcome, Charlotte said carefully. There was a disturbance. Mr. Sears was there as well, investigating the same matter. Amelia's eyes widened with sudden understanding. The two of you were caught in some sort of brawl? Charlotte nodded reluctantly. Mr. Sears was actually quite protective. A small smile touched Amelia's lips despite the seriousness of the situation. Perhaps not entirely a ruse then? Amelia, focus please. I need to meet with him at 1 o'clock this afternoon to share what I've learned. We're running out of time. Hargrove plans to intercept one of Father's shipments tomorrow night. 1 o'clock? Amelia glanced at the clock on Charlotte's mantel. That gives us several hours at least. More than enough time to make this bruise disappear and arrange a plausible reason for your absence. Charlotte felt a rush of gratitude for her sister's practical response. I was thinking Lady Pembrey's charitable committee might provide the perfect excuse. She's been trying to recruit me for weeks. If I suddenly express interest, it provides both an acceptable destination and connection to Mr. Sears, Amelia finished, nodding. But what about a chaperone? Even for a charitable committee, you can't simply walk to William's office afterward. Charlotte bit her lip. I was considering asking Lady Pembrey herself. She doesn't know the courtship is a ruse, so she might be eager to facilitate a meeting between her brother and me. In fact, oh dear, she might not know about the courtship at all. I hope she will be pleased. That's rather devious, using the poor woman's romantic hopes for her brother, Amelia observed. Though I suppose the ends justify the means in this case. I don't like deceiving Lucy, Charlotte admitted. She's been nothing but kind since we arrived in London, but I see no alternative. Amelia took the powder puff from Charlotte's fingers and began applying it with more skill than Charlotte had managed. Well, we'd better make this bruise invisible, then write to Lady Pembrey immediately. I'll tell Mother I've convinced you to accompany me to the circulating library this afternoon, and that we'll likely take tea afterward. Charlotte smiled gratefully at her sister. Thank you, Amelia. I don't deserve such loyalty. Don't be silly, Amelia replied, her focus intent on Charlotte's jaw. You're risking everything to protect me from a loveless marriage to a criminal. The least I can do is help you look presentable while you do it. She paused, brush in hand. But Charlotte, please be careful. If Hargrove is truly as dangerous as you suggest. I will, Charlotte promised. This afternoon is merely about planning. The actual confrontation will be handled by Mr. Sears and, I imagine, the proper authorities. Amelia didn't look entirely convinced, but returned to her ministrations with the face powder. Hold still now. We have a bruise to erase and a viscount to ruin. The irony isn't lost on me, Charlotte murmured as their carriage rolled toward Grosvenor Square. I can break into warehouses and taverns under cover of darkness without anyone questioning my absence, yet I need an elaborate charade involving charitable committees just to speak with a gentleman in broad daylight. Amelia smiled faintly, adjusting her bonnet. Society has peculiar priorities. Though I maintain warehouses and taverns are significantly more dangerous than Mr. Sears's counting house. Are they? Charlotte asked wryly. I'm not entirely convinced. The Pembrey townhouse loomed ahead, an elegant Portland stone facade with gleaming windows and an imposing portico. As they drew closer, Charlotte's stomach tightened with nerves. Lying to Lucy Pembrey, kind, genuine Lucy, felt distinctly worse than deceiving Hargrove or evading her mother's questions. You're certain you can manage Hargrove this afternoon? Charlotte asked as the carriage slowed. Amelia's expression hardened with surprising determination. I can play the besotted fiancé for one more day, knowing it hastens his downfall. Just promise me you'll be careful with whatever you and Mr. Sears are planning. Always, Charlotte promised, squeezing her sister's hand as the carriage stopped. A footman in Pembrey livery opened the door and helped them descend. Within moments, they were ushered into the elegant entrance hall, where the butler received them with practiced solemnity. Miss Edgewood and Miss Amelia Edgewood for Lady Pembrey, he intoned. Her ladyship is in the morning room with the committee. Charlotte swallowed nervously. She had hoped to speak with Lucy privately first. Actually, she said quickly, might I have a brief word with Lady Pembrey before joining the others? I have a personal matter to discuss. The butler raised a single eyebrow, the most expression his training permitted, but nodded. I shall inquire if her ladyship is available. As they waited, Amelia gave Charlotte's hand a supportive squeeze. Remember, you're not actually lying. You do wish to see Mr. Sears. Just not for the romantic reasons Lucy will assume, Charlotte whispered back. Miss Edgewood, Lucy's voice rang out as she swept into the hall, her golden hair arranged in fashionable curls, her morning dress a vision of spring green silk. What a delightful surprise! And Miss Amelia, too. I'm so pleased you've come for the committee meeting. Charlotte curtsied, genuine affection warming her, despite her deception. Lady Pembrey, thank you for receiving us, especially on such short notice. Lucy, please, the Countess insisted warmly. Lady Jersey mentioned at her musicale yesterday that your mother has been boasting of William's visits to your home. The ton is positively buzzing with it, and I've been desperate to speak with my brother, but he's entirely absorbed in business matters. Charlotte's cheeks heated. Actually, that's what I hope to discuss with you. Privately, if I might? Lucy's eyes brightened with interest. Of course, Amelia, perhaps you'd like to join the other ladies in the morning room? Mrs. Fitzwilliam is describing her work with the Foundling Hospital. I think you'd find it fascinating. Gladly, Amelia said, offering Charlotte a meaningful glance before following a footman toward the sound of feminine conversation. Lucy led Charlotte to a small sitting room off the main hall, closing the door with barely contained excitement. Now, she said, practically bubbling with enthusiasm, tell me everything. William has been so secretive about his interest in you, though I suspected something after the dinner party. The way he looked at you, well, I've never seen him so affected by anyone. Charlotte's carefully prepared speech faltered in the face of Lucy's genuine happiness. He looks at me? Lucy laughed, a warm musical sound. As if you're a puzzle he can't quite solve but desperately wants to. It's quite unlike him. William usually maintains such careful control. She gestured to a delicate settee. But don't keep me in suspense. What did you wish to discuss? Charlotte sat, gathering her courage. It's about William. He's asked my father's permission to court me formally. Wonderful news. Lucy clasped her hands together. Though I must say I'm surprised he's moving so quickly. William is usually so methodical about everything. Yes, well, Charlotte continued, the lie sitting uncomfortably on her tongue. That's partly why I'm here. You see, with the formalities observed, we've had precious little opportunity to actually talk, to know one another beyond the constraints of drawing-room conversation. Lucy's expression softened with understanding. The eternal challenge of proper courtship, all those rules and chaperones, while your heart yearns for genuine connection. Precisely, Charlotte said, relieved at how easily Lucy grasped her meaning. And this morning I find myself rather eager, desperate, actually, to speak with him, about matters that are difficult to discuss with my mother hovering nearby. Matters of the heart? Lucy suggested, eyes twinkling. In a manner of speaking, Charlotte hedged, but Amelia has a prior engagement with Lord Hargrove this afternoon, and I— Say no more, Lucy interrupted, reaching for Charlotte's hands. I would be delighted to accompany you to William's office. In fact, I've been meaning to speak with him myself about the hospital charity ball. This provides the perfect opportunity for both of us. Relief washed through Charlotte. You wouldn't mind? I know it's terribly improper to call on a gentleman at his place of business, but— Nonsense, Lucy declared. He's my brother, after all, and I'm a married countess, the very definition of a proper chaperone. Besides, she added with a conspiratorial smile, I've always found some rules deserve a bit of creative interpretation. Charlotte laughed despite her nerves. You remind me of Eleanor in that regard. High praise indeed, Lucy said, rising gracefully. The Viscountess Blackwood and I share a similar philosophy on society's more tedious constraints. Now, shall we make our excuses to the committee and be on our way? William's office isn't far. My carriage can take us there in under 15 minutes. As they walked toward the morning room, Lucy added softly, I'm truly happy about this, Charlotte. William deserves someone with spirit and intelligence, someone who sees beyond his fortune to the man beneath. Guilt twisted in Charlotte's stomach. You're very kind. Not kind, hopeful, Lucy corrected. I've been concerned about William these past years, so focused on business, so reluctant to engage with society beyond what's necessary. The mere fact that he's shown interest in someone as intelligent and forthright as you gives me hope. Charlotte swallowed hard, avoiding Lucy's warm gaze. The deception suddenly felt far crueler than she had anticipated. But it was too late to retreat now. In less than an hour, she would be face to face with William again. And this time, they would have Lucy as an unwitting audience to their charade. Heaven help them both on audience to their charade. Heaven help them both. William Sears was reviewing shipping manifests when his clerk knocked hesitantly at the door. Mr. Sears, the Countess of Pembrey is here, with Miss Edgewood. William's head snapped up, his pen spattering ink across the document. My sister and Miss Edgewood? Yes, sir. They're waiting in the outer office. William rose from his desk, mind racing. Charlotte, he had expected, hoped for, even, despite their argument the previous night. But Lucy? That was an unforeseen complication. Show them in, he said, quickly wiping the ink from his fingers. The door opened to reveal Lucy, radiant in spring green, and Charlotte, looking remarkably composed given the circumstances. Her face showed no evidence of last night's bruising, a testament to either skilled application of powder or his sister's poor eyesight. William! Lucy's delighted smile vanished the instant she saw his face. Good heavens! What happened to you? She rushed forward, her hands fluttering anxiously near the angry cut above his eyebrow and the dark bruising that extended along his temple. You're injured. Have you seen a physician? That looks dreadful. William caught her wrist gently, lowering her hands. It's nothing, Lucy. A minor disagreement at the docks. Minor? Lucy's voice rose with indignation. Your face is positively black and blue. And is that? Her gaze dropped to his right arm, where he'd unconsciously been favoring the knife wound. William Sears, are you hiding additional injuries? Charlotte, who had remained near the door, stepped forward with convincingly belated shock. Mr. Sears, I hadn't realized, in the dim light of the entrance hall. She stopped, her dark blue eyes widening with what appeared to be genuine concern beneath her performance. Should you even be working in such a condition? William shot her a warning glance. As I said, it's nothing worth discussing. A scuffle with some sailors who'd had too much to drink. You've been brawling? Lucy demanded, her hands now propped on her hips. At your age? With your position? Not brawling, William corrected firmly. Defending myself. Lucy made a skeptical sound, her fingers reaching again to probe the edge of the cut. William winced despite himself. It needs attention, she declared. Charlotte, don't you agree? Charlotte's lips twitched, clearly enjoying his discomfort. It does look rather painful. Perhaps a cold compress would reduce the swelling? I've managed perfectly well without fussing, William insisted. Now, perhaps we might address why you've both appeared at my office without warning. Lucy's concern gave way to sudden embarrassment. Oh, yes, well, that is. She glanced at Charlotte with newfound understanding. I've been terribly rude, haven't I? Barging in about your face when you and Charlotte clearly had a private matter to discuss. William raised an eyebrow at Charlotte, who maintained an expression of demure interest that he knew to be entirely false. How thoughtful of you, Lucy, he said, unable to keep a hint of dryness from his tone. Though I was under the impression Miss Edgewood and I had an appointment at 1 o'clock. Charlotte's eyes widened fractionally, the only sign that his deviation from their plan had caught her off guard. Did we? She asked, recovering smoothly. I must have misremembered the time. How fortunate that we arrived early rather than late. Lucy clasped her hands together, practically beaming. Well, since you already had plans to meet, my presence seems even more providential. I'll just make myself comfortable in the outer office with a book while you two discuss whatever pressing matters couldn't wait. William opened his mouth to protest, but Lucy was already backing toward the door. No more than half an hour, she added with a wink that made William want to sink through the floor. I am still a proper chaperone, after all. The door closed behind her with a decisive click, leaving William and Charlotte in an awkward silence. Your sister, Charlotte said finally, is remarkably accommodating. And entirely misled about the nature of our relationship, William countered, gesturing for her to take a seat opposite his desk. A deception you appear to have encouraged. Charlotte sat, arranging her skirts with deliberate care. It was the only way to secure a proper chaperone at such short notice, and technically I told her no untruths. You have asked permission to court me, regardless of your motivation for doing so. William seated himself behind the desk, more distance between them than he truly wanted, but safer given his confusing impulses where Charlotte Edgewood was concerned. I see the bruise has vanished, he observed, studying her face. In the clear daylight streaming through his office windows, he could detect the faintest discoloration beneath what must be a careful application of powder. Your maid has considerable skill. My sister, actually, Charlotte corrected. Amelia proved surprisingly adept at creative concealment. William's eyebrows rose. Amelia knows about our adventure? Not in its entirety, Charlotte said, but enough to help without asking too many questions. William leaned back in his chair, considering this new development. And does she also know about Hargrove's smuggling operation? Yes. She was hardly surprised to learn his intentions were less than honorable. Charlotte's expression hardened. She's agreed to maintain the charade with him until we have proof of his crimes. That's dangerous, William said sharply. If Hargrove's suspects were onto him, Amelia is more capable than you might imagine, Charlotte interrupted. And she's motivated by more than familial loyalty. She actively dislikes the man her father wishes her to marry. Being part of his downfall appeals to her. William sighed. recognizing the same stubborn determination in Charlotte's voice that had led her to a dockside tavern in disguise. Apparently, tenacity ran in the Edgewood family. "Very well," he conceded. "Let's make the most of our half hour." William spread a map of the Thames between them, his finger tracing the river's winding path. The movement pulled at his injured arm, and he couldn't quite suppress a wince. "You should have that properly bandaged," Charlotte observed, her eyes lingering on the barely visible bloodstain on his sleeve. "Later," William dismissed. "The Catherine's Pride will reach Gravesend around midnight tomorrow. Normally, it would anchor there until morning, when the customs officers board for inspection before it continues to London." Charlotte leaned forward, studying the map. "And Bailey and his men will approach before the customs officials arrive." It wasn't a question, merely confirming what she'd already told him last night, though her memory of exactly what she'd revealed in the aftermath of the brawl was somewhat hazy. Precisely. They'll claim to be night inspectors, a real position, but one that rarely boards vessels after dark unless specifically requested. William's finger moved to a small inlet. "My men will be waiting here, in a customs cutter I've arranged through legitimate channels. When Bailey's boat approaches, we'll intercept." "We," Charlotte repeated, emphasizing the pronoun with deliberate precision. William looked up sharply, green eyes narrowing. "I, my men, not you." "That wasn't our agreement," Charlotte said, steel entering her voice. William's jaw tightened. "There was no agreement. You told me what you knew at the tavern, which I suspect was everything, not the additional information you claimed to have." Charlotte flushed, caught in her bluff. "I might have exaggerated the extent of my knowledge." "I thought as much," William said, not unkindly. "Your expression when I mentioned the pilot boat was rather revealing." Charlotte shifted uncomfortably. "How did you know about that?" "I made inquiries after we parted," William said. "The harbor master at Gravesend is an old acquaintance. He confirmed unusual activity scheduled tomorrow night, a pilot boat requesting permission to approach incoming vessels for inspection." Charlotte's lips pressed together in frustration, and something that might have been reluctant admiration. "I see you've been busy." "As have you," William acknowledged, his gaze drifting to her jaw, where he knew the bruise lurked beneath its cosmetic concealment. "But this only proves my point. This operation requires professional discretion, not amateur heroics." "Amateur?" Charlotte bristled. "Need I remind you that I identified Hargrove's scheme before you even suspected your warehouse was being used for smuggling?" William exhaled slowly, visibly reigning in his frustration. "Your intelligence is not in question, Charlotte. Your safety is my concern." The use of her Christian name sent an unwelcome flutter through her chest. "My safety is my concern, not yours. It became mine the moment I pulled you from that tavern brawl," William countered, leaning forward. "Or have you forgotten how close you came to serious harm?" Charlotte hadn't forgotten. She doubted she ever would. The memory of his body shielding hers, the raw strength in his arms as he lifted her away from danger, the surprising gentleness of his fingers examining her bruised face afterward. These images had intruded on her thoughts at the most inconvenient moments since their parting. And the kiss. That desperate, frantic press of his mouth against hers behind the crates. She remembered the taste of him, salt and heat and something indefinably male that had awakened sensations she hadn't known her body could feel. "Charlotte?" William's voice, softer now, drew her from her dangerous memories. She realized she'd been silent too long, staring at his mouth without meaning to. Heat bloomed in her cheeks as she jerked her gaze back to the map. "I haven't forgotten anything about last night," she said, her voice huskier than intended. William went very still, as if her words had touched something raw within him. His hand moved across the desk, almost of its own accord, fingers extending toward hers where they rested on the edge of the map. The air between them seemed to thicken, charged with something dangerous and electric. Charlotte found herself holding her breath as William's fingers drew closer to hers. Would he touch her? Did she want him to? "Yes," a treacherous voice whispered within her. "Yes, you do." The absurdity of the thought startled her. They were partners in an investigation, nothing more. This strange awareness between them was merely the natural result of shared danger, of seeing each other beyond society's careful masks. And yet, when his fingers finally brushed against hers, the lightest, most tentative contact, Charlotte felt it like a lightning strike through her entire body. For a moment, neither of them moved, both staring at their barely touching hands as if equally surprised by the contact and its effect. William's fingers were warm against hers, calloused in places a gentleman's hands shouldn't be, evidence of his hands-on approach to his shipping business. His thumb moved, almost imperceptibly, tracing a feather-light arc across her knuckles. "Charlotte," he said, her name coming out rough, almost like a prayer. She looked up, finding his face much closer than she'd expected. When had he leaned forward? Or had she? His green eyes, flecked with gold in the afternoon light, held hers with an intensity that made rational thought surprisingly difficult. His gaze dropped to her lips, and Charlotte's breath caught. Was he going to kiss her? Here in his office, with his sister just outside the door? The thought should have scandalized her. Instead, she found herself leaning infinitesimally closer, drawn by some force beyond her understanding or control. "William, I." A sharp knock interrupted whatever dangerous admission had been about to escape her lips. "William? Charlotte?" Lucy's voice called through the door. "Your half hour is nearly up. Is everything proceeding well?" William withdrew his hand with obvious reluctance, the loss of contact leaving Charlotte's skin oddly cold despite the warm spring day. "Everything is fine, Lucy," William called, his voice remarkably steady considering the charged moment she was certain they'd just shared. "We're just concluding our discussion." Charlotte cleared her throat, struggling to regain her composure. What had just happened? What had she almost allowed to happen? "I should mention," she said quickly, desperate to return to safer ground, "Lady Jersey's spring ball is tomorrow night." William blinked at the apparent non sequitur. "What? Lady Jersey's ball?" Charlotte repeated. "Surely you haven't forgotten? The entire ton will be there. Lady Jersey mentioned to your sister her excitement about it just this morning." Understanding dawned in William's eyes, followed swiftly by dismay. "Blast it," he muttered. "I completely forgot about the bloody ball. You're expected to attend," Charlotte continued, "as am I. As my suitor, your absence would be remarked upon, extensively." William ran a hand through his hair, disheveling it further. "Damn and blast it all to hell." "Such language, Mr. Sears," Charlotte teased, but her expression remained serious, particularly for a gentleman who insists he requires no assistance. William narrowed his eyes, suspicion dawning. "What are you suggesting?" "Merely that you'll need someone to create a diversion, a reason for your early departure that won't raise eyebrows or connect you to whatever happens at Gravesend." Charlotte allowed herself a small, triumphant smile. "You see, you need me if you're to slip away unnoticed." "I could simply claim illness," William argued, but she could see uncertainty creeping into his expression. "At a ball hosted by one of Almac's patronesses? How convenient that would seem, especially when Lady Jersey has been hinting about introducing you to her niece." Charlotte shook her head. "No, a gentleman doesn't simply disappear from such an event without causing talk. But if I were to create a situation that required your gracious intervention..." William's eyebrows rose. "What sort of situation did you have in mind?" "Nothing too scandalous," Charlotte assured him. "Perhaps I might appear overcome by the heat. You could gallantly offer to escort me home, with Lucy as chaperone." "And then what? You expect me to abandon you at your doorstep and race to Blackfriars?" "Not at all," Charlotte said calmly. "I expect you to escort me inside, bid Lucy good night, and then accompany me through the garden gate that leads to the mews, where, coincidentally, my father's carriage will be waiting, the one with the excellent matched grays that can reach Blackfriars in under 20 minutes. William stared at her, caught between admiration and exasperation. "You've thought this through rather thoroughly for someone who only just learned of my plans." Charlotte shrugged delicately. "I excel at improvisation." A reluctant smile tugged at William's mouth. "So it seems." He glanced back at the map, his finger tapping thoughtfully against the paper. Charlotte could practically see the calculations running behind his eyes, weighing risks, considering advantages, searching for flaws in her proposal. "Even if, and I emphasize if, I agreed to your assistance in departing the ball," he said finally, "you would still remain safely at home while I continued to Blackfriars." Of course, Charlotte agreed too readily. William's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Charlotte. Yes, William? She asked, all wide-eyed innocence. Promise me you will not attempt to join the interception operation. Charlotte reached for her reticule, busying herself with its clasp to avoid his penetrating gaze. I should be getting back. Lucy will be wondering what's taking so long. William's hand shot out, catching hers before she could rise. The contact sent a jolt of awareness up her arm, and Charlotte found herself momentarily frozen by the unexpected touch. Promise me, William repeated, his voice dropping lower, rougher. Charlotte looked up, finding his face much closer than she'd expected. His eyes searched hers, and for a moment she found herself unable to look away, captivated by the depth of concern and something else, something she wasn't ready to name, in his gaze. His eyes dropped to her lips again, and Charlotte felt her heart stutter in her chest. The memory of their kiss in the warehouse flashed vivid and hot through her mind. The desperate press of his mouth, the way his arms had enveloped her, the taste of him, the heat. William. The door opened without warning, and Lucy appeared, her expression a mixture of curiosity and barely suppressed delight. Her eyes widened as she took in their clasped hands and William's heated expression. Oh, she exclaimed, flustered. I do beg your pardon. I thought, the half hour. She trailed off, a blush rising in her cheeks. I can return in a moment if you. No need, William said, releasing Charlotte's hand and straightening. We were just finishing. His voice was remarkably steady, considering the charged moment they'd been sharing seconds before. Lucy's gaze moved between them, noting William's disheveled hair and Charlotte's flushed face, before settling with visible concern once more on the cut above her brother's eye. Are you certain you shouldn't see a physician about that? She asked, frowning. It looks dreadful, especially if you're to escort Charlotte to Lady Jersey's tomorrow. William winced. Lady Jersey's, he repeated. Of course. I wouldn't dream of missing it. Lucy beamed. Wonderful. Everyone is simply dying to see you two together. Lady Jersey told Lady Rutherford that she's never seen a more handsome couple. Charlotte felt heat creep up her neck. How? Flattering. We should be going, Lucy continued, oblivious to their discomfort. Charlotte must return home before her absence raises questions. Of course, William agreed, offering Charlotte his arm with careful formality. Allow me to escort you to the carriage. As Lucy led the way through the outer office, Charlotte leaned close enough that her lips nearly brushed William's ear. You see, you do need me. William's arm tensed beneath her fingers, but he kept his expression neutral. We'll discuss this tomorrow, 9 o'clock. The conservatory at Jersey's. I look forward to it, Charlotte murmured, unable to keep a hint of triumph from her voice. As they descended to the street, William maintained perfect, proper distance. Only when she was seated in the carriage did he lean in slightly, ostensibly adjusting her wrap. This doesn't mean I agree to your involvement beyond the ball, he warned, his voice low enough that Lucy couldn't hear. And I still expect that promise. Charlotte smiled serenely. Until tomorrow night, Mr. Sears, I shall count the hours. The teasing lilt in her voice was calculated to frustrate him, and from the glint in his eyes, she'd succeeded admirably. As the carriage pulled away, Charlotte caught a glimpse of William still standing on the pavement, watching them depart, with an expression that suggested he was already regretting whatever concession he'd just made. Good, she thought. Let him stew. Because Charlotte Edgewood had no intention of promising anything that would prevent her from being exactly where she needed to be when Bailey and his men made their move. After all, partnership meant equal risk as well as equal reward, whether William Sears liked it or not. Chapter 8. Tilt your head toward the light, Amelia instructed, brush poised above a small porcelain pot of powder. No, not that way. Yes. Perfect. Hold still. Charlotte suppressed a sigh and obeyed, remaining motionless as her sister applied another delicate layer of powder to the fading bruise along her jaw. The afternoon sun slanted through the bedchamber windows, casting Amelia's work in unforgiving clarity. Are you certain this will conceal it? Charlotte asked, studying her reflection in the vanity mirror. In daylight, perhaps, but Lady Jersey's ballroom will be all candlelight and shadows. If anyone looks too closely, no one will notice. Amelia promised, her attention fixed on her task. Not unless they're searching for signs of a tavern brawl beneath your powders. Charlotte winced. You make it sound so tawdry. Breaking into dockyards, brawling with sailors, investigating smugglers, Amelia counted off, the hint of a smile playing at her lips. While I sit obediently beside Lord Hargrove, pretending I don't notice the coldness behind his smile. Her voice took on an edge that made Charlotte turn, disrupting Amelia's careful work. Hold still, Amelia scolded. You're upset. I'm not upset. Amelia, her sister sighed, setting down the brush. I'm not upset with you. I'm upset with my seemingly infinite capacity to attract the worst sort of men. First Lord Carrington with his gambling debts and desperate need for my dowry. Now Lord Hargrove with his whatever nefarious schemes he's plotting. She sat on the edge of Charlotte's bed, shoulders slumping slightly. Is it too much to hope for a gentleman who sees more than my dowry or my face? Charlotte abandoned the vanity and joined her sister, taking Amelia's hands in hers. You deserve far better than either of those fortune hunters, and you'll find it once we've exposed Hargrove for what he is. It's just... Amelia hesitated, her gaze dropping to their joined hands. Sometimes I wonder if there's something wrong with me, something that draws these cold, calculating men. There is absolutely nothing wrong with you, Charlotte said fiercely. The fault lies entirely with them, with society that reduces women to their fortunes and faces, with men who see marriage as merely a business transaction. The irony that she was currently engaged in a false courtship as part of a business arrangement wasn't lost on her. She pushed the uncomfortable thought aside. Besides, she added, softening her tone, you're not the one who spent the past 3 seasons being labeled too headstrong and unmanageable by every eligible bachelor in London. That drew a small smile from Amelia. Only because they never took the time to discover how truly stubborn you are. If they had, you'd have been declared completely beyond redemption. Charlotte laughed, returning to the vanity. A title I would wear with pride. Now, finish your work, artist. We're expected downstairs in half an hour. Amelia resumed her careful application of powder. Do you think Eleanor will be there tonight? It's been an age since we've seen her. Lady Jersey would never forgive the Countess of Blackwood for missing her spring ball. Even Yorkshire estates and parliamentary duties must bow to her ladyship's social dominance. The Wallflower Alliance, reunited at last, Amelia murmured, a hint of nostalgia creeping into her voice. Remember when we helped Eleanor retrieve that letter from Julian's study? I thought you'd be caught for certain when you got stuck trying to escape through the window. Charlotte smiled at the memory. If not for your perfectly timed dizzy spell delaying Julian's return, I would have been. The Wallflower Alliance at its finest hour. We were rather good at creating diversions, weren't we? Amelia stepped back, studying her handiwork with critical eyes. There. The bruise is invisible unless someone examines you with a quizzing glass, which, given Lady Jersey's guest list, isn't entirely outside the realm of possibility. Charlotte examined her reflection. Amelia had worked a minor miracle. There wasn't even a shadow remaining of the purpling mark that had so alarmed her that morning. You've missed your calling as a theatrical painter, she declared. The Royal Theatre would pay handsomely for such skills. Amelia blushed with pleasure at the compliment, then grew serious. What exactly is your plan for tonight, beyond creating some kind of diversion so Mr. Sears can slip away to the docks? The less you know, the better, Charlotte said, rising to step behind the dressing screen. You've already taken enough risk by helping me. Her evening gown, a rich sapphire silk that brought out the blue of her eyes, had been carefully laid out by her maid. She ran a finger along the delicate silver embroidery that edged the modestly scooped neckline. A gown fit for impressing a suitor, as her mother had pointedly remarked when it was delivered from the modist. If only she knew the truth about that suitor. I'm already pretending to welcome Lord Hargrove's attentions while knowing he's using me to access Father's shipping business, Amelia pointed out, her voice drifting over the screen. I'm hardly a stranger to deception at this point. Charlotte emerged, turning to allow Amelia to fasten the row of tiny buttons that ran up her spine. Be careful tonight, she said quietly. Hargrove, if he suspects anything, I have played the besotted debutante through 2 seasons of unwanted attention, Amelia replied, her fingers moving deftly up Charlotte's back. I can certainly manage one more evening. A clock chimed somewhere in the house, reminding them of the hour. Charlotte moved to her jewel box, selecting a simple silver necklace that had been her grandmother's. There's something in Hargrove's eyes, Amelia continued, her voice dropping. Something that frightens me more than Lord Carrington ever did. He watches people as though they're pieces on a chessboard. Even when he smiles, his eyes remain cold. Charlotte's fingers stilled on the clasp of her necklace. All the more reason to end his scheme tonight. Just promise me you'll be careful, Amelia said, helping Charlotte with the delicate fastening. If something happened to you because of me, nothing will happen, Charlotte assured her, turning to face her sister. William will be there, and the Wallflower Alliance has never failed a mission yet. Amelia smiled, but worry still shadowed her eyes. I should finish dressing. Mother will have palpitations if we're late. At the door, she paused. Charlotte, is Mr. Sears, is this courtship entirely a ruse? Because the way he looks at you sometimes. Heat rushed to Charlotte's cheeks. It's merely a convenient arrangement, she said firmly. Once Hargrove is exposed, William and I will orchestrate a suitable end to our courtship. Society will gossip for a fortnight, then move on to more interesting scandals. Amelia studied her sister for a moment longer, an uncharacteristically knowing expression crossing her face. If you say so, she said finally, and slipped from the room. Alone, Charlotte turned back to the mirror, studying her reflection. The sapphire silk, the careful arrangement of her dark hair, the flush in her cheeks that had nothing to do with rouge. She looked every inch the lady being properly courted by a respectable gentleman. The perfect disguise. Her mind drifted to William, to the remembered warmth of his hand covering hers in his office, to the intensity in his sea-green eyes when he'd asked for her promise not to join the operation tonight. A promise she had deliberately avoided giving. Why did the thought of seeing him tonight send her heart racing in a manner entirely unrelated to their investigation? Merely a convenient arrangement, Charlotte repeated to herself firmly, gathering her silk wrap and evening reticule. Nothing more. But as she descended the stairs to where her mother and sister waited, Charlotte couldn't quite silence the treacherous voice within that whispered, nothing more. Yet. Lady Jersey's ballroom was a sea of candlelight and silk, guests swirling like exotic fish in a gilded pond. Crystal chandeliers dripped light onto jewel-adorned necks, while musicians in the gallery played a lilting country dance, their notes barely audible above the current of conversation. Charlotte stood at the edge of the room, ostensibly admiring a particularly fine arrangement of hothouse roses while scanning the crowd for familiar faces. Beside her, her mother chattered with Mrs. Fitzhugh about the disappointing quality of this season's debutantes. Not a true beauty among them, my dear, not like our girls when they came out. Amelia had already been claimed by Lord Hargrove, who had appeared at their side with suspicious promptness after their arrival. He'd led her toward the dance floor with possessive certainty, leaving Charlotte to fend off her mother's not-so-subtle hints about William's absence. I'm certain Mr. Sears will arrive shortly, Mrs. Edgewood said for the third time, her voice pitched to carry to nearby matrons. He mentioned some business matter requiring his attention before the ball. Charlotte made a non-committal sound, her attention caught by a flash of copper-gold hair across the room. Her heart leaped with recognition. Eleanor, she breathed. Without waiting for her mother's permission, Charlotte moved through the crowd, weaving between knots of gossiping dowagers and preening dandies. It had been nearly a year since she'd last seen Eleanor Lockhart, now Countess Blackwood, and the sight of her friend's familiar profile sent a wave of joy through her chest. Eleanor stood conversing with the Duchess of Rothbury, her copper hair arranged in an elegant knot at the nape of her neck. Her gown, a deep emerald silk that complemented her coloring perfectly, spoke of country wealth rather than London ostentation, but its understated elegance drew more admiring glances than the most elaborate confections surrounding them. As if sensing Charlotte's approach, Eleanor turned, her expression transforming from polite interest to genuine delight. "Charlotte Edgewood," she exclaimed, extending both hands. At last! Charlotte grasped her friend's fingers, squeezing them tightly. Eleanor, or should I say Lady Blackwood? Don't you dare, Eleanor laughed, keeping hold of Charlotte's hands. Diana, you remember Charlotte? The Duchess of Rothbury, still one of the most striking women in London despite having been married for several years, smiled warmly. Of course, Miss Edgewood, a pleasure to see you again. Your Grace, Charlotte curtsied, aware of the subtle shift in Eleanor's social standing since her marriage. Once a fellow wallflower, Eleanor now moved in the highest circles of the ton, on familiar terms with duchesses and countesses. I was just telling Eleanor about my grandmother's latest scheme to reform Almack's patronesses, Diana said, her American accent still detectable beneath years of careful refinement. The Dowager Duchess believes quadrilles should be limited to 30 minutes, as anything longer constitutes excessive frivolity. Eleanor laughed, as if Lady Jersey would ever allow such interference. Speaking of her ladyship, Diana said, glancing over Charlotte's shoulder, I believe she's searching for me. Something about my husband monopolizing Lord Liverpool's attention when she specifically arranged the seating to separate them. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. I'll leave you two to catch up. Eleanor, remember what I said about Yorkshire air. It clearly agrees with you. With that cryptic comment, the Duchess glided away, turning heads as she moved through the crowd. Diana hasn't changed, Charlotte observed, still the most beautiful woman in any room, and still refusing to follow a single one of her grandmother's dictates, Eleanor agreed fondly. But never mind the Duchess. Look at you. Your mother must be beside herself with Mr. Sears's attentions. The entire ton is buzzing about it. Charlotte felt heat rising in her cheeks. You've heard, then. Who hasn't? Eleanor's shrewd gaze sharpened. William Sears, who has famously avoided serious courtship for years, suddenly besotted with Charlotte Edgewood. Though I must say, Thomas mentioned seeing him at his club with a rather impressive black eye. I assume you know something about that? Charlotte glanced around, ensuring no eager ears lurked nearby. Is there somewhere we might speak privately? I may require the Alliance's services tonight. Eleanor's eyebrows rose, but she betrayed no other sign of surprise. Slipping her arm through Charlotte's, she guided her toward a less crowded corner of the ballroom. I thought those days were behind us, she murmured. What adventure are you embarking on now? One involving smuggling, false pretenses, and your husband's old acquaintance, Lord Hargrove, Charlotte replied, keeping her voice barely above a whisper. Eleanor's steps faltered momentarily. Hargrove? The man courting Amelia? The very same. Charlotte squeezed her friend's arm. He's using my sister to gain access to my father's shipping business for nefarious purposes, and William Sears's Courtship. Eleanor prompted, her perceptive gaze studying Charlotte's face. Charlotte opened her mouth to explain the ruse, the convenient arrangement, the purely strategic nature of their association, but something stopped her. Perhaps it was the memory of William's hand covering hers in his office, or the intensity in his eyes when he'd asked for her promise. Perhaps it was simply the humiliation of admitting that, once again, Charlotte Edgewood had failed to attract a genuine suitor. It's complicated, she said instead. We have a mutual interest in stopping Hargrove. Your husband was right about the black eye, though the reality is somewhat more dramatic than a gentleman's disagreement. Eleanor's eyes gleamed with familiar excitement. Charlotte Edgewood, what have you done? Charlotte felt a strange relief at the deflection, at not having to define exactly what she and William were to each other. Later, she would examine this reluctance, this odd protectiveness around the true nature of their arrangement. For now, she was simply grateful that Eleanor didn't press further. Before she could respond to Eleanor's question, the orchestra struck up a new tune, and a stir near the entrance drew every eye in the room. Even from a distance, Charlotte recognized the cause. William had arrived. He stood in the doorway, his tall figure commanding attention despite his obvious discomfort at becoming the center of it. His evening attire, perfectly tailored black coat, pristine white waistcoat, and immaculate cravat, transformed him from the rumpled businessman she'd left at the counting house into a vision of masculine elegance that made Charlotte's breath catch embarrassingly in her throat. The bruise above his eye, though carefully concealed, lent his features a dangerous edge that only enhanced his appeal. Several young ladies nearby tittered behind their fans, whispering appreciation of Lucy Pembrey's handsome brother. "Well," Eleanor said softly, following Charlotte's gaze, "I commend your extraordinary good fortune." Charlotte tore her eyes away, refusing to acknowledge the flutter in her stomach. "Hargrove is using William's warehouse for his smuggling operation without his knowledge." "I see." Eleanor's tone suggested she saw rather more than Charlotte was admitting. "And your plan for tonight?" "William needs to leave the ball early to intercept a smuggling operation at the docks. I've offered to create a diversion to explain his departure." "The Wallflower Alliance rides again," Eleanor said with satisfaction. "What sort of diversion did you have in mind?" Charlotte glanced around the crowded ballroom. "I thought perhaps a fainting spell. Nothing too dramatic, just enough to justify William escorting me home." Eleanor considered this, her expression thoughtful. "A classic, but effective. However, you'll need more than just a swoon. Lady Jersey's guest list includes half the ton's most accomplished gossips. If you truly want to provide cover for William's early departure, you'll need something memorable enough to distract from his absence, yet plausible enough not to cause a true scandal." "That's why I need your help," Charlotte admitted. "You were always the best strategist among us." Eleanor smiled, a hint of her old mischief returning despite her countess's elegance. "I may have a few ideas. Thomas is here somewhere. He'll help, of course." She hesitated, her expression softening, though he's become rather protective lately. Charlotte studied her friend more closely, noting the subtle glow that seemed to emanate from within. "Eleanor, is there something you're not telling me?" A secretive smile curved Eleanor's lips. "Very early stages. Thomas is the only one who knows, and he's become positively tyrannical about my activities as a result." Charlotte's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "Eleanor, that's wonderful news." "Shh," Eleanor cautioned, though her eyes danced with joy. "Not a word to anyone, not even Amelia. There's still plenty of time for formal announcements." "Of course," Charlotte promised, squeezing her friend's hands. "But I'm delighted for you, truly." "Thank you." Eleanor's gaze drifted past Charlotte's shoulder. "And speaking of delighted, Mr. Sears is heading this way and looking remarkably determined." Charlotte turned to find William crossing the room toward them, his expression a careful mask of polite interest that didn't quite conceal the intensity in his eyes. Her heart gave an unwelcome leap at the sight, which she firmly attributed to the urgency of their mission. "It seems our reunion must be temporarily postponed," Eleanor murmured. "Meet me in the small anteroom off the East Gallery in 1 hour. I'll bring Amelia, and we'll finalize our strategy." She stepped back, transforming instantly from co-conspirator to elegant countess as William reached them. "Mr. Sears," Eleanor greeted him, her curtsy perfectly calibrated to acknowledge both his status and their prior acquaintance. "How delightful to see you again. I believe my husband mentioned encountering you at his club recently." "Lady Blackwood," William bowed. "A pleasure. Your husband is a gentleman of discerning taste and excellent conversation." "An impressive discretion, it seems," Eleanor added with a significant glance at the fading bruise above his eye. "I'll leave you to Miss Edgewood. I suspect Lady Jersey will be searching for you shortly. She's been telling everyone who'll listen that your courtship is the most promising match of the season." Charlotte swallowed a groan as William's expression tightened imperceptibly. "How kind of her ladyship to take an interest," he said smoothly. Eleanor smiled, the picture of serenity. To Charlotte, she whispered, 1 hour, East Anteroom." Then she was gone, a swirl of emerald silk disappearing into the crowd, leaving Charlotte alone with the man who had occupied entirely too many of her thoughts since their parting. "Miss Edgewood," William said, his voice warming as he bowed over her hand, "you look." His eyes traveled over her sapphire gown with an appreciation that seemed too genuine for their charade. "Remarkable." Charlotte curtsied that the dim candlelight would conceal the ridiculous blush rising in her cheeks. "Mr. Sears, you're late." A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, transforming his face from merely handsome to something far more dangerous to her composure. "Fashionably so. I had arrangements to make for tonight's business." From across the room, Charlotte caught Lady Jersey's eye, The patroness was already making her way toward them, determination in every step. "Brace yourself," Charlotte murmured. "Our matchmaker approaches." William's expression conveyed equal parts resignation and amusement. "Shall we play our parts then, Miss Edgewood?" "Indeed we shall, Mr. Sears." Charlotte placed her hand lightly on his offered arm, ignoring the inexplicable warmth that spread through her at the contact. "Though I suspect the performance is only beginning." Lady Jersey descended upon them like a silk-draped whirlwind, her elaborate turban bobbing with each determined step. "Miss Edgewood," she exclaimed, clasping Charlotte's hands in her own bejeweled fingers, "I've been searching everywhere for you. And Mr. Sears, how fortuitous to find you together." Her calculating gaze swept over them both, lingering with particular interest on William's face. "My goodness, Mr. Sears, that is quite a distinguished mark above your eye, a fencing accident, perhaps. So many gentlemen are taking up the sport these days." William's smile remained perfectly composed. "A minor misunderstanding at the docks, Lady Jersey. Nothing worth discussing." "Indeed?" The patroness's eyebrows rose with undisguised curiosity. "How very vigorous your business practices must be." Before William could respond, Lady Jersey turned her attention back to Charlotte. "My dear, you must know that everyone is positively enchanted by Mr. Sears's interest in you. Such a refreshing change from the usual society matches. An American gentleman of business and an American lady of intellect. Quite the perfect pairing." Charlotte forced a smile, acutely aware of William's presence beside her. "How kind of you to say so, Lady Jersey." "Observant, my dear," the older woman corrected. "I've been placing suitable couples together for 30 years, Miss Edgewood. I know a promising match when I see one." She glanced toward the musicians who were concluding their current set. "Oh, perfect timing. They'll be playing a waltz next, one of the Austrian ambassador's particular favorites. Mr. Sears, I trust you'll partner Miss Edgewood?" It wasn't a question. William bowed with flawless courtesy. "I would be honored." "Excellent." Lady Jersey beamed with the satisfaction of a general who had successfully maneuvered her troops into position. "Do enjoy yourselves. I must attend to the ambassador's wife. The poor woman is trapped with Sir Reginald, who has been expounding on crop rotation for the past quarter hour." With a rustle of expensive silk, she swept away, leaving Charlotte and William standing in a small island of awkward silence amid the sea of conversation. William began. "Terrifying?" Charlotte suggested. "I was going to say determined, but yours is perhaps more accurate." The corner of his mouth lifted in a half-smile that did unfortunate things to Charlotte's composure. The orchestra began the opening notes of the waltz, and William extended his hand. "Shall we?" Charlotte placed her gloved fingers in his, allowing him to lead her to the center of the ballroom, where other couples were already forming lines. For a dance so recently considered scandalous, the waltz had become remarkably popular in London ballrooms, though still surrounded by certain strictures. Only married ladies and those of a certain age were permitted to participate without specific approval from the patronesses. As an unmarried lady in her third season, Charlotte fell into the nebulous category of experienced enough not to cause a scandal. They took their positions, William's right hand settling at her waist, his left clasping her right. Even through layers of gloves, silk, and stays, Charlotte felt the heat of his palm against her side like a brand. She had danced with dozens of gentlemen over 3 seasons, yet none had affected her equilibrium quite like this. The music swelled, and they began to move. William led with unexpected grace for a man who spent his days on shipping docks rather than in ballrooms. He guided her through the steps with confident precision, maintaining a technically proper distance that nonetheless felt far too intimate. "You dance well, Mr. Sears," Charlotte remarked, desperate to distract herself from the dizzying awareness of his proximity. "For an American businessman." "My sister insisted," William replied, smoothly turning her through a complicated figure. "Lucy was convinced that without at least passable dancing skills, I would be irredeemable in London society." "And yet you've managed to avoid London society quite successfully until now." "I've had more pressing concerns than quadrilles and country reels." They circled the floor, the other dancers blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors and faces. Charlotte was acutely conscious of his hand at her waist, the subtle pressure of his fingers guiding her through each turn, the scent of him, cedar and something spicier, enveloping her with each motion. When she'd agreed to this charade, she hadn't considered how physically disconcerting it would be. "I see that smile," William said, his voice dropping to a murmur as they turned past a cluster of observers. "What are you planning?" Charlotte blinked up at him, momentarily disoriented by the sudden shift from physical awareness to business. "I haven't the faintest idea what you mean." "You have exactly the same expression you wore the night you broke into my warehouse," he said, his tone light despite the gravity of his words. "A dangerous combination of determination and mischief." "Perhaps I'm simply enjoying the dance," she countered. William's eyebrows rose skeptically as he guided her through another turn, his steps never faltering despite their hushed conversation. "And perhaps pigs will sprout wings and fly over the Thames. What scheme have you concocted for tonight's diversion?" Charlotte considered her response carefully. They were surrounded by potential eavesdroppers, their conversation shielded only by the music and the general hum of the ballroom. "Nothing you need concern yourself with," she said finally. "I've enlisted help." "Help?" William's hand tightened imperceptibly at her waist. "Whose help?" "Friends." His green eyes narrowed. "What friends?" "Reliable ones," Charlotte assured him, unable to resist adding, "The Wallflower Alliance has everything well in hand." "The Wallflower Alliance," William repeated slowly. "Do I want to know what that means?" "Probably not," Charlotte admitted. "Suffice to say, when the time comes, you'll have an opportunity to escort me home without raising eyebrows or uncomfortable questions." William studied her face, suspicion evident in the tightening of his jaw. "You promised not to interfere beyond helping me leave." "I made no such promise," Charlotte replied calmly. "You requested one. I offered none." The music swelled around them as William executed a particularly complex turn, bringing their bodies closer than propriety strictly allowed for the briefest of moments before resuming the proper distance. Charlotte's breath caught at the fleeting pressure of his chest against hers, the momentary sense of being enveloped in his strength. Charlotte. Her name emerged as a warning, the formality of Miss Edgewood abandoned in his frustration. She looked up, meeting his gaze directly. "Yes, William?" His expression softened almost imperceptibly at her use of his Christian name. For a breathless moment, something shifted between them, some indefinable current that had nothing to do with their investigation and everything to do with the man and woman moving in perfect harmony across the polished floor. Then William's eyes hardened again, his focus returning. "This isn't a game. The men we're dealing with are dangerous." "As I'm well aware," Charlotte replied, resisting the urge to touch the now concealed bruise along her jaw. "But you need me, whether you're willing to admit it or not." "Need you to create a diversion," William clarified, "not to involve yourself in what follows." Charlotte smiled sweetly. "The conservatory. 9 o'clock. Don't be late." William's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, the music reached its final crescendo. They completed the last turn, coming to a stop as the notes faded. For a moment they remained connected, his hand at her waist, hers on his shoulder, their other hands clasped between them, as the ballroom erupted in polite applause for the musicians. William released her with obvious reluctance, bowing formally. "I believe your sister is trying to catch your attention." Charlotte turned to see Amelia signaling discreetly from near the refreshment table, where she stood with Lord Hargrove and several other couples. "It seems our discussion must continue later," Charlotte said, dropping a proper curtsy. 9 o'clock, William confirmed, his voice carrying both resignation and warning. As Charlotte made her way toward her sister, she was acutely aware of William's gaze following her progress across the ballroom. The waltz had left her oddly unsettled, her skin still tingling where his hand had rested at her waist. Such physical awareness was an inconvenient complication in what should have been a simple business arrangement. She would need to guard against it if she hoped to maintain her focus on the true purpose of their association. And yet, as she reached Amelia's side, Charlotte couldn't help glancing back to where William still stood, his tall figure commanding attention even as he obviously tried to avoid it. Their eyes met across the crowded room, and something tightened in Charlotte's chest, a sensation both unfamiliar and alarmingly pleasant. This, she thought firmly, turning away, was precisely the sort of distraction she couldn't afford. Not with Amelia's future and her father's business at stake. Not with Hargrove watching them both with calculating a look that said he that missed nothing. William watched Charlotte make her way across the crowded ballroom, the sapphire silk of her gown catching the light with each graceful step. He remained rooted in place, unwilling to follow immediately, despite every instinct urging him to do exactly that. The waltz had been a mistake. Or perhaps the mistake was beginning to this charade in the first place. He had expected the ruse of courtship to be straightforward, a convenient fiction to gain access to Hargrove and the Edgewood household. He hadn't anticipated the jolt that had shot through him when Charlotte placed her hand in his, or the way his palm seemed to memorize the curve of her waist, even through layers of silk and whalebone. My, Mr. Sears," a voice drawled nearby. "Such devoted attention to Miss Edgewood, one might think you genuinely smitten." William reluctantly tore his gaze from Charlotte to find Lady Fitzhugh regarding him with amused speculation, her quizzing glass raised to one eye. "Miss Edgewood is a remarkable young woman," he replied, the practiced response emerging with surprising sincerity. "Indeed," Lady Fitzhugh agreed, "though not perhaps the sort of lady most gentlemen would pursue. So forthright in her opinions, so American." She pronounced the word as though it were a particularly distasteful ailment. William's jaw tightened. "I find her refreshingly intelligent, Lady Fitzhugh." "How progressive of you," she remarked, her tone suggesting this was not a compliment, though I suppose one American would naturally appreciate another. Before William could respond, she drifted away, already targeting her next victim for social dissection. He exhaled slowly, forcing his shoulders to relax. The scrutiny of London's gossips was an irritant he'd forgotten to factor into his plans. Across the room, Charlotte had reached Amelia's side. The younger Edgewood sister smiled with apparent delight at something Charlotte said, but William noted the tension in her posture, the careful distance she maintained from the man standing beside her. Hargrove. Even at this distance, William could see the calculated assessment in the Viscount's gaze as it moved between Charlotte and himself. Hargrove's expression remained pleasant. His posture relaxed as he conversed with the small group surrounding him. But his eyes, cold, watchful, missed nothing. Those eyes now fixed on William with unsettling intensity. William met his stare without flinching. Two could play at this game of studied observation. Hargrove stood slightly too close to Amelia, one hand resting possessively at the small of her back. His evening attire was impeccable, his cravat arranged in the latest fashion, his hair pomaded into fashionable waves, every inch the aristocratic suitor. Yet something in the set of his shoulders, the precise calculation behind each smile, betrayed the predator beneath the polish. This was a man used to taking what he wanted, regardless of the cost to others. William started across the room. Propriety be damned. If Hargrove thought he could intimidate, William. A familiar voice cut through his thoughts, accompanied by a rustle of silk as his sister appeared at his elbow. "Lucy," he acknowledged, forcing himself to turn away from Hargrove's mocking gaze. Lucy Pembry, formerly Lucy Sears, beamed up at him, her golden hair arranged in an elegant style that would have been unthinkable during her Boston days. Marriage to a marquess had transformed his impetuous sister into a society matron, at least in appearance. The spark of mischief in her eyes, however, remained unchanged. "Don't scowl so, brother," she chided, tucking her hand into the crook of his elbow. "You'll frighten half the debutantes, and Lady Jersey has worked so hard to convince them you're a suitable prospect." "I'm not in the market for a debutante," William muttered. "No," Lucy agreed, her smile widening. "Just one particular lady who has apparently succeeded where dozens of marriage-minded mamas have failed, in capturing the attention of Boston's most determined bachelor." She nodded toward Charlotte, who was now engaged in conversation with Amelia and a stiff-looking matron. "She's lovely, William, and clearly intelligent." "It's not what you think," William began, then stopped, aware of the many ears surrounding them. Lucy's eyebrows rose. "No? Because what I think is that my reclusive brother, who has avoided serious courtship for years, is suddenly dancing attendance on Miss Charlotte Edgewood with such marked attention that even Lady Jersey has noticed. She squeezed his arm. I couldn't be more pleased. William sighed. This complication he should have anticipated. Lucy, like their mother, had been none too subtly hinting for years that it was time he settled down. Now she believed her wishes were finally being granted. Another deception. Another person he cared about, drawn unwittingly into his schemes. You're getting ahead of yourself, he said carefully. Miss Edgewood and I are merely exploring a potential attachment. Of course, Lucy agreed, though her tone suggested she believed nothing of the sort. That explains why you couldn't take your eyes off her during the waltz, or why you're currently crushing your gloves in your fist while watching her speak with Lord Hargrove. William glanced down, surprised to find his hand indeed clenched around his evening gloves, the fine leather crumpling beneath his grip. He relaxed his fingers with deliberate care. Hargrove, he said, keeping his voice neutral. He's pursuing Miss Amelia, I understand. Something in his tone must have alerted Lucy to his true feelings, for her expression sharpened with sudden interest. Yes, for some weeks now, the Tun seems to think it a good match. Title for fortune, the usual arrangement. She studied his face. You don't approve? It wasn't a question. I don't know him well enough to have an opinion, William lied. Lucy's eyes narrowed. She had always been able to see through his deceptions, even as children. William Sears, what aren't you telling me? Nothing of consequence, he assured her, attempting a light tone that fell decidedly flat. Before Lucy could press further, the crowd shifted, and Charlotte glanced in their direction. Even across the room, William felt the impact of her gaze like a physical touch. Something must have shown on his face, for Lucy made a small sound of delight. Oh, William, she said softly, you really are smitten, aren't you? The question caught him off guard. Was he? The attraction was undeniable, but it was merely physical, the natural response of a man to a beautiful, spirited woman. Nothing more significant than that. Yet the memory of Charlotte's fierce determination, her quick mock mind, her unwavering loyalty to her sister, these qualities stirred something deeper than mere physical awareness, something dangerously close to admiration. Respect. Perhaps even, William cut off the thought before it could fully form. This was no time for such complications. She's unlike anyone I've ever met, he said instead, which was true enough. Lucy beamed with obvious satisfaction. I knew the moment I saw you together. The way you look at her, it reminds me of how Marcus looked at me when we first met. William winced inwardly. His sister was drawing parallels to her own love match, a relationship built on genuine affection rather than mutual deception and necessity. I'm glad you approve, he said, unable to bring himself to correct her mistaken impression. Approve? I'm ecstatic, Lucy declared. Charlotte is precisely the sort of woman you need, intelligent enough to challenge you, stubborn enough not to be cowed by your moods, and spirited enough to draw you out of that shell you've built around yourself. And you know Father would be delighted, considering his ultimatum. William stiffened. You know about that? Lucy's expression turned knowing. I know a great deal of things, William. Did you think Father wouldn't tell me about his conditions for transferring control of the Boston operations? Marriage to a respectable lady or no leadership position? She shook her head, though I suspect he never imagined you'd find someone like Charlotte Edgewood. For a brief, disorienting moment, William allowed himself to consider the possibility. Marriage to Charlotte. The thought should have filled him with dread. Another sacrifice at the altar of family duty and business necessity. Instead, he found himself wondering what it might be like to wake each morning to those sharp, intelligent eyes, to match wits with her across a breakfast table rather than in clandestine meetings and public charades, to build something real from this counterfeit courtship. Then reality reasserted itself. Charlotte Edgewood deserved better than a reformed gambler and rake whose past indiscretions had nearly destroyed his family's business. Better than a man who had initiated a courtship under false pretenses, using her to advance his own investigation. It's far too early for such speculation, he said finally, his voice rougher than intended. Lucy studied his face with the perceptiveness that had always made it impossible to hide anything from her. Is it? Because the way you look at her, brother, that doesn't seem like the beginning of something. It seems like you're already halfway fallen. William forced a smile. Your romantic nature sees what it wishes to see, and your practical nature remains willfully blind, Lucy countered. But no matter. I've planned a dinner next week for you both. Nothing elaborate, just family. Marcus is eager to better acquaint himself with Charlotte. William opened his mouth to object, then closed it again. Any protest would only fuel Lucy's suspicions. Besides, by next week, this charade would be over. Hargrove would be exposed, the smuggling operation dismantled, and the pretense of courtship concluded with some plausible explanation. The thought brought less relief than it should have. William glanced away, only to find his gaze drawn once more to Charlotte. She must have felt his attention, for she looked up, meeting his eyes across the room. For a moment, something silent and significant passed between them, an acknowledgement, perhaps, of the growing complexity of their arrangement. Then Hargrove leaned close to Amelia, his hands still possessively at her back, and Charlotte's expression hardened with protective fury. William felt an answering surge of anger, his body tensing instinctively. Lucy, ever observant, followed his gaze. Lord Hargrove seems rather attentive to Miss Amelia, she remarked. Charlotte doesn't appear to approve. With good reason, William muttered before he could stop himself. Lucy's interest sharpened visibly. Oh, what reason might that be? William silently cursed his loose tongue. Merely an impression, he hedged. Miss Edgewood is protective of her sister. As are you of her, Lucy observed. She studied him for a moment longer, then smiled with sudden determination. Come, let's join them. Without waiting for his agreement, Lucy began steering him across the ballroom, navigating the crowd with the practiced ease of a society matron. Whispers and curious glances followed their progress, the ton's collective attention drawn to William Sears' apparent pursuit of Charlotte Edgewood. Lucy leaned in. You know, if you and Miss Edgewood need a few moments alone, I could facilitate such a meeting. William stared at his sister in disbelief. You're encouraging us to meet unchaperoned? Lucy's smile was positively wicked. I'm merely facilitating a moment of privacy for my brother and the woman who has clearly captured his heart. Besides, she added with a pragmatism that reminded him forcefully of their mother, you'll have to propose eventually. A courtship this intense can't linger indefinitely without raising eyebrows. William nearly choked. Propose. Not tonight, obviously, Lucy assured him, but soon. The ton has a limited attention span for drawn-out courtships. Ah, here we are. They had reached Charlotte's group, which had expanded to include several other young ladies and their attendant admirers. Hargrove stood at its center, one arm still positioned near Amelia, who maintained a careful smile that didn't reach her eyes. Miss Edgewood, Lucy greeted Charlotte warmly. I've been meaning to speak with you all evening. Your gown is absolutely exquisite. Charlotte cursed gracefully. Lady Pembry, you're too kind. Lucy, please, William's sister insisted, taking Charlotte's hands in hers. After all, we're practically family now. Charlotte's cheeks flushed pink at the implication, her dark blue eyes flicking briefly to William's face before returning to Lucy. You're very generous. Not at all, Lucy replied. I'm merely delighted to finally see William showing sense in his choice of companion. We were just discussing how captivated he's been since your first meeting. William shot his sister a warning glance, which she blithely ignored. Is that so? Charlotte asked, her expression a masterful blend of proper modesty and secret amusement. Indeed, Lucy confirmed. I've rarely seen him so attentive to anyone. How fascinating, Hargrove interjected smoothly, his voice carrying just the right note of polite interest. And yet, I believe your acquaintance is quite recent, is it not, Mr. Sears? Such swift attraction is unusual. The subtle emphasis on swift sent a chill down William's spine. Hargrove was probing, testing, looking for inconsistencies in their charade. When one encounters something remarkable, my lord, it would be foolish not to act, William replied, echoing the words he'd used at the Edgewood dinner. Some men recognize value immediately. Others require more time to appreciate what stands before them. The double meaning wasn't lost on Hargrove, whose smile tightened infinitesimally. How philosophical, he remarked. Though I've always found that the most valuable prizes are worth pursuing with patience and strategy. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Amelia? Amelia's smile remained fixed in place, though William noted her fingers tightening around her fan. I believe true value reveals itself over time, my lord, she replied carefully. As does true character, Charlotte added, her tone light despite the steel in her gaze. Tension crackled between them, disguised beneath layers of social pleasantry and practiced smiles. William found himself moving closer to Charlotte, an instinctive positioning that placed him between her and Hargrove. Miss Edgewood was just telling us about her interest in navigation, Hargrove continued, his attention shifting to William. Apparently, Mr. Sears has gifted her with a most unusual atlas. How practical. I find Miss Edgewood's intellect refreshing, William replied. Unlike some gentlemen, I don't require a lady to disguise her intelligence for my comfort. A muscle ticked in Hargrove's jaw, the first crack in his polished facade. How progressive of you. Not progressive, William countered, merely discerning. Lucy, who had been observing this exchange with increasing interest, intervened with perfect timing. My brother brought you an atlas? Oh yes, amongst other books. Lucy looked at William questioning. And flowers, sister, fear not. I also brought flowers. William fought the urge to drag a hand down his face. His sister's enthusiasm for this supposed match was becoming a complication in itself. Delightful. She delivered this last with a meaningful look that would have made their mother proud. William glanced at the ornate clock against the far wall. 45 minutes until 9 o'clock. 45 minutes of maintaining this charade while Hargrove watched. 45 minutes until he would be alone with Charlotte in the conservatory, planning a dangerous interception while trying to ignore the troubling awareness that had been growing between them since that desperate kiss in his warehouse. If you'll excuse me, Hargrove said suddenly, his attention drawn to something across the room. I believe Lord Liverpool is signaling me. A matter of some importance, I'm sure. He bowed over Amelia's hand. Save the supper dance for me, Miss Amelia. It wasn't a request. As Hargrove moved away, William watched him carefully, noting how he stopped to speak briefly with a well-dressed gentleman near the entrance. The man nodded once, then slipped from the ballroom without a backward glance. A courier, perhaps, or an accomplice. Either way, William didn't like it. Your Lord Hargrove seems rather preoccupied this evening, Lucy observed, following William's gaze. He's not my Lord Hargrove, Amelia murmured, her voice barely audible. Thank heaven. The heartfelt relief in her tone made William glance sharply at her. Beneath her carefully composed expression lurked genuine fear, the same fear he'd seen in Charlotte's eyes when she spoke of protecting her sister. This was not just an operation to stop smugglers and protect his business. It was about saving Amelia Edgewood from a marriage that clearly terrified her. Charlotte must have seen something of his realization in his face, for her expression softened slightly, the wariness in her eyes giving way to something warmer. Something that made his chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with their investigation. Lucy, watching them with undisguised delight, slipped her arm through Charlotte's. Come, Diana has been asking about you, and I suspect you'll find her perspective on American ladies in London society most illuminating. As Lucy led Charlotte away, William found himself watching them with unexpected contentment. His sister and Charlotte moved together like old friends, their heads bent close in animated conversation. They shared the same directness, the same willingness to defy convention when necessary, the same fierce loyalty to those they loved. In another life, a simpler one, without smugglers and false courtships and dangerous men like Hargrove, their friendship might have been real rather than another aspect of this elaborate deception. In another life, perhaps his own feelings for Charlotte might have been. William cut off the thought. This was not another life. This was reality, with all its complications and dangers. And in reality, Charlotte Edgewood was his partner in an investigation, nothing more. No matter how his heart raced when she smiled at him across a crowded ballroom. It took Charlotte nearly a quarter of an hour to extricate herself from Lucy and Diana's company. The Duchess's insights on navigating London society as an American proving both fascinating and unexpectedly candid. Under other circumstances, Charlotte would have treasured such advice from a woman who had so successfully charted the treacherous waters of the Tun. But the clock in the corner showed 8:30, and she had a more pressing engagement. "I fear I've monopolized your attention," Diana said, her perceptive gaze noting Charlotte's occasional glances toward the doorway. "And you have other matters requiring your attention this evening." Charlotte blinked, momentarily disconcerted by the Duchess's insight. Don't look so startled," Diana said, her smile knowing. "I recognize the expression of a woman with a mission. I wear it often enough myself." Lucy laughed. "As I recalled, your mission frequently involved evading your husband's watchful eye." "Among other things," Diana agreed serenely. "Go, Miss Edgewood. We'll continue our conversation another time." With gratitude that bordered on impropriety, Charlotte curtsied to both women and slipped away, weaving through the crowd toward the East Gallery. The small anteroom where Eleanor had arranged to meet lay just beyond the row of Greek-inspired statues that lined the corridor, far enough from the ballroom to ensure privacy, yet not so distant as to cause scandal should they be discovered. The narrow chamber was dimly lit by a single branch of candles, shadows pooling in the corners where gilt-edged chairs had been arranged against brocade-covered walls. Eleanor stood by the window, her golden hair catching the candlelight as she turned at Charlotte's entrance. "Right on time," she remarked, closing the door behind Charlotte, "though you look as if you've barely escaped a siege." Lady Jersey's interrogation would have been less taxing, Charlotte admitted, adjusting her gloves. "Has Amelia—" The door opened again, and Amelia slipped inside, her cheeks flushed and her breathing slightly elevated. "Lord Hargrove is engaged with the Home Secretary," she reported. "I have perhaps 10 minutes before my absence becomes conspicuous." Eleanor smiled, satisfaction evident in her expression. The Wallflower Alliance convenes once more. Despite the urgency of their situation, Charlotte felt a rush of nostalgia. How many times had they met like this? 3 young women conspiring against society's expectations, creating diversions and strategies that had sheltered them through multiple seasons of unwanted attention. The alliance had begun as a jest, a way to navigate the trials of being deemed either too American, too outspoken, or too bookish for proper society. It had evolved into something far more significant. "It's good to be back," Charlotte said softly. Eleanor squeezed her hand. "Now quickly, what's your plan?" Charlotte outlined the situation in swift, concise terms. William's need to leave the ball unnoticed, Hargrove's suspicions, the timetable for intercepting the smuggling operation. "So you need a diversion significant enough to justify William escorting you home, yet not so dramatic as to create lasting scandal," Eleanor summarized, her practical mind immediately focusing on the essential points. "Precisely," Charlotte nodded. "I considered a fainting spell, but—" "Too common," Amelia interjected. "Half the debutantes in London swoon when convenient. No one would remark upon it beyond the moment." "What about a torn flounce?" Eleanor suggested. "A dance mishap that renders you unable to continue in society without repair." Charlotte shook her head. "Not urgent enough to require an escort home. Lady Jersey would simply usher me to her dressing room for mending." The 3 women fell silent, considering possibilities with the practiced efficiency of veterans in social warfare. "A message," Amelia said suddenly. "A messenger arrives with urgent news from Father. Some crisis with the shipping company that requires William's immediate attention, given his interest in both you and Father's business." Eleanor's eyes lit with approval. "Clever. It explains both your departure and William's, while reinforcing your story of courtship." "But who would deliver such a message?" Charlotte frowned. "We'd need someone trustworthy, someone who wouldn't question." "Thomas," Eleanor supplied, her expression turning resolute. "He can play the part of the concerned messenger. As Earl Blackwood, his presence would lend credibility to the urgency." "Your husband?" Charlotte's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Would he agree to such a scheme?" "He already has." Eleanor's smile held a hint of mischief that reminded Charlotte forcibly of their earlier exploits. "Did you think I came unprepared? Thomas is waiting in the card-room for my signal. He's been rather protective of me as of late." Charlotte stared at her friend with newfound appreciation. The Eleanor she'd known had been fearless and resourceful, but this new Countess Blackwood possessed a confidence that went beyond their youthful schemes. "The Wallflower Alliance has never failed a mission yet," Eleanor reminded her, satisfaction evident in her voice. Amelia glanced anxiously toward the door. "I should return to the ballroom before Hargrove notices my absence. I'll keep him occupied, but don't leave me with him too long." Charlotte grasped her sister's hands. "You won't have to endure his company much longer. Once tonight's operation succeeds." Amelia's smile was swift and genuine before she adopted the placid expression expected of a proper young lady. With a final nod to them both, she slipped from the room, closing the door softly behind her. "She's stronger than you realize," Eleanor observed once they were alone. "I'm beginning to see that," Charlotte admitted. She turned to her friend, studying her closely. "Now, what's this about Thomas being protective recently? He was never one to hover before." A flush of color touched Eleanor's cheeks, and her hand moved unconsciously to rest against her stomach. "He insists on handling this himself. Something about my condition." Understanding dawned slowly, then with sudden clarity. Charlotte's eyes widened. "Eleanor, are you?" Eleanor's smile was radiant despite her attempt at discretion. "Very early stages. Thomas is the only one who knows." Her expression softened with undisguised happiness. "Well, and now you." Joy rushed through Charlotte, momentarily displacing her concerns about the evening ahead. "That's wonderful news." "It is," Eleanor agreed, her happiness evident in every line of her face. "Though Thomas has become absurdly cautious. You'd think I was made of porcelain rather than flesh and blood." She shook her head with fond exasperation. "He was quite prepared to forbid my involvement tonight until I reminded him that stress and worry would be far worse for my condition than a bit of harmless scheming." Charlotte laughed, recognizing the skillful manipulation of a woman who knew precisely how to manage her husband. "I'm sure he was entirely convinced by that argument." "He pretended to be," Eleanor replied with a grin, "which is a husband's way of conceding defeat while maintaining dignity." For the briefest moment, an image flashed through Charlotte's mind. William's face softened with the same protective concern, his hand resting gently against her stomach, their child growing beneath his palm. The vision was so unexpected, so intimate, that heat rushed to her cheeks and she turned away, pretending to adjust her gloves. What was happening to her? This false courtship was affecting her judgment, blurring the lines between pretense and reality. William Sears was her partner in an investigation. Nothing more. "Charlotte?" Eleanor's voice cut through her confusion. "Are you well?" "Perfectly," Charlotte assured her, forcing her thoughts back to the matter at hand. "Now, about the signal for Thomas." The distant chime of a clock interrupted her, the sound carrying faintly through the closed door. 9:15. 15 minutes until her rendezvous with William. "We must hurry," she said, renewed determination replacing her momentary distraction. "Once Thomas delivers the message, how quickly can we execute the plan?" Eleanor moved to the door, her practical nature asserting itself. "Give me 5 minutes to position Thomas. When you see him approach William, that's your cue to appear distressed. Thomas will announce the news about your father's business loudly enough for nearby guests to overhear. William should then offer to escort you home immediately." "And you?" Charlotte asked. "I'll create a secondary distraction if needed," Eleanor promised. "Nothing too dramatic, perhaps a sudden concern about Lady Morland's health, drawing attention away from your departure." Charlotte nodded, grateful once again for Eleanor's strategic mind. "Thank you for everything." Eleanor's expression softened. "The alliance endures, regardless of titles or marriage." She hesitated, then added, "Though speaking of marriage, this William Sears." Charlotte's pulse jumped treacherously. "It's merely, well, I don't know what it is precisely," she insisted, the words sounding hollow even to her own ears. "If you say so," Eleanor replied, her tone suggesting she believed nothing of the sort. "But when a man risks his reputation and safety for a woman, it is not an insignificant thing." Before Charlotte could formulate a response, Eleanor squeezed her hand once more. 9:15. You should head to the conservatory while I find Thomas." The reminder of the time sent a jolt of urgency through Charlotte. She had 15 minutes to cross the crowded ballroom, navigate through the East Gallery, and reach the conservatory without attracting Hargrove's notice. Go, Eleanor urged, opening the door to check the empty corridor. I'll ensure everything proceeds according to plan. Lady Jersey's conservatory bloomed with exotic life, the humid air thick with the scent of orchids and night-blooming jasmine. Gaslights had been dimmed to protect the delicate plants, casting the glass-domed space in a dreamlike glow that transformed ordinary shadows into mysterious tableaus. Charlotte slipped through the arched entrance, pulse quickening as she scanned the jungle of greenery. Broadleaf palms created natural alcoves throughout the space, while climbing vines twined around wrought iron supports that stretched toward the glass ceiling. The low murmur of the distant ballroom faded beneath the gentle splash of a small fountain nestled among ferns. Perfect privacy for confidential discussion, exactly what their scheme required. She moved deeper into the foliage, the silk of her gown whispering against glossy leaves. A classical statue of Diana the Huntress watched from a stone pedestal, marble face serene in eternal contemplation. You're early, Charlotte startled, turning to find William emerging from behind a towering palm. The dim lighting cast his features in stark relief, emphasizing the strong line of his jaw and the intensity in his sea-green eyes. Punctuality is a virtue, she countered, steadying her breathing. Though in this case, necessity rather than virtue drove me. Hargrove has been watching too closely all evening. William's expression tightened, the muscle in his jaw flexing beneath tanned skin. Did he say something to you? Nothing direct. Charlotte moved toward a stone bench partially concealed by a cascade of trailing orchids. But he's suspicious. William followed, remaining standing as she seated herself on the cool stone. He's probing for inconsistencies in our story. Then we must ensure he finds none. Charlotte smoothed her skirts, a practical gesture that helped calm her nerves. Eleanor is arranging our diversion now. Thomas will deliver an urgent message regarding my father's business, providing excuse for us both to depart. William's eyebrows rose. Thomas? The Earl of Blackwood? The very same. She couldn't prevent a small smile at his obvious surprise. Eleanor has enlisted his assistance. You enlisted your friends? Irritation flashed across his face. Have you any concept of discretion? The Wallflower Alliance is the very definition of discretion, Mr. Sears, Charlotte replied, her chin lifting. We've orchestrated more covert operations in London ballrooms than you could imagine. The Wallflower Alliance? William repeated, his voice caught between disbelief and reluctant curiosity. A mutual assistance pact between myself, Amelia, and Eleanor Blackwood. Charlotte arranged her fan beside her on the bench with deliberate precision. We became rather skilled at creating diversions when needed, particularly when escaping unwanted suitors or retrieving compromising correspondence. William paced before her, his long strides eating up the limited space between exotic plants. This isn't a game, Charlotte. These are dangerous men. Which is precisely why you need more than brute force, she countered. You need strategy. He stopped abruptly, turning to face her with a hard stare. And you believe your alliance can provide that? I know they can. She held his gaze steadily. Eleanor's husband will create the diversion we need. You'll escort me home, appearing the concerned suitor, and continue to your appointment at the docks. No one will question your absence, and Hargrove's suspicions will be directed toward an innocent business crisis rather than your true purpose. William studied her face, something shifting in his expression. The irritation gradually gave way to reluctant appreciation. You've thought this through. Did you imagine I hadn't? Charlotte kept her tone light, though the implied dismissal stung more than she cared to admit. He sighed, dragging a hand through his hair in a gesture that disrupted its careful styling. The resulting dishevelment only enhanced his appeal, much to Charlotte's dismay. I imagined you safely at home while I handled this matter, he admitted, his voice dropping. Not orchestrating elaborate diversions and risking your reputation, possibly your safety, for my business concerns. Not for your business concerns, Charlotte corrected softly. For my sister. For my father. For the principle that men like Hargrove shouldn't be permitted to manipulate and deceive good people for their own gain. William moved closer, the space between them shrinking with each measured step. You could still be compromised by association. If Hargrove discovers your involvement, he won't. Charlotte lifted her chin, refusing to be cowed by either his proximity or his concern. "We've considered every contingency." "Have you?" William asked, voice roughening as he closed the remaining distance between them. "Have you considered what might happen if someone discovers us here alone? Your reputation would be in tatters." Charlotte rose from the bench, unwilling to allow him the advantage of height in their standoff. The movement brought them unexpectedly close, the humid air suddenly insufficient for proper breathing. "My reputation is my concern, not yours," she said, her voice steadier than her pulse. "I've risked it for less worthy causes." "Less worthy than a business transaction?" His eyes searched hers, frustration evident in the tightening of his jaw. "Less worthy than justice," she corrected. "Less worthy than protecting those I care about." Something flickered in William's eyes, a moment of clarity or realization that vanished as quickly as it appeared. His gaze dropped briefly to her lips before he caught himself and stepped back, putting necessary distance between them. "We're getting distracted," he said, more to himself than to her. "We have a mission to complete." Charlotte nodded, relieved and oddly disappointed by his retreat. "Yes, the mission." William turned toward a small ornamental table, bracing his hands against its edge. "Tell me exactly how this diversion will work." "Thomas, Lord Blackwood, will approach you with an urgent message. Something about a fire at my father's warehouse," Charlotte explained, focusing on the practicalities. "He'll be appropriately concerned, given his friendship with my family. You'll express alarm, offer to escort me home immediately, and Lucy?" William interrupted, glancing over his shoulder. "She'll expect to accompany us as chaperone." "Eleanor will attend to that. Something about Lady Morland requiring Lucy's immediate assistance with some delicate matter." Charlotte smoothed her skirts again. "Lucy's kindness is well known. She won't refuse a lady in distress." William shook his head, reluctant admiration evident in his expression. "You've orchestrated a rather thorough deception." "It's what the Wallflower Alliance does best," Charlotte replied, unable to keep a hint of pride from her voice. William turned to face her fully, his expression serious once more. "And once we've departed the ball, what then? You'll escort me to my home, and then," Charlotte met his gaze steadily, "you'll leave, alone, for the docks." William's eyes narrowed, suspicion replacing the momentary softness. "Alone. You give me your word on that? You'll remain safely at home?" Charlotte hesitated, the lie hovering on her tongue. In that moment of silence, William closed the distance between them again, his hand reaching out to grasp her wrist. The touch sent a jolt of awareness up her arm, startling in its intensity. "Charlotte," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "I need your word. No heroics, no following me to the docks, no disguises or lockpicks." The warmth of his fingers against her pulse point was distracting, making it difficult to maintain her customary composure. "William, please," he said, the single word carrying such genuine concern that Charlotte felt her resolve waver. "I can't focus on Hargrove and his men if I'm constantly looking over my shoulder to make sure you're safe." Charlotte looked up at him, genuinely surprised by the intensity in his gaze. This wasn't merely business anymore, not for either of them, though neither seemed prepared to acknowledge exactly what it had become. "Very well," she conceded reluctantly. "I will remain at home." Relief washed across his features, softening the lines of concern. "Thank you." They stood too close, his hand still wrapped around her wrist, her pulse betraying her with each rapid beat against his fingertips. Neither moved to break the connection, trapped in a moment of unexpected intimacy that had nothing to do with their investigation, and everything to do with the inexplicable tension that had been building between them since that desperate kiss in the warehouse. A sudden noise, the creak of the conservatory door opening, startled them apart. William stepped smoothly away, his expression instantly reverting to one of polite interest, as if they had been discussing nothing more consequential than the weather. Charlotte took a steadying breath, willing her flushed cheeks to cool. Voices drifted through the foliage, two young debutantes exclaiming over the exotic blooms, entirely unaware of the tension-filled moment they had interrupted. "Meet me by the east staircase when Thomas delivers the message," William said quietly. 9:30 at the latest." Charlotte nodded, already moving toward a different exit to avoid the approaching debutantes. Until then, Mr. Sears. As she slipped away through the greenery, Charlotte touched her wrist where his fingers had been, the ghost of his touch lingering like a promise or a warning. Chapter 9. Charlotte caught Thomas's eye across the ballroom, the subtle nod between them confirming that their plan was ready to be set in motion. Her attention shifted to where Hargrove stood near the entrance, engaged in hushed conversation with a well-dressed man she didn't recognize. The stranger passed something to Hargrove, a folded note, before departing with suspicious haste. "William," Charlotte murmured, touching his sleeve lightly. "Look at Hargrove." William's gaze followed her direction, his posture tensing as he observed the exchange. "That's Reed's cousin," he said under his breath. "He works on the docks. Something's happening." "They're moving up their timetable," Charlotte realized, her heart quickening. "We need to leave now." "Agreed." William's jaw tightened. "But we still need a diversion that won't raise suspicions." Charlotte's lips curved into a determined smile. "Leave that to the Wallflower Alliance." She glanced toward Eleanor, who stood conversing with her husband near the punch table. A single look was all it took, Eleanor nodding almost imperceptibly before touching Thomas's arm. The couple began making their way through the crowd with practiced nonchalance, positioning themselves precisely where Charlotte needed them. "What exactly are you planning?" William asked, wariness evident in his tone. "A performance worthy of Drury Lane," Charlotte replied, already moving toward the center of the room, where Lady Jersey stood resplendent in her elaborate turban. "Follow my lead." Lady Jersey's headdress was a marvel of fashion excess. Ostrich feathers dyed 3 different colors, arranged with silk flowers and what appeared to be a small stuffed hummingbird, all secured with jeweled pins that caught the candlelight with every movement. The patroness wore it with the confidence of a woman who expected and received admiration for her bold choices, perfect for Charlotte's purposes. She positioned herself near Lady Jersey, who was holding court among a circle of society matrons, William following with visible trepidation. The orchestra had just finished a lively country dance, couples dispersing across the floor, creating the exact amount of movement and distraction Charlotte needed. "Miss Edgewood!" Lady Jersey exclaimed upon noticing her. "And Mr. Sears, I was just telling Lady Fitzherbert how refreshing it is to see such a well-matched couple, an American alliance of both sense and sensibility." "You're too kind, Lady Jersey," Charlotte replied, pressing her hand to her temple with deliberate delicacy. "Though I confess the heat in here is rather—" She swayed slightly, eyes fluttering, "rather overwhelming." William stepped closer, concern flashing across his features. Whether genuine or part of their performance, Charlotte couldn't be certain. "Miss Edgewood, are you unwell?" "I'm perfectly." Charlotte pitched her voice just loud enough to draw attention, her hand fluttering to her throat. "Oh, how strange. The room seems to be—" She fanned herself vigorously, drawing several concerned glances from nearby guests. Eleanor moved smoothly into position on her right, Thomas on her left. The Duke and Duchess of Rothbury, whether by design or fortunate happenstance, had paused in their circuit of the room just steps away. "Charlotte, dear, you look positively flushed," Eleanor exclaimed with perfectly calibrated concern. "Perhaps some fresh air?" "I'm certain it's nothing," Charlotte protested weakly, leaning just slightly toward Lady Jersey. "Though everything feels rather—" She blinked rapidly, her voice rising with theatrical confusion. "Why are there 2 Lady Jerseys? How extraordinary!" She took a staggering step, allowing her knees to buckle with masterful timing. As she fell, her outstretched hand caught the edge of Lady Jersey's turban, fingers tangling in feathers and silk flowers. Lady Jersey gasped, her hand flying to her head as the elaborate construction listed dangerously to one side. "My headdress!" Charlotte completed her swoon with dramatic flair, collapsing directly into William's waiting arms, dragging a significant portion of Lady Jersey's plumage with her. "Charlotte!" William exclaimed, genuine alarm mixing with practiced concern as he caught her. The feathers from Lady Jersey's turban floated around them like exotic snowflakes, one landing comically on William's shoulder. The ballroom erupted in a flurry of exclamations and movement. Ladies flocked forward with offers of smelling salts and vinaigrette. Gentlemen stepped back to give her air. Lady Jersey frantically tried to salvage what remained of her headdress, the small stuffed hummingbird now dangling precariously near her left ear. "Good heavens!" the Duchess of Rothbury exclaimed, moving forward with impressive speed. Her expression betrayed no hint that she might suspect the performance for what it was. "The poor girl has fainted dead away." "It's this dreadful heat," Eleanor declared, fanning Charlotte vigorously while shooting a significant glance at Thomas. "So many candles, so many bodies. It's no wonder delicate constitutions suffer." Thomas bent close to William, speaking just loudly enough for those nearest to hear. "Eleanor cannot exert herself in her condition. Perhaps you should carry Miss Edgewood somewhere cooler? The antechamber, perhaps?" Charlotte, eyes still closed, caught the subtle emphasis on condition and nearly smiled despite her performance. Thomas had changed indeed from the rigid aristocrat of years past. The man who once would have died rather than participate in such impropriety was now creating diversions with the best of them. "Of course," William replied, adjusting his hold on Charlotte with surprising gentleness. "Miss Edgewood needs air immediately." Lady Jersey, distracted momentarily from her ruined headdress, fluttered her hands. Yes, take her to the antechamber. Lady Pembry, your brother might need assistance." Lucy appeared through the crowd, her expression a study in genuine concern. "Charlotte, oh, William, what's happened?" "She's fainted," William explained, already moving toward the doors with Charlotte cradled against his chest. "The heat, I believe." "I shall accompany you," Lucy declared, hurrying after them. Poor thing, she looked perfectly well earlier. As William carried her from the ballroom, Charlotte permitted herself the smallest peek through her lashes. Lady Jersey was still frantically trying to rearrange her listing turban, assisted by 3 determined matrons. Eleanor and Thomas had skillfully positioned themselves between Hargrove and the exit, effectively blocking his view of Charlotte's departure. And the Duchess of Rothbury was watching their procession with a faint smile that suggested she understood exactly what was transpiring. Only when they reached the antechamber did Charlotte revive, fluttering her eyelashes dramatically as William set her down on a small settee. "What happened?" she asked weakly, maintaining the charade for Lucy's benefit. "I feel so strange." "You fainted," Lucy explained, pressing a cool hand to Charlotte's forehead. "And took half of Lady Jersey's headdress with you, I'm afraid." "Oh!" Charlotte pressed her fingers to her lips in a convincing display of mortification. "How dreadful! I shall never be able to face her again." William, standing behind Lucy, met Charlotte's gaze with a look that promised a thorough accounting later. "Perhaps Miss Edgewood should be taken home to recover," he suggested. "The evening has clearly been too taxing." "Absolutely," Lucy agreed. "I'll have our carriage brought around." "No need to trouble yourself," William interjected smoothly. "The Edgewood carriage should be waiting. I can escort Charlotte home directly." Lucy shook her head firmly. "Nonsense. I shall accompany you both, of course." Thomas appeared in the doorway, his expression carefully composed. "Lady Pembry, your presence is requested in the ballroom. It seems Lady Morland is asking for you specifically. Something about feeling faint herself." "Another one?" Lucy exclaimed. "Goodness, Lady Jersey must have overheated her ballroom. Perhaps I should check on her before we depart." "I insist," Thomas said, offering his arm with authority. "Lady Morland was most specific." Lucy hesitated, glancing between Charlotte and her brother. "William, can you manage?" "I assure you, Lucy, I am perfectly capable of escorting Miss Edgewood safely home," William replied with admirable patience. "Well," Lucy's natural kindness warred briefly with propriety before compassion won out. "I suppose Lady Morland does need assistance. Charlotte, I'll call tomorrow to check on you." "Thank you," Charlotte murmured, maintaining her wan expression until Lucy disappeared with Thomas. The moment they were alone, she sat up straight, all traces of weakness vanishing. The moment they were alone, William turned to her, his expression caught between irritation and reluctant respect. "Lady Jersey's turban? Really? It worked, didn't it?" Charlotte replied, dropping all pretense of weakness as she rose to her feet. "Now we have the perfect excuse to leave without raising suspicions. Except for the dozen witnesses who saw you ruin Lady Jersey's prized headdress," William muttered, offering his arm with reluctant formality. Charlotte took it, her chin lifting with unrepentant determination. A small price for justice. Besides, the hummingbird was clearly in poor taste. The footman summoned the Edgewood carriage, which rolled forward with suspicious promptness. Once they were settled inside and rolling away from Lady Jersey's townhouse, Charlotte leaned forward, her expression turning serious. "There's a carriage waiting in our mews. Matched grays that can get you to Blackfriars in 20 minutes. William's brows drew together. "You've thought of everything, haven't you?" "Did you think otherwise, Mr. Sears? Once we reach my home, you can slip through the garden gate." William studied her face in the shifting shadows of the carriage. "And you'll remain safely at home?" Charlotte hesitated, unable to directly lie, but unwilling to promise what she had no intention of keeping. "I've done my part for tonight," she said instead. "The rest is in your hands." William's eyes narrowed, clearly suspicious of her evasion, but the carriage was already slowing as it approached the Edgewood townhouse. "Charlotte," he began, his voice dropping, "I need you to promise." "We've arrived," she interrupted, gathering her skirts as the carriage rolled to a stop. "Thompson will be watching for us." William's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more as he helped her down to the pavement. They walked in silence to the front door, which opened before they reached it. "Miss Edgewood," Thompson greeted them, his expression betraying only the faintest curiosity. "Mr. Sears, we weren't expecting you home so early." "I felt unwell," Charlotte explained. "Mr. Sears was kind enough to escort me home." "Indeed, miss. Shall I inform your mother when she returns?" "No need, Thompson. I'm simply tired." Charlotte turned to William, her performance of grateful invalid giving way to genuine concern. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Sears." William bowed formally, but as he straightened, Charlotte impulsively reached for his hand, propriety momentarily forgotten. "William," she said quietly, her voice pitched for his ears alone, "do be careful." Something shifted in his expression, surprise giving way to a warmth that made her pulse quicken. His fingers tightened briefly around hers. "I will." With that simple promise, he turned and walked back toward the carriage. Charlotte watched him go, an unexpected tightness in her chest. "Will you require anything, miss?" Thompson inquired. "No, thank you. I believe I'll simply retire." The moment Thompson disappeared down the hallway, Charlotte gathered her skirts and hurried upstairs, her mind already racing ahead. She had precisely 10 minutes to change and reach the mews if she was to follow William without his knowledge. In her bedchamber, she quickly stripped off her ball gown, donning the boy's clothes she'd hidden in her wardrobe that morning. The trousers were loose but serviceable when belted tightly, the worn jacket concealing her feminine form. She twisted her hair up beneath a cap, smudged a bit of coal dust across one cheekbone, and practiced her slouching walk once across the room. Satisfied with her disguise, Charlotte slipped down the servants' stairs and out the kitchen entrance, making her way swiftly through the dark garden toward the mews. As she rounded the corner, she nearly collided with a tall figure waiting in the shadows. "Good evening, Miss Edgewood," Lord Blackwood said calmly, as if finding young ladies dressed as boys in garden mews was an everyday occurrence. "I believe our carriage is ready." Charlotte stopped short, momentarily speechless. "Lord Blackwood? I don't understand." "Eleanor would never forgive me if I allowed you to venture to the docks alone," he explained, offering his arm with the same formal correctness he might have used in a ballroom. "Shall we?" Charlotte stared at him, then at the waiting carriage. Not her father's, but the Earl of Blackwood's own unmarked town coach. "Does William know about this?" she asked suspiciously. Thomas's lips quirked in a smile that transformed his usually solemn features. "What do you think?" "I think," Charlotte replied, accepting his arm with newfound respect, "that marriage to Eleanor has improved you immeasurably, my lord." "Indeed it has, Miss Edgewood," Thomas agreed as he handed her into the carriage. "Indeed it has." Chapter 10. The cold stung like judgment as William pulled the hood of his greatcoat tighter against the wind. Crouched in the narrow skiff, slicing through the dark waters, each breath created ghostly clouds that vanished into the night. Catherine's pride loomed ahead, majestic, silent, tethered just off the wharf near Blackwall Reach. She was meant to dock at Gravesend first. She wasn't due for another hour, unless someone had altered the plan. Unless someone had warned them. William's fingers tightened around the oars until his knuckles whitened. The wood creaked against his gloves as if protesting his grip. The muscles in his shoulders burned, but the pain only sharpened his focus, driving each stroke with precise fury. He had to get there first. The moment the skiff bumped against the hull, William tossed a looped line over the rail and began his ascent. The rope burned through his gloves as he hauled himself upward, breath puffing in sharp bursts of white against the blackness. His boots scraped against weathered wood as he climbed, each movement practiced despite the churning anxiety in his gut. When he finally hoisted himself over the rail, he landed in a crouch, unmoving, listening. His heart pounded against his ribs, but his mind remained cold, calculating. No sound but the creak of rope and timber. No lanterns. Perfect. He crossed the deck with practiced precision, each step placed with the confidence of a man who knew ships the way other men knew their own homes. He'd boarded his own vessels like this a dozen times in youth, always for adventure, for the thrill of mastering the sea on his own terms. Tonight, he boarded for ruin or revelation. The weight of Charlotte's trust pressed against his chest, heavier than any physical burden. She believed in him, believed he could stop Hargrove, protect her sister, save her father's business. The thought of failing her was somehow worse than the prospect of his own ruination. But before he reached the hatch to the cargo hold, a voice cut through the quiet. "Mr. Sears?" 2 lanterns flared simultaneously, their golden light spilling across the deck. A flash of blue uniforms materialized from the shadows. William froze. His heart stuttered. No, they can't be here yet. The customs agents advanced with practiced authority, one holding a manifest, the other narrowing his eyes with professional suspicion. "You're not logged as part of this inspection," said the taller of the two, his voice carrying the bored confidence of a man accustomed to catching smugglers and thieves. "I wasn't aware an inspection had begun," William said, careful to mask his surprise behind a facade of dignified indifference, a trick he'd learned from Marcus. The agent lifted a brow. "Begun half an hour ago, sir. Standard protocol." William measured his next words carefully, balancing between authority and desperation. "I'd like to see the cargo. Now." The agents hesitated, exchanging glances. "Everything appears in order," one said. "But we won't stop you." The reluctant permission only heightened William's suspicions. No customs agent would simply allow an unauthorized civilian to inspect cargo unless someone had instructed them to permit it, someone who wanted William to see exactly what they wanted him to see. William descended the hatch ladder, boots echoing in the narrow wood shaft. His pulse thundered in his ears as the walls seemed to close in around him. The air below deck was stale and heavy with the smell of timber and salt. Crates lined the hold, stacked in tidy rows that were too perfect, too orderly. He pulled a crowbar from the wall and pried one open with barely contained urgency. Bolts of cotton precisely labeled and stamped. His jaw tightened as he moved to another crate. Dried tea leaves, pungent but sealed. Another, wool, pepper, salt, wax, everything legal, everything documented, everything too neat, scrubbed. The realization hit him. Hargrove had been here, or someone had before him, before he could even sniff at the truth. The evidence was gone, if it had ever been there at all. He exhaled once, hard. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with a fury so cold it burned through his veins. From the shadows above the hold, a lazy clap echoed, each strike of palm against palm like a nail being driven into the coffin of William's plans. "Bit late to the party, aren't we, sir?" William turned upward slowly, his movements deliberate, controlled. Mr. Reed leaned against the hatch railing, smirking, arms crossed over his chest with the comfortable posture of a man who knew he'd won. William said nothing. He met Reed's gaze with calm fury, but this wasn't new. Reed had always been suspect and was not privy to his plans. Reed wasn't the leak, so who the bloody hell was? He took one step forward, when a sudden blow landed across his back with bruising force. William staggered forward, caught off guard. The crowbar clattered to the floor as pain blossomed between his shoulder blades. 2 thugs grabbed his arms, yanking him back up the ladder in a brutal grip. He fought them, muscles straining, nearly broke free, but a third man slammed a fist into his ribs. The air left him in a gasp. Pain splintered through his chest, but it was nothing compared to the burning humiliation of failure. They hauled him topside and dragged him across the gangplank as his feet scraped wood and then stone. The customs agents stood frozen, clearly not expecting violence, but not intervening either. And there, waiting on the dock, was Hargrove. His posture was relaxed, almost bored, but his eyes glittered with triumph in the moonlight, and beside him stood a magistrate. William's stomach dropped. This was no coincidence, no happenstance. This was a trap, and he had walked directly into it. Charlotte Edgewood saw the torches before anything else. Angry pinpricks of light clustered at the eastern dock where Catherine's pride should be moored. Her borrowed boy's clothes clung uncomfortably to her skin, damp with sweat and the fine mist that hung over the Thames like a shroud. "My lady, perhaps we should wait," Thomas murmured beside her, his composure at odds with the worry in his eyes. "This appears to be more than a simple inspection." "I can't wait," Charlotte replied, already quickening her pace despite the ache in her legs. She had insisted they leave the carriage several streets away to avoid drawing attention. "Something's wrong. I can feel it." The murmur of angry voices carried across the water, punctuated by the hollow thud of boots against wooden planks. Charlotte's heart lurched as she recognized the broad-shouldered silhouette being dragged between two burly men. William. She broke into a run, slipping once on the slick cobblestones before regaining her footing. Thomas called after her, but his voice faded beneath the roaring in her ears. By the time she reached the dock's edge, a small crowd had gathered. Sailors, dock workers, and the occasional well-dressed gentleman, clearly caught between curiosity and concern for their own reputation in such a place at such an hour. And at the center of it all stood Lord Hargrove, his expression one of practiced concern that didn't reach his cold eyes. Beside him, a portly man with a magistrate's chain of office watched impassively as William was forced to his knees. "Release him at once." The words tore from Charlotte's throat before she could consider their wisdom. Every head turned toward her. Thomas reached her side a moment later, his hand coming to rest protectively at her elbow. William's head snapped up, his sea-green eyes widening with shock and then darkening with fury as recognition dawned. "Charlotte," he breathed, the single word carrying a weight of betrayal. Hargrove recovered first, his momentary surprise transforming into something calculating and pleased. "Miss Edgewood, how unexpected to find you in such questionable attire, in such a questionable place." Charlotte ignored him, addressing the magistrate directly as she tore the cap from her head, allowing her dark hair to tumble free. There would be no hiding her identity now. "Sir, there has been a misunderstanding. This man is William Sears, of Sears & Company Shipping. He is my betrothed." She lifted her chin, summoning every ounce of the hauteur she'd observed in the Tun's finest drawing rooms. "He had every right to inspect cargo aboard that vessel. My father, Mr. Edgewood of Edgewood Trading, insisted upon it." The magistrate's bushy eyebrows rose. "Your father sent your betrothed to illegally board a vessel in the dead of night, without proper documentation or authority?" "The documentation was delayed," Charlotte lied smoothly. "A clerical error. I'm certain you understand that respectable businessmen such as my father and Mr. Sears must occasionally act quickly to protect their interests." Thomas stepped forward, the full weight of his title evident in his bearing. "I can vouch for Mr. Sears's character, sir, as can the Marquis of Pembry, who will be most displeased to learn of this overzealous enforcement." For a moment, doubt flickered across the magistrate's features. Charlotte dared to hope. "This is absurd," Hargrove cut in, his voice silky with false concern. "Miss Edgewood is clearly distraught and attempting to protect a man who, forgive me for saying so, appears to have taken advantage of her trusting nature. There is no betrothal. It was merely a ruse, wasn't it, Mr. Sears?" William's jaw tightened, his gaze moving from Charlotte to Hargrove and back again. Something dark and resolute settled in his expression. "William, don't," Charlotte began, recognizing the look of a man about to make a terrible sacrifice. "Your lordship is correct," William said, each word clipped and final. He shook off the restraining hands and rose to his full height, shoulders back despite the pain he must be feeling. "There was never any betrothal. It was all a ruse, a distraction I never should have entertained." The words hung in the damp air, stealing the breath from Charlotte's chest. Though she had known their courtship was a charade from the beginning, hearing him denounce it so coldly, so publicly, cut deeper than she had imagined possible. "You see?" Hargrove said, triumph barely concealed beneath his concern. "Miss Edgewood has been cruelly deceived. The poor girl believed herself engaged to a respectable businessman, only to discover he was using her family's good name to further his own schemes." The magistrate's expression hardened. "Is this true, Mr. Sears? You fabricated an engagement to Miss Edgewood?" William met the man's gaze steadily. "The engagement was false, but my purpose here tonight was legitimate. Lord Hargrove has been using this ship and others to smuggle goods past customs. I came to gather evidence." Hargrove laughed, the sound devoid of humor. "Smuggling? A serious accusation from a man caught illegally boarding a vessel that has already been inspected and found entirely in order." He turned to the magistrate. "Perhaps Mr. Sears was hoping to plant evidence to discredit a business rival? One wonders what might have been found had he not been interrupted." The crowd murmured, the tide of opinion clearly turning against William. Charlotte stepped forward, desperate to salvage something from this disaster. "My Lord Magistrate, I implore you to listen." "Enough, Charlotte," William snapped, his voice sharp enough to silence her. The look he gave was cold, distant, as if she were a stranger. "Go home. You've done enough damage for one night." The public dismissal stung worse than a slap. Charlotte felt her face flush with humiliation, aware of the many eyes watching her, judging her. A woman dressed in men's clothing at the docks past midnight, defending a man who had just denounced her. Her vision blurred with unshed tears, but she refused to let them fall. Not here. Not in front of Hargrove and his smirking satisfaction. "William, please," she tried once more, her voice dropping to a whisper. But William turned away, his back rigid with rejection as clear as any words. The magistrate sighed heavily. "Mr. Sears, while your actions tonight constitute a serious offense, given your standing in the community and the intercession of Lord Blackwood, I am inclined to release you with a warning. However, formal charges may still be brought, depending on further investigation." He turned to Charlotte, his expression softening slightly. "Miss Edgewood, I suggest you allow Lord Blackwood to escort you home immediately. This is no place for a lady, regardless of the circumstances." Hargrove stepped closer to Charlotte, his voice pitched for her ears alone. "Such a shame about your sister's wedding. I had hoped we might continue the courtship at a leisurely pace, but after tonight's display, I fear we must accelerate our plans." His smile was all teeth and no warmth. "The engagement will be announced tomorrow, and the wedding will take place within the fortnight. Otherwise, I shall have to withdraw my offer entirely, and who would have her then with such a sister?" The threat hung in the air between them, undisguised and vicious. Charlotte recoiled as if struck. "You can't do this," she whispered. "I already have." Hargrove's smile widened. "Your father will receive formal notice in the morning. I suggest you start preparing your best wishes for the happy couple." With a final, mocking bow, Hargrove turned back to the magistrate, leaving Charlotte standing alone in the midst of dispersing onlookers. Thomas approached cautiously, his concern evident. "Come, Miss Edgewood," he said gently. "I'll see you home." Charlotte nodded numbly, allowing him to lead her away. She didn't look back at William, couldn't bear to see if he watched her go, or if he had already dismissed her from his thoughts as easily as he had dismissed their pretended attachment. William's voice echoed in her memory with cruel clarity. "I would ensure all knew you were the one who rejected me." He had promised, sworn to her, that when their charade ended, he would protect her reputation, that he would make it appear she had tossed him over, preserving what remained of her standing in society. Instead, he had denounced her publicly, in front of sailors and dock workers and a magistrate. By morning, the story would spread through every drawing room in London. Charlotte Edgewood, so desperate for a suitor that she had invented an engagement, only to be humiliated when the truth came to light. The courtship had been false from the beginning, a means to an end for them both. She had known that, had reminded herself of it constantly. So why did its public dissolution feel like the end of something real, something precious? As Thomas helped her into the waiting carriage, Charlotte finally allowed the tears to fall, silent and hot against her cold cheeks. But but beneath the grief, anger began to simmer, a slow-building fury that would sustain her through what was to come. They had lost everything tonight, and the worst was yet to come. Chapter 11. Charlotte. Amelia's cry echoed down the grand staircase as Charlotte staggered through the entrance of the Edgewood townhouse, Lord Blackwood's steadying hand at her elbow. Her boy's clothes hung damp and heavy, her face streaked with the remnants of dried tears, and her heart a hollow cavity in her chest. Eleanor appeared behind Amelia, her traveling dress suggesting she'd never left after the ball. Both women rushed down the stairs, Amelia's face tight with anxiety, Eleanor's with confusion. "What happened?" Eleanor demanded, reaching them first. "Thomas." Lord Blackwood's features tightened with barely contained fury. "A trap," he said tersely, sprung by Hargrove with meticulous precision. Thompson materialized from the shadows of the hallway, his usual composure fractured by concern. "Miss Edgewood, shall I?" "Tea," Lord Blackwood instructed, "and perhaps something stronger for Miss Edgewood." Charlotte could barely lift her gaze from the marble floor. The weight of her failure pressed down upon her shoulders with crushing force. "It doesn't matter now," she whispered. "Nothing matters. It's over." "William?" Amelia asked softly, understanding immediately. "Did they catch him at the ship?" Eleanor's brow furrowed. "The ship? What ship?" "Perhaps we should move to the drawing room," Lord Blackwood suggested, his tone brooking no argument. "This requires explanation, and the foyer is hardly the place." Charlotte allowed herself to be guided into the darkened drawing room. Thompson moved efficiently to light lamps, the warm glow illuminating Eleanor's confused frown and Amelia's worried expression. Lord Blackwood remained standing, his posture rigid with barely contained tension. "Tell us what happened," Eleanor urged, settling beside Charlotte on the sofa. "All of it." Lord Blackwood's jaw tightened. "Sears was caught tonight, attempting to inspect cargo aboard one of the Edgewood ships, the Catherine's Pride." Amelia's fingers twisted in her lap. "The magistrate, did they truly arrest him?" "No," Charlotte answered, her voice hollow. "The magistrate released him with a warning, though formal charges may still come. But William," she couldn't finish, the humiliation still too fresh. "He publicly denounced your courtship," Lord Blackwood completed for her, his voice flat, "before the magistrate, Hargrove, and numerous witnesses." Eleanor looked between them, bewilderment evident in her expression. "Denounced? What courtship? What are you all talking about?" Charlotte met her friend's confused gaze. "The courtship was never real, Eleanor. It was all a charade, a way to investigate Hargrove's connection to my father's shipping business. Amelia knew, but we kept it from everyone else." "A charade?" Eleanor repeated, stunned. "All of it? The visits, the gifts, the way he looked at you at Lady Jersey's?" "All of it," Charlotte confirmed bitterly. "A performance designed to gain access to our family, to observe Hargrove's interactions with father. And tonight, William ended it in the most public, humiliating way possible." Amelia moved to sit beside her sister, taking her cold hand. "What happened exactly?" Lord Blackwood began to pace before the cold hearth, his movements precise and controlled despite his evident anger. "The ship arrived early, the customs inspection already completed. Sears was caught boarding illegally. Miss Edgewood attempted to intervene, claiming their betrothal gave him authority through her father." "You were at the dock?" Eleanor gasped, finally noticing Charlotte's boy's clothes. "Dressed like this?" Charlotte nodded miserably. "I promised I would stay home, but I couldn't let him face it alone." "And then," Amelia prompted, her voice gentle. Lord Blackwood's expression darkened. "Hargrove encouraged Sears to admit the courtship was false. Sears complied. Quite thoroughly." Charlotte flinched at the memory, the wound still fresh. "He said it was all a ruse," she whispered. "A distraction he never should have entertained, before the magistrate, the customs officials, the dock workers, everyone." Amelia's grip tightened around Charlotte's fingers. "Oh, Charlotte." "He promised me," Charlotte continued, anger finally piercing through her numbness. "He swore that when our charade ended, he would ensure society believed I had rejected him, that my reputation would remain intact. Instead, he destroyed it without hesitation." Eleanor's eyes flashed with indignation. "That is unforgivable." "He believed he was protecting you," Lord Blackwood said quietly, "by severing all connection." Protecting me? Charlotte scoffed, bitterness welling in her throat. By humiliating me before witnesses? No, my lord. That was pride and fury, nothing more. Lord Blackwood didn't argue, which Charlotte took as tacit agreement. There's more, she continued, turning to Amelia with a heavy heart. Hargrove threatened to accelerate your engagement. He said the announcement would come tomorrow with the wedding within a fortnight. Amelia closed her eyes briefly, a shudder passing through her slender frame. Father must already know. A message arrived for him shortly after we returned from the ball. Charlotte's blood ran cold. When did the message arrive? Exactly? Perhaps an hour after we returned from Lady Jersey's, Amelia confirmed. Mother retrieved him from his study. They've been closeted together ever since. Before the disaster at the docks, Charlotte whispered, horror spreading through her. Hargrove sent his ultimatum before anything happened tonight. He knew we would be there. Lord Blackwood straightened, alarm evident in his posture. Are you certain? It's the only explanation, Charlotte insisted, her mind racing despite her exhaustion. How else could he have been waiting with a magistrate? How else could he have ensured the customs inspection happened early, that the evidence was gone? He knew William would be there tonight. But how? Amelia asked, bewildered. How could he have known? Charlotte's thoughts turned to the moments in Lady Jersey's conservatory, to Hargrove's strange absence from the ball, to the man who had delivered a message to him. Someone betrayed us, someone who knew our plans. Lord Blackwood's expression turned grim. I must speak with Marcus immediately, if Sears has been betrayed by someone close to him. Lucy, Charlotte gasped, fresh horror washing over her. She'll be devastated. She believed the courtship was genuine. She was so pleased. Lady Pembray is remarkably protective of her brother, he replied dryly, as any who know her will attest. The prospect of facing Lucy's disappointment and anger sent a wave of nausea through Charlotte. What will she think of me? She whispered, more to herself than the others. She will think, Lord Blackwood said with unexpected gentleness, that you acted with courage, if perhaps not wisdom, as do I. I should be going, he continued, straightening his coat. Marcus must be informed of these developments. I suspect he and Sears will need to take immediate action to secure their business interests. And what of Amelia? Charlotte asked, desperation edging her voice. If Hargrove succeeds in forcing this wedding, he won't. Lord Blackwood stated with certainty. I give you my word. His confidence should have been comforting, but Charlotte knew too well how powerless even earls could be against determined evil. Your word may not be enough, my lord, she said quietly. Perhaps not alone, he agreed. But I am not without resources. None of us are. He turned to his wife, something unspoken passing between them. I shall return with Lady Pembray as soon as possible. Eleanor nodded, pressing a quick kiss to his cheek, a gesture so natural and loving that Charlotte had to look away, her heart aching anew at the reminder of genuine affection. After Lord Blackwood's departure, silence settled over the drawing room. Charlotte stared into the cold hearth, too numb to cry, too exhausted to plan. You should change, Eleanor said finally, practical as always. Those clothes are still damp. You'll catch your death. Would that be so terrible? Charlotte asked hollowly. Don't say such things, Amelia whispered, squeezing Charlotte's hand. Please. Charlotte looked at her sister, her sweet artistic sister whom she had fought so desperately to protect, and felt a fresh wave of shame. I'm sorry, Amelia, for everything, for failing you. You haven't failed me, Amelia insisted, her blue eyes serious in her pale face. You fought for me when no one else would. Even Lord Blackwood believes Hargrove can still be stopped. Lord Blackwood is an optimist, Charlotte replied bitterly, a rare quality in an aristocrat. He's also extraordinarily stubborn, Eleanor added with a faint smile, a quality he shares with his wife and her particular alliance. Despite everything, Charlotte felt a ghost of a smile touch her lips at the reference to their old pact. The Wallflower alliance seems woefully inadequate against Hargrove's machinations. Never underestimate 3 determined women, Eleanor said firmly, especially when backed by equally determined husbands. Her hand drifted briefly to her stomach, the gesture unconscious but revealing. Amelia's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Eleanor, are you? Eleanor smiled, but before she could nod, Amelia had thrown her arms around her. That is wonderful. The ladies busiest themselves talking excitedly about Eleanor's condition for the next half an hour, a much-needed distraction until a commotion erupted in the foyer. Rapid footsteps approached, accompanied by the rustle of silk and Thompson's muffled protests about the lateness of the hour. The drawing-room door opened without ceremony, revealing Lucy Pembry, Countess of Pembry, her golden hair hastily arranged beneath a fashionable bonnet, her traveling cloak thrown carelessly over an evening gown. Her gaze found Charlotte immediately, taking in the boy's clothes, the tear-stained face, the general dishevelment with a single sweeping glance. "Charlotte," she said, her voice steady despite the storm brewing in her eyes, "I need to know exactly what happened tonight. All of it. From the beginning." Charlotte met Lucy's gaze, finding neither accusation nor pity there, only fierce determination and something that might have been concern. "It's a rather long story," Charlotte warned. "Then you'd better start talking," Lucy replied, closing the door firmly behind her. "Because William isn't, and my husband and Lord Blackwood are currently riding toward the docks like men possessed." Charlotte sank back onto the sofa, gesturing for Lucy to take the chair opposite. "Very well," she said softly. "The truth, then, all of it." And for the second time that night, Charlotte began her confession, laying bare the full extent of her folly, her pride, and her broken heart. The drawing-room fell silent as Charlotte finished her tale. Only the occasional pop from the newly lit fire punctuated the heavy stillness as Lucy Pembry sat perfectly motionless, her gloved hands folded in her lap, her expression unreadable. Charlotte waited for the explosion, the accusations, the disappointment, the disgust. She deserved nothing less. "So," Lucy said finally, her voice deceptively calm, "my brother convinced you to engage in a false courtship to investigate Lord Hargrove, promised to protect your reputation when the charade ended, and then publicly denounced you the moment the plan went awry." Charlotte stared at her clasped hands. "That is the essence of it, yes. And you," Lucy continued, turning to Amelia, "are to be sacrificed to this man's ambitions within a fortnight." Amelia nodded, her face pale but composed. "Father believes the connection will save our family's standing, especially now that Charlotte's reputation is in tatters," Charlotte finished for her, "through no one's fault but my own." Lucy rose suddenly, pacing the length of the drawing-room with sharp, precise steps. Her golden hair had come partially loose from its hasty arrangement, curling wildly about her face, lending her the appearance of a lioness preparing to strike. "William," she said, the single word charged with a depth of emotion that made Charlotte flinch. "My brother, the man I believe to be honorable, if occasionally stubborn, the man who sat in this very house and looked at you as though—" She broke off, shaking her head. "I was utterly deceived." "The deception was intentional," Charlotte offered weakly. "We both played our parts well." Lucy spun toward her, eyes flashing. "Do not defend him, Charlotte, not now, not after what he did." "I'm not defending him," Charlotte protested, "merely stating facts." "Facts?" Lucy's laugh held no humor. "The fact is that my brother gave his word and broke it in the most public, humiliating way possible. The fact is that he has jeopardized your future to protect his pride." "To protect me," Charlotte corrected softly. "Lord Blackwood believes William thought he was shielding me from worse consequences." "By destroying your reputation?" Lucy's voice rose sharply. What twisted logic led him to believe that public humiliation was preferable to what exactly? Eleanor, who had remained silent throughout much of Charlotte's confession, finally spoke. "To being associated with a failed operation that might have resulted in charges of piracy," she suggested quietly. "William feared for Charlotte's safety, physical and social." "Then he is a fool as well as a coward," Lucy declared, her hands clenching at her sides. "If he truly wished to protect Charlotte, he should have stood beside her, not pushed her away." "Lucy," Charlotte began, surprised to find herself defending the man who had so thoroughly betrayed her trust. The situation was complicated. Hargrove was there. The magistrate was involved. "Complications are precisely when character reveals itself," Lucy cut her off. "And my brother's character, it seems, was found wanting." A heavy silence followed her words. Charlotte could not argue the point, though some small, irrational part of her wanted to. The memory of William's expression as he denounced their courtship, hard, cold, distant, still cut like glass. "And what of Hargrove?" Lucy demanded, turning to Amelia. "This man whom you're expected to marry despite his criminal dealings? Will no one listen to reason?" Amelia's hands twisted in her lap. "Father believes the accusations against Lord Hargrove are baseless, the product of business rivalry between him and Mr. Sears, without evidence." "Evidence we failed to obtain," Charlotte added bitterly. Lucy's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Perhaps not failed, merely delayed." "What do you mean?" Eleanor asked, straightening. "The operation tonight failed, yes. The ship's cargo was clean, the customs inspection already complete. But Hargrove continues his activities, does he not? There will be other shipments, other opportunities." Hope flickered briefly in Charlotte's chest before cold reality extinguished it. "It doesn't matter. No one will believe us now. William's credibility is destroyed, mine as well, and Amelia's wedding date is set." "Not yet," Lucy said firmly. "Not until contracts are signed and banns are read." "1 fortnight," Amelia whispered. "Hardly enough time." Lucy crossed to her, taking both her hands. "It is time enough for determined minds, and I, Miss Amelia, am exceedingly determined where family is concerned." She glanced at Charlotte, including her in the statement. "Even family acquired through deception." Charlotte stared at her, astonished. "You're not angry with me for the lies?" Lucy's expression softened slightly. "Oh, I am furious with you, Charlotte, for risking your safety, for deceiving me, for believing you could handle this alone. But my anger at you pales compared to my rage at William and my loathing for Hargrove." She straightened, every inch the Countess of Pembrey, despite her hastily arranged appearance. "My husband and Lord Blackwood are already gathering information from the docks. Marcus has connections among the customs officials that even William doesn't know about. We will find evidence of Hargrove's dealings, I promise you." "And until then," Amelia asked, her voice small, "until then, we proceed as normally as possible. Charlotte, you will face society with your head high, regardless of whispers. Amelia, you will continue your betrothal preparations without arousing suspicion. And I," Lucy's eyes glinted with determination, "will have a long, unpleasant conversation with my brother." Charlotte felt a pang of something dangerously close to protectiveness. "Lucy, William was doing what he thought best." "His intentions matter less than his actions," Lucy replied firmly, "and his actions require explanation, a thorough one." Charlotte could not argue. Part of her, the part still raw from humiliation, wanted William to face Lucy's fury, to understand the depth of pain his public rejection had caused. Another part, a part she refused to acknowledge, remembered the desperation in his eyes when he'd begged her to stay home, the warmth of his hand covering hers in his office, the intensity of his gaze during their dance at Lady Jersey's ball. None of it had been real. None of it. "What shall I tell my parents?" Charlotte asked instead, pushing those dangerous thoughts away. "They'll have heard about the incident by morning. London gossip travels faster than light." "The truth," Lucy advised, "or as much of it as necessary. Your father especially needs to understand the danger Hargrove presents to his business and family." "He won't believe me," Charlotte said bitterly. "He'll see only that I've jeopardized Amelia's chance at a prestigious marriage." "Then we shall have to be more persuasive," Lucy replied. "Evidence speaks louder than accusations." The clock on the mantel chimed one, its deep resonance a reminder of the late hour. Lucy sighed, the sound betraying her exhaustion beneath her determined facade. "I should return home," she said. "Marcus will be expecting my report, and there is much to be done before dawn." "You're really going to help us?" Amelia asked, wonder evident in her voice. "After everything?" Lucy's smile held both warmth and steel. "The Sears family protects its own, Miss Amelia, and despite the unfortunate circumstances, I consider you and your sister very much our own." Charlotte rose unsteadily to her feet, suddenly overwhelmed by the events of the night, by Lucy's unexpected support, by the faint flicker of hope where moments before had been only despair. "Lucy, I don't know how to thank you." "Thank me when Hargrove is exposed and William has groveled appropriately for his actions," Lucy replied, a hint of her usual humor returning. "Until then, get some rest. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges." As Eleanor showed Lucy to the door, Charlotte sank back onto the sofa, her mind racing despite her exhaustion. Lucy's confidence had sparked a dangerous hope within her, The belief that perhaps all was not lost, that Amelia might yet be saved, that her own ruined reputation might somehow be salvaged. She knew better than to trust such hope. She'd learned that lesson twice now, once with Lord Carrington's pursuit of Amelia, and again tonight with William's betrayal. And yet, what are you thinking? Amelia asked softly, breaking into her thoughts. Charlotte looked at her sister, her sweet artistic sister, who deserved far better than to be bargained away to a criminal, and felt resolve harden within her once more. I'm thinking, she said carefully, that Lucy is right. We need evidence, concrete proof of Hargrove's schemes. Amelia's eyes widened slightly. Charlotte, no, you've done enough. Let the others handle this now. And what if they fail? Charlotte asked. What if the fortnight passes and we're standing in the church watching you pledge yourself to that man? That won't happen, Amelia insisted, though uncertainty shadowed her eyes. Lord Blackwood gave his word. Charlotte rose, moving to stare into the fire. Her reflection glimmered in the glass of the clock face above the mantel, a pale ghost with hollow eyes and tangled hair. She barely recognized herself. Words are easily broken, she said softly, as we've learned tonight. Charlotte, Amelia began, alarm evident in her tone. Don't worry, Charlotte interrupted, turning back with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I won't do anything rash tonight. We should both rest, as Lucy suggested. She took her sister's hand, squeezing it gently. Go to bed, Amelia. Tomorrow will be difficult enough without adding exhaustion to our troubles. Amelia hesitated, clearly suspicious of Charlotte's sudden acquiescence, but eventually nodded. Promise me you won't sneak out again tonight. I promise, Charlotte said, the words coming easily. It was, after all, the truth. Her plans required daylight, not darkness. Good night, Amelia. After her sister departed, Charlotte remained in the drawing room alone, staring into the dying embers of the fire. Lucy's determination, Marcus's connections, Lord Blackwood's resources, they offered hope, certainly. But Charlotte had learned not to trust in others' promises. Chapter 12. The study was dark, save for a single lamp burning low on the desk, its golden glow unable to reach the shadows that clung to the corners of the room. William Sears sat motionless in his leather chair, a tumbler of brandy forgotten in his hand, his gaze fixed on nothing. Dawn was breaking outside, pale light seeping through the gaps in the heavy curtains, but he hadn't slept, couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw her face, Charlotte's face, as his words had cut through her. It was all a ruse, a distraction I never should have entertained. He drained the brandy in a single swallow, welcoming the burn. It was a poor substitute for the self-flagellation he deserved, but it was something. Anything to dull the sharp edges of memory, the shock in her dark blue eyes, the flush of humiliation on her cheeks, the rigid dignity with which she'd turned and walked away despite the public disgrace he'd inflicted. Damn it all to hell, he muttered, reaching for the decanter. His hand was steady as he poured another measure, though by all rights he should be trembling. How many had he drunk already? 3, 4, 10. He'd lost count somewhere in the dark hours between midnight and dawn. The library door opened without warning, admitting a shaft of unwelcome light and the tall figure of Marcus Pembry, Viscount Pembry. His brother-in-law's normally immaculate appearance was decidedly rumpled, as though he'd dressed in haste and ridden through the night, which, William reflected grimly, he likely had. You look like hell, Marcus observed, closing the door firmly behind him. William raised his glass in mock salute. And good morning to you, too. There's nothing good about it. Marcus crossed to the windows, yanking open the heavy curtains without ceremony. Sunlight poured in, harsh and unforgiving. Thomas Blackwood just spent 3 hours telling me exactly how thoroughly you've botched this entire affair. William winced, less from the sudden brightness than from the accusation. Blackwood should have stayed out of it. It wasn't his concern. It became his concern the moment you involved his wife's dearest friend, Marcus countered, turning to face him. Tell me, William, what possessed you to publicly denounce Charlotte Edgewood before half the docks? I was protecting her. Protecting her? Marcus's laugh held no humor. By destroying her reputation? Brilliant strategy. William slammed the tumbler down on the desk, liquid sloshing over the rim. What would you have had me do? Let her be implicated in a failed smuggling investigation. Let Hargrove use her as leverage against me. I would have had you keep your word, Marcus replied, his voice dropping to a dangerous softness. The word you gave her that when your charade ended, you would ensure society believed she had rejected you, not the other way around. William flinched as his own promise was thrown back at him. There wasn't time for subtlety. Not with Hargrove standing there, the magistrate ready to press charges, Charlotte dressed in boy's clothes for all to see. So instead, you sacrificed her to save yourself. I sacrificed her to save her. William surged to his feet, fury finally breaking through the numb shell that had encased him since the docks. If I'd maintained the pretense, if I'd claimed she was truly my betrothed, Hargrove would have destroyed her more thoroughly than I ever could. He would have used her against me, against her family. He would have dragged her name through every gutter in London. And now her name will be sullied in every drawing room instead, Marcus observed coolly. A remarkable improvement. William turned away, unable to meet his brother-in-law's steady gaze. I made a choice, he said finally. The only one I could see in that moment. The wrong one, Marcus replied bluntly. And now you sit here, drinking yourself into oblivion instead of fixing what you've broken. Nothing's broken that can be mended, William said dully. Charlotte will recover. Society will forget. In a month's time, this will be nothing but a forgotten scandal. Will it? Marcus moved to stand before the desk, his expression grim. Hargrove has accelerated his pursuit of Amelia Edgewood. The wedding is set for a fortnight from now. William's head snapped up. What, so soon? Apparently, he delivered his ultimatum to Mr. Edgewood shortly after Lady Jersey's ball, before the disaster at the docks. Marcus's eyes narrowed. He knew, William. He knew you would be there last night. Cold dread washed through William, clearing some of the brandy's fog from his mind. That's impossible. No one knew except who? Charlotte, himself, Thomas and Eleanor Blackwood, Lucy, who had helped create their diversion. Who else had access to their plans? Someone betrayed us, he said slowly. So it would seem. Marcus perched on the edge of the desk, his normally posture relaxing slightly. The question is, who and why? William dragged a hand down his face, his stubbled jaw rough beneath his palm. It could have been anyone at the ball. Someone who overheard our conversation in the conservatory, perhaps. Or someone closer, Marcus suggested quietly. Someone with access to your warehouse. Someone who knew your routines, your business dealings. Reed, William breathed, the name tasting like ash on his tongue. But he was already suspect. We were careful around him. Perhaps too careful, Marcus mused. Drawing attention to your suspicions, making him desperate. William shook his head, the pieces refusing to align properly in his brandy-fogged mind. This doesn't make sense. Why would Hargrove accelerate the wedding plans before knowing whether our operation would succeed or fail? Insurance, perhaps. Or, Marcus paused, his expression turning thoughtful. What if the operation at the docks was never his primary concern? What if it was merely a distraction from his true goal? Amelia? William frowned. But we already knew he was pursuing her for her father's shipping connections. What if there's more to it? Something we haven't considered. William stood, moving to the window despite the glare that made his head pound. The world outside continued its morning routine, unaware of the turmoil within the Sears household. A carriage rattled past. A maid shook a rug from an upstairs window across the street. A newsboy shouted headlines that would undoubtedly include some account of last night's events. Hargrove is always 10 steps ahead, William said quietly. Every time I think I've understood his game, the board changes. Then perhaps it's time to stop playing his game, Marcus suggested, and start playing our own. William turned, eyebrow raised. What did you have in mind? First, Marcus said, rising to his feet with renewed purpose, you need to bathe. You smell like a dockside tavern. Then we're going to call on Thomas Blackwood and formulate a plan that doesn't involve publicly humiliating any more young ladies. William winced at the pointed barb. Charlotte won't want to see me. Likely not, Marcus agreed. But Lucy will insist on it, and you know how persuasive my wife can be. The thought of facing Lucy's disappointment, her fury, made William's stomach clench more painfully than the prospect of seeing Charlotte again. His sister had believed in the courtship, had been genuinely delighted by it. Finding out it was all a ruse would hurt her deeply. "Lucy knows?" he asked quietly. "By now? Undoubtedly." Marcus's expression softened slightly. "She'll forgive you, eventually, after you've groveled appropriately and fixed this mess." "Some things can't be fixed," William murmured, thinking of Charlotte's face as she turned away from him, of the hollow emptiness that had settled in his chest the moment he denounced their courtship, an emptiness that brandy couldn't fill, that dawn couldn't illuminate. "Perhaps not entirely," Marcus conceded, "but we can at least ensure Amelia doesn't pay the price for our failure." Our failure. The words hung between them, a reminder that Marcus had been part of this from the beginning, had supported William's investigation, despite its risks. "Very well," William said finally, straightening his shoulders with effort. "Let me change. We'll call on Blackwood and form a new strategy." As Marcus nodded and moved toward the door, William added quietly, "And Marcus, thank you for not giving up on me, despite everything." Marcus paused, his hand on the doorknob. "Family doesn't give up on family, William, no matter how thoroughly they've botched things." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Besides, Lucy would have my head if I left you to wallow in self-pity while Charlotte faces the consequences alone." The door closed behind him, leaving William standing in the unforgiving morning light, the weight of his choices pressing down upon him with crushing force. He moved to his desk, setting aside the empty tumbler and reaching instead for pen and paper. Before he met with Blackwood, before any new plans were made, there was something he needed to do. Something that wouldn't erase his betrayal, but might at least acknowledge it. He began to write, his words directed not to Charlotte, for what could he possibly say to her now, but to Lucy. An explanation, not an excuse. A confession, not a defense. The first step toward making amends, if such a thing were even possible. As the pen scratched across the paper, William allowed himself to acknowledge the truth he'd been avoiding since the moment he'd first seen Charlotte Edgewood trying to break into his warehouse. That what had begun as a convenient arrangement had grown into something far more dangerous. Something that felt disturbingly like genuine attachment. Something that, despite his best efforts, now felt remarkably like regret. The Edgewood breakfast room was awash in morning sunlight, the pale yellow walls lending a false cheerfulness to what Charlotte knew would be an excruciating ordeal. She hesitated in the doorway, summoning what remained of her courage before taking a step inside. Her mother and father were already seated, the morning paper spread between them. Mrs. Edgewood's face was pinched and pale, her fingers clutching a handkerchief that bore evidence of recent tears. Mr. Edgewood's expression was thunderous, his usual hearty appetite apparently forgotten as he stared unseeing at his untouched plate. Amelia sat opposite them, her posture painfully erect, her complexion nearly as white as the tablecloth. She glanced up as Charlotte entered, offering a small, strained smile that did nothing to ease the knot in Charlotte's stomach. "Good morning," Charlotte said quietly, moving to her usual place. The silence that greeted her words was deafening. Thompson appeared at her elbow, pouring tea with mechanical efficiency before retreating to his post by the sideboard. The only sound was the clink of porcelain as the cup settled in its saucer. Charlotte reached for a piece of toast, though she had no appetite. The simple act of buttering it gave her hands something to do, a focus beyond the crushing tension in the room. Finally, Mr. Edgewood folded the newspaper with deliberate precision, setting it beside his plate. He fixed Charlotte with a stare that had made dock workers quail. "Would you care to explain," he said, his Boston accent thickening with suppressed fury, "why I awoke this morning to find my business associates sending notes of concern about my daughter's scandalous behavior at the docks last night?" Charlotte set down her knife, meeting her father's gaze directly. "I imagine because gossip travels faster than truth, Father." "Gossip?" Mrs. Edgewood's voice rose shrilly. "Is it gossip that you were seen at the docks past midnight, dressed as a boy, with Mr. Sears loudly proclaiming your supposed engagement to be nothing but a ruse?" "No, Mother," Charlotte replied steadily. "Those facts are accurate, though incomplete." "Incomplete?" Mr. Edgewood's hand slammed down on the table, rattling the china. "What possible explanation could justify such behavior?" Have you lost your mind? I was attempting to protect Amelia, Charlotte said, and your business interests. By making a spectacle of yourself, by destroying what little reputation you had left. Her father's face had turned an alarming shade of red. Do you have any idea what you've done? The damage you've caused? I do, Charlotte said quietly. But father, if you would listen. No, you will listen, Mr. Edgewood cut her off. For once in your life, Charlotte, you will be silent and hear the consequences of your actions. He pulled a small stack of cards from his waistcoat pocket, tossing them onto the table before her. Charlotte recognized them immediately, calling cards from various members of society, each with a corner folded down. Declined invitations, withdrawn social connections. Lady Hempstead has rescinded our invitation to her garden party, Mrs. Edgewood said, her voice trembling. The Rutherfords have sent word that we are no longer welcome at their musicale. Even the Fitzhughs, who have known us since our arrival in London, have made their position clear. Charlotte stared at the small pile of social rejection, her chest tight. She had anticipated consequences, but the swiftness and totality of society's judgment still stunned her. I'm sorry for the social inconvenience, she said carefully, but there are more important matters at stake. Lord Hargrove is a respected peer of the realm, her father interrupted, a man of influence and connections who has offered for your sister's hand in marriage, a man whom you have publicly accused of criminal dealings without a shred of evidence. There is evidence, Charlotte insisted. If you would only listen. I have listened, Mr. Edgewood snapped. I have listened to you dismiss every eligible suitor who has shown interest in either you or your sister. I have listened to your complaints about London society, about proper behavior, about expectations that every young lady of quality accepts without question. And where has it led us? To social ruin. Mrs. Edgewood dabbed at her eyes with her handkerchief. What will we do? How can we possibly show our faces at the Merryweathers' ball next week? Or the opera? I shall have to cancel all our engagements for the season, perhaps return to Boston early. You will do no such thing, Mr. Edgewood said firmly. We will weather this storm as we have weathered others. The announcement of Amelia's engagement to Lord Hargrove will go far in restoring our standing. Engagement? Charlotte repeated, her gaze flying to Amelia's face. You cannot be serious. Father, Lord Hargrove is using Amelia to gain access to your shipping business for smuggling operations. Enough. Mr. Edgewood's voice rose to a thunderous pitch. I will not hear these wild accusations against a gentleman who has shown nothing but courtesy to our family. A gentleman who, despite your best efforts to sabotage the connection, still wishes to ally himself with us. Of course he does, Charlotte said bitterly. He needs your ships, your routes, your respectability to cover his criminal dealings. What he needs, Mrs. Edgewood interjected, is a wife, a proper lady who understands her place in society, something you, Charlotte, have never managed to grasp. The words stung more than Charlotte cared to admit. She turned to Amelia, desperately seeking an ally. Amelia, please, tell them what you know, what you've seen in Hargrove's behavior. Amelia looked down at her plate, her fingers twisting in her lap. I have seen nothing improper in Lord Hargrove's conduct, she said softly. He has been all that is correct in his attentions. Charlotte stared at her sister, betrayal a sharp pain beneath her ribs. But as Amelia glanced up briefly, Charlotte caught the fear in her eyes, the silent plea for understanding. Of course, with their parents so firmly set against Charlotte's warnings, Amelia was attempting to keep peace while buying time. Lord Hargrove has graciously agreed to accelerate the wedding plans, Mr. Edgewood continued, his tone softening as he addressed Amelia. The ceremony will take place in a fortnight. It's swifter than we had anticipated, but given the current circumstances, a rapid resolution seems prudent. A fortnight? Charlotte echoed, horror washing through her. That's barely time for the banns to be read. Lord Hargrove has connections in the church, Mrs. Edgewood said, a hint of pride creeping into her voice despite her distress. A special license has already been arranged. This is madness, Charlotte protested. You cannot seriously intend to sacrifice Amelia to salvage the family's reputation. Sacrifice? Mr. Edgewood's expression darkened further. Your sister is making an advantageous match with a titled gentleman. a match that will secure her future and elevate our family's standing. The only sacrifice here is to my patience, Charlotte, which grows thinner by the moment." "And what of me?" Charlotte asked quietly. "What punishment do you intend for my transgressions?" Her father's expression hardened. "You will remain at home until the wedding. No callers, no outings, no correspondence. Perhaps a period of quiet reflection will cool that reckless temperament of yours." "House arrest, father? Am I a child to be confined to my room?" "You are a young woman who has demonstrated a dangerous lack of judgment," he replied coldly. "Be grateful I don't send you back to Boston immediately. The only reason you remain here is that your absence at Amelia's wedding would cause even more gossip." Charlotte turned to her mother, seeking some softening, some hint of understanding. "Mother, please, you must see how rushed this is, how suspicious." Mrs. Edgewood merely sniffed, reaching for her teacup with trembling fingers. "I see only that your sister has managed to secure a match far beyond what we might have hoped, especially now. Lord Hargrove is showing remarkable generosity in maintaining his offer despite the scandal you've caused." "It's not generosity," Charlotte insisted. "It's calculation. He needs our family's shipping business for his smuggling operations. That is enough." Mr. Edgewood rose from his chair, towering over the table. "I will not hear another word of these baseless accusations. Not another word, do you understand?" Charlotte stared up at him, at the father she had once believed valued truth and integrity above all else. The father who had taught her to read shipping manifests and calculate exchange rates, who had once praised her quick mind and independent spirit. "I understand perfectly," she said coldly. "You value social standing above your daughter's happiness. Business connections above truth." "Charlotte," Amelia began, distress evident in her voice. "No, let her speak," Mr. Edgewood said, his voice dangerously soft. "Let us hear what other wisdom my elder daughter wishes to share." Charlotte rose to her feet, matching her father's stance. "Only this. When Hargrove's true nature is revealed, and it will be, father, I hope you remember this moment, this choice, to disbelieve your daughter in favor of a man you barely know. And I hope," her father countered, "that when you are sitting alone at your sister's wedding, watching her make a match that will secure her future while yours remains uncertain, you remember your own choices, Charlotte. Your stubborn insistence on defying every convention, every expectation, every attempt to guide you toward a respectable life." Each word struck with precision at Charlotte's deepest insecurities. She had always prided herself on her independence, her intelligence, her refusal to be bound by society's narrow definitions of feminine worth. But in this moment, faced with her family's judgment, those qualities felt more like flaws than strengths. "If respectability means sacrificing truth and integrity," she said finally, "then perhaps I don't value it as highly as I should." "Clearly," her father replied coldly. He turned to Amelia. "Your first fitting for the wedding gown is scheduled for this afternoon. Lady Hargrove has recommended her own modest, a great honor. Your mother will accompany you." Amelia nodded, her face still pale but composed. "Yes, father." He turned back to Charlotte, his expression unyielding. "You will remain here. Thompson has instructions not to allow you to leave the house under any circumstances. Is that understood?" Charlotte wanted to argue, to fight, to rail against the injustice of it all. But the battle was lost, for now. She inclined her head in a gesture that could be interpreted as acquiescence, though it was anything but. "Perfectly understood, father." "Good." Mr. Edgewood picked up his newspaper again, a clear dismissal. "You may go." Charlotte left the breakfast room with as much dignity as she could muster, though her hands trembled with suppressed fury. In the hallway, she paused, drawing a deep breath to steady herself. Thompson stood nearby, his expression carefully neutral, though Charlotte thought she detected a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "Thompson," she said quietly, "would you be so kind as to bring tea to my room? I find I have a headache." "Of course, Miss Edgewood," he replied with a slight bow. "Right away." As she climbed the stairs to her bedchamber, Charlotte's mind raced. House arrest. No visitors. No outings. Her father had effectively placed her under guard, cutting off any chance of seeking help or gathering evidence against Hargrove. But he had underestimated her once again. Charlotte Edgewood would not be confined so easily, not with Amelia's future at stake. not with 2 weeks before an unthinkable marriage. The afternoons stretched endlessly as Charlotte paced the confines of her bedchamber. Amelia had left with their mother for the wedding gown fitting, their departure marked by the soft closing of the front door and the rattle of carriage wheels on cobblestones. Charlotte moved to the window, watching the carriage disappear around the corner. Her prison was comfortable enough, but it was a prison nonetheless. A soft knock interrupted her brooding. Her lady's maid appeared, arms laden with fresh linens. "Begging your pardon, Miss Charlotte," Evans said, bobbing a quick curtsy. "Evans," Charlotte said after a moment, "does Miss Amelia seem happy about this match to you?" The maid's eyes widened at the direct question. "Happy? No, miss. Quite the opposite. She cries when she thinks no one can hear." She hesitated before adding, "And Lord Hargrove, he's not a kind man, miss. My sister works in his household. The staff fear him." Charlotte nodded, a decision crystallizing within her. "Evans, I need your help. Miss Amelia's future depends on it. I need to leave the house without being seen." To her credit, Evans didn't look shocked. "Thompson is watching the front door on your father's orders. And there's a footman stationed in the garden. What about the servants' entrance?" "Cook is there most afternoons preparing for dinner." Evans frowned thoughtfully. "But at 4 o'clock she always takes her tea in her room. There's about 15 minutes when the kitchen is empty." Charlotte glanced at the clock. 3:30. "That's perfect." The maid nodded, a hint of resolve in her expression. "I'll create a distraction at the front of the house to draw Thompson away, and I'll tell everyone you have a migraine and mustn't be disturbed until dinner." As Evans departed to set their plan in motion, Charlotte stood before the mirror one last time. The woman who stared back at her looked different somehow, her eyes harder, her mouth set in a determined line. If Amelia was to be saved, if Hargrove was to be exposed, Charlotte would need to act herself, directly, decisively. Chapter 13. Hargrove House stood before her, an imposing sandstone edifice with gleaming windows that reflected the late afternoon sun like cold, hard eyes. Charlotte hesitated at the bottom of the steps, her courage momentarily faltering. No respectable unmarried lady called upon a bachelor at his home. But she was no longer respectable, was she? Drawing a deep breath, she mounted the steps and pulled the bell. A startled butler answered, his expression shifting from professional blankness to poorly concealed shock as he recognized her. "Miss Edgewood," he stammered. "This is most irregular." "I must speak with Lord Hargrove," Charlotte said firmly, "on a matter of grave importance." The butler hesitated, clearly torn between propriety and his master's potential displeasure. "Tell him it concerns my sister's engagement," Charlotte added, her voice steady despite the rapid beating of her heart. After a moment's further hesitation, the butler bowed slightly. "Wait in the antechamber, if you please. I shall inform his lordship of your arrival." The antechamber was richly appointed, with gilt-framed landscapes and hunting scenes decorating the wood-paneled walls. Charlotte remained standing, too tense to sit, her fingers twisting the strings of her reticule as she tried not to consider the enormity of her transgression. A lady, alone, in a bachelor's home. If anyone saw her... But that hardly mattered now. Nothing mattered except stopping Hargrove. The door opened, revealing the butler once more. "His lordship will see you in his study, Miss Edgewood." Charlotte followed him down a corridor lined with ancestral portraits, stern-faced men and women with the same calculating eyes she'd observed in their descendant. The study door stood open, revealing a masculine sanctuary of leather-bound books, dark wood, and the sharp scent of brandy. Lord Hargrove rose from behind his desk as she entered, his smile as practiced and empty as ever. "Miss Edgewood," he said, gesturing for the butler to close the door behind her. "What an unexpected pleasure." Charlotte remained near the entrance, instinct keeping her close to the only exit. "I've come to speak with you about Amelia." "Your sister?" Hargrove arched an eyebrow, moving to pour himself a drink from a crystal decanter. "A most delightful young woman. I'm greatly looking forward to our union." "A union she does not desire," Charlotte said bluntly. Hargrove's smile never faltered as he took a slow sip from his glass. "Strong words, Miss Edgewood, especially from someone in your precarious position." "My position is irrelevant," Charlotte insisted. I'm here to ask, to beg, if necessary, that you release Amelia from this engagement." "And why would I do that?" Hargrove asked, his tone mild as he settled into a leather armchair, crossing one leg over the other with leisurely grace. "Your sister brings beauty, breeding, and a substantial dowry to the match. What man would willingly relinquish such advantages?" "A man with a conscience," Charlotte replied. "A man who values genuine affection over business connections." Hargrove laughed, the sound devoid of warmth. "You mistake me for a romantic, Miss Edgewood. I am a practical man. Marriages in our circle are alliances, not love matches." "Is that why you threatened to withdraw your offer if the wedding wasn't accelerated? Because it's merely a practical alliance?" Something dangerous flickered behind Hargrove's eyes, a calculation, an assessment. "Your father agreed to my terms readily enough. Perhaps you should direct your concerns to him." "My father doesn't know the truth about you," Charlotte said, taking a single step forward. "About your smuggling operations, your use of his shipping business as cover for your criminal activities." "Criminal activities?" Hargrove echoed, his expression one of exaggerated shock. "My dear Miss Edgewood, what nonsense has Sears been filling your head with?" "Not nonsense," Charlotte pressed. "Facts, evidence that we came very close to obtaining last night." "Ah, yes, last night." Hargrove's smile returned, sharper now. "A most unfortunate scene at the docks, I understand. How humiliating for you to be so publicly disavowed by your supposed suitor." The barb struck home, but Charlotte refused to flinch. "William was protecting me." "Was he?" Hargrove rose, moving to stand before her. "Tell me, Miss Edgewood, did he protect your reputation as he promised? Or did he sacrifice you to save himself?" Charlotte's silence was answer enough. "I thought as much," Hargrove said softly. "Men like Sears rarely keep their word when it becomes inconvenient. They lack commitment." He reached out, brushing a finger along her cheek. "Unlike myself." Charlotte jerked away from his touch, revulsion crawling beneath her skin. "Don't." "Such fire," he murmured, his eyes darkening with something that made Charlotte's stomach twist. "Such intelligence behind those lovely eyes. Wasted, really." "What do you mean?" Charlotte asked, though a cold dread was already seeping through her veins. Hargrove stepped back, studying her with the same clinical interest he might give a horse at auction. "You know, I've watched you for months, Charlotte. May I call you Charlotte, since we're speaking so frankly?" He continued without waiting for her permission. "I've seen how you calculate shipping routes faster than your father's clerks, how you debate politics with men twice your age, leaving them stuttering for responses, how you navigate society's treacherous waters without ever quite conforming to its expectations." "You've been watching me?" Charlotte asked, alarm building in her chest. "Why?" "Because you interest me far more than your sweet, simple sister ever could." Hargrove's smile turned predatory. "I would have approached you directly, but your father made it clear you were difficult, unmarriageable, a bluestocking with dangerous ideas about a woman's place." Charlotte took a step back, her shoulder blades pressing against the closed door. "So you chose Amelia instead." "A compromise," Hargrove agreed. "She brings the shipping connections I require, with none of the complications you present." He moved closer, invading her space once more. "But now, circumstances have changed." "What are you talking about?" "Your reputation is ruined," he said bluntly. "Your family's standing teeters on the edge of social disaster, all because you couldn't resist playing detective with William Sears." His expression turned thoughtful. "But I could offer an alternative." Charlotte's breath caught. "What alternative?" "Me." Hargrove's eyes glittered with triumph. "I would take you instead of Amelia." Shock rendered Charlotte momentarily speechless. "What?" "You heard me correctly," Hargrove said, circling her slowly. "Your sister is lovely, yes, but merely decorative. You, Charlotte, have substance, intelligence, fire, qualities I find far more stimulating in a woman, at least temporarily." "Temporarily?" "Until the fire becomes tiresome," he clarified, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. "Which it inevitably does. Then more, traditional measures become necessary." A chill raced down Charlotte's spine. "You're mad." "Not at all," Hargrove replied, unruffled. "Simply practical. Spirited wives can be embarrassing in society. Eventually, they must be contained." Charlotte lunged for the door handle, but Hargrove was faster. His hand slammed against the wood, blocking her escape. "You misunderstand, my dear," he said, his voice hardening. "This isn't a negotiation. It's a statement of fact." "Let me go," Charlotte demanded, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. "I think not." Hargrove stepped back, his manner suddenly formal. "Jenkins, Graham." The door opened, revealing two burly men Charlotte hadn't seen before. Not servants. Their clothing was too rough, their manner too threatening. "Hold her," Hargrove ordered. Before Charlotte could scream, a large hand clamped over her mouth, the other grabbing her around the waist. She fought, kicking and thrashing as the second man seized her arms, pinning them painfully behind her back. Hargrove watched her struggle with detached interest, like a naturalist observing an insect. "Spirited indeed," he remarked. He moved to his desk, opening a drawer to remove a small blue bottle and a cloth. "But we have a long journey ahead, and I prefer my traveling companions compliant." Charlotte renewed her efforts, panic giving her strength, but the men held her fast. She watched in horror as Hargrove approached, uncorking the bottle and dousing the cloth with clear liquid. The sharp, medicinal smell made her eyes water even before he pressed it against her face, replacing the hand that had covered her mouth. "Breathe deeply, my dear," Hargrove instructed, his voice fading strangely as blackness crept in from the edges of Charlotte's vision. Fighting only prolongs the unpleasantness. The room tilted sickeningly, her limbs growing impossibly heavy. Her last conscious thought was of William, of his face at the docks, cold and distant as he severed their connection. William. Then darkness claimed her. When Charlotte regained consciousness, the world was swaying, not the gentle sway of a ballroom dance, but the rhythmic jolt and rattle of carriage wheels over rough roads. Her head pounded mercilessly, her mouth cottony and dry. Something hard pressed against her cheek, the leather upholstery of a well-appointed carriage. "Ah, finally," came Hargrove's voice from somewhere above her. "I was beginning to worry our friend had been overzealous with the chloroform." Charlotte forced her eyes open, the effort monumental. Hargrove sat opposite her, his expression one of mild interest. Beside him sat one of the men from his study. Graham or Jenkins, she couldn't recall which. Another loomed beside her, a massive presence she could feel rather than see. "Where?" Her voice emerged as a croak. She tried again. "Where are you taking me?" "Gretna Green, of course," Hargrove replied, as if explaining to a dull child. "Scotland's rather accommodating marriage laws will serve our purpose admirably." Horror sliced through Charlotte's drugged haze. Gretna Green, the destination of countless elopements where couples could marry without bans or parental consent. A journey of several days, during which she would be entirely at Hargrove's mercy. "My family," she began, "will receive a letter in your hand explaining that you've eloped with me in a fit of passion," Hargrove finished for her. "Most scandalous, of course, but somewhat understandable given your recent disgrace. They might even be relieved that someone was willing to save your reputation." Memory stirred, a foggy recollection of a pen being forced into her hand, Hargrove dictating words she could barely comprehend, her signature appearing on paper through no conscious effort of her own. "They'll never believe it," Charlotte said, struggling to sit upright against the lingering effects of the drug. "They'll know I was taken against my will." "Will they?" Hargrove raised an eyebrow. "Your father already thinks you unstable, impulsive. Your mother despairs of your judgment, and your recent behavior hardly suggests a rational mind at work." He leaned forward, his expression turning coldly serious. "By week's end, you'll be my wife, and when I've had my fill, the asylum will have you." Charlotte lunged forward, a desperate attempt to what? Scratch his eyes? Leap from the moving carriage? She hadn't thought beyond the need to escape. Strong hands seized her before she'd moved more than inches. The man beside her forced her back against the seat, his grip bruising. Now, Hargrove sighed, reaching for the blue bottle once more. "It seems our bride requires more rest." "No." Charlotte thrashed against her captor's hold, but it was futile. The chloroform-soaked cloth descended over her face again, the sickly sweet smell filling her nostrils. As consciousness began to fade once more, Charlotte clung to a single thought. William, Thomas, Marcus. Someone must be looking for her by now. Someone must realize she was missing. Or was she truly alone, abandoned by all who might have helped her? The darkness took her again before she could find an answer. Chapter 14. The parchment trembled in Amelia's hands, the spidery handwriting unmistakably Hargrove's, though the signature at the bottom belonged to her sister. She read it once, twice, 3 times, the words refusing to form coherent meaning despite their clarity on the page. My dearest family, by the time you read this, I shall be on my way to Scotland with Lord Hargrove, whose proposal I have accepted. After recent events, I find this match to be the most advantageous solution to our family's predicament. We shall be married at Gretna Green within days. Please do not attempt to follow. This is my choice, made freely and with full understanding of its consequences. Forgive me for any pain this may cause. Your daughter and sister, Charlotte Edgewood, Miss Amelia. Evans hovered in the doorway, her face pale with worry. Did you find it? Yes, Amelia whispered, unable to tear her gaze from the damning document. But this isn't. Charlotte would never. Never what? Mrs. Edgewood swept into the room, her expression harried. Where is your sister? Thompson says she's not in her room and dinner is about to be served. Amelia's throat closed. She extended the letter with trembling fingers. Her mother snatched it, eyes rapidly scanning the page. The color drained from her face. No, she gasped. It cannot be, after everything, to create yet another scandal. She didn't write this, Amelia said, finding her voice at last. Not willingly. What nonsense, Mrs. Edgewood snapped, though uncertainty flickered in her eyes. The signature is clearly Charlotte's. The signature, yes, but not the words. Amelia rose, sudden determination straightening her spine. Mother, look at it. Really look. Does this sound like Charlotte? Accepting Hargrove when she's fought against his match with me? Calling it advantageous? Using phrases like made freely, as if she needed to convince us? Mrs. Edgewood stared at the letter again, doubt creeping into her expression. Then what are you suggesting? That Lord Hargrove has taken her, Amelia finished, the words sending ice through her veins, against her will. Absurd, Mrs. Edgewood declared, though her voice lacked conviction. Why would he want Charlotte when he's already engaged to you? Evans, still lingering in the doorway, cleared her throat. Begging your pardon, ma'am, but I believe Miss is right. My sister works in Lord Hargrove's house. She's heard things about the asylum doctor he consulted, about rooms being prepared, not for a proper bride. Dear God, Mrs. Edgewood whispered, sinking onto Charlotte's bed. Amelia snatched up her shawl, already moving toward the door. I must go to Lady Blackwood immediately, and Lady Pembry. They'll know what to do. Lady Pembry, Mrs. Edgewood rose, alarm replacing her shock. Amelia, you cannot involve Lucy Sears in this, not after what her brother did. Lady Pembry is Charlotte's friend, Amelia insisted, her usual deference giving way to urgency. And she has resources we lack, connections that could help us find Charlotte before. She couldn't finish the thought. I'll have Thompson ready the carriage, Mrs. Edgewood said, her practical nature reasserting itself. We'll go together. No, Mother. Amelia's firm tone startled them both. You must wait here to inform Father when he returns, and in case Charlotte somehow manages to send word. Mrs. Edgewood hesitated, then nodded. Very well, but take Evans with you, and for heaven's sake, be careful. Amelia didn't wait to be told twice. With Evans at her heels, she raced down the stairs and out into the gathering dusk, Charlotte's forged note clutched in her hand like a talisman. Hold on, Charlotte, she thought desperately as their carriage lurched into motion. We're coming. William stared into the fire, watching flames consume the latest letter he'd attempted to write. Another failure, like all the others. What words could possibly undo what he'd done? What apology could erase the hurt in Charlotte's eyes as he denounced her before witnesses? None. There were no words. He reached for the decanter, only to find it empty. Even brandy had abandoned him, it seemed. Marcus had left hours ago, returning to Lucy with news of their plan to gather evidence against Hargrove. Thomas Blackwood had departed for his own home, promising to employ his considerable resources toward the same goal. All that remained was for William to clean himself up, to face the day, to begin making amends. Instead, he sat paralyzed by regret, replaying Charlotte's face in his mind. The shock, the betrayal, the wounded dignity with which she'd turned away. It was all a ruse, a distraction I never should have entertained. Lies, all of it. Not a ruse, not a distraction. At least, not entirely. Something had grown between them, something real and unexpected and terrifying, something he'd sacrificed in a moment of panic. He'd told himself he was protecting her. The truth was, he'd been protecting himself from the uncomfortable reality that Charlotte Edgewood had somehow breached the walls he'd built around his heart. The irony wasn't lost on him. Until Charlotte, he'd prided himself on his cool logic, his immunity to the kind of emotional entanglements that had led so many of his peers into unhappy marriages. He'd believed himself too practical, too focused on business to succumb to such weakness. Yet here he sat, undone by a woman who challenged everything he thought he knew about himself. A woman whose sharp mind matched his own, whose courage both terrified and exhilarated him. A woman who saw the world not as it was, but as it should be, and fought relentlessly to narrow the gap between the two. What a fool he'd been to think he could use her for his purposes without being changed by her in return. What an arrogant, blind fool. A commotion in the foyer interrupted his brooding. Raised voices, hurried footsteps, the unmistakable sound of his sister in a state of high agitation. The library door flew open without ceremony, revealing Lucy, her face flushed with emotion and the remnants of wintry air. William. His name emerged as an accusation. "Not now, Lucy," he said wearily, rising to face whatever fresh disappointment he'd caused his sister. "I know what you've come to say." "I highly doubt that." She strode forward, practically vibrating with suppressed energy. Behind her, William was startled to see Amelia Edgewood, pale but composed, with Eleanor Blackwood at her side. "What's happened?" he asked, sudden dread cutting through his self-pity. Lucy thrust a letter into his hands. "Charlotte's been kidnapped by Hargrove, is halfway to Scotland, and you've got 12 hours to decide whether you're the man you claim to be." William stared at her, uncomprehending, then down at the letter in his grip. He read it once, understanding nothing beyond Charlotte's signature. Read it again, fragments beginning to penetrate his fog. A third time, and finally the horror of it broke through. "This isn't," he began. "Her words?" Amelia supplied, stepping forward. "No, Charlotte would never write this, never go willingly with Hargrove." "But the signature is genuine," Eleanor confirmed grimly. "Thomas believes she was forced to sign it, perhaps drugged." "Drugged?" William repeated, the word landing like a blow. The thought of Charlotte, brilliant, fierce Charlotte, rendered helpless, her mind clouded, her will overridden, sent a visceral pain through his chest. He'd seen the effects of chloroform and laudanum on sailors who'd been injured at sea. The confusion, the vulnerability, the absolute inability to fight back. The image of Charlotte in such a state, at Hargrove's mercy, made his hands shake with rage and a deeper emotion he couldn't name, a primal, protective fury he'd never experienced before. Amelia nodded, her composure cracking slightly. "Evans, our lady's maid. Her sister works for Hargrove. She's heard things about an asylum doctor, about Hargrove's plans for Charlotte once he, she faltered, unable to continue. Cold fury washed through William, obliterating every trace of self-pity and doubt. "When did she disappear?" "Sometime this afternoon," Amelia replied. "She convinced Evans to help her leave the house. We think she intended to confront Hargrove directly, to plead for my freedom." "Foolish, brave, stubborn woman," William muttered, already moving toward the door. "Gerald!" His valet appeared within seconds, startled by the urgency in his master's voice. "My riding clothes, now, and have the stable boys prepare Sultan." "William," Lucy said, catching his arm, "you can't go alone. Hargrove will have men with him, armed men." "I don't care," William replied, shaking free of her grip. "Every minute we delay is a minute we should use to plan properly," Eleanor cut in. "Thomas and Marcus are already gathering supplies and men. They'll be here within the hour." William hesitated, torn between immediate action and tactical sense. "How far ahead of us are they?" 8, perhaps 9 hours, Lucy calculated. "They'll be traveling by coach, which limits their speed. On horseback, changing mounts at posting houses. We could intercept them before they cross into Scotland," William finished, hope flaring painfully in his chest. "Possibly," Lucy agreed, "but only if you proceed with sense, not blind rage. Charlotte needs rescuers, William, not more victims." The door opened again, admitting Thomas Blackwood, his normally elegant attire replaced by practical riding clothes. "The horses are ready," he announced without preamble. "Marcus is supervising the loading of supplies." William nodded, his mind already shifting to logistics. Routes, distances, time required. We'll need pistols, and at least 2 men in addition to ourselves. Already arranged, Thomas replied. Patterson and Collins from my estate. Former soldiers, both excellent shots. Lucy moved forward, her expression fierce. Bring her back safely, William. Whatever else has happened between you, whatever words were spoken, bring her home. I will, William promised, the oath binding itself around his heart. Or die trying. The words hung in the air, and William realized with stark clarity that he meant them literally. The thought of failing Charlotte, of leaving her to Hargrove's mercies, was unbearable, not simply because of guilt or duty or even honor, but because the world without Charlotte Edgewood in it, without her razor-sharp mind and stubborn courage and unexpected vulnerability, would be an emptier, darker place. His world would be an emptier, darker place. Eleanor stepped closer to her husband, her hand slipping into his. Be careful, Thomas. Remember your responsibilities. Her fingers drifted briefly to her midsection, the gesture small but unmistakable. Thomas's expression softened momentarily. I'll return, he promised, pressing a swift kiss to her forehead. With Charlotte. William turned to Amelia, who stood watching the preparations with obvious distress. Miss Edgewood, he said formally, I swear to you I will not return without your sister. Amelia studied him, her gaze unexpectedly direct. Do you love her? The question, so simple, so devastating, caught him entirely off guard. William began, then stopped, unable to lie. Not now. Yes, he admitted finally. God help me, I do. The truth of it rushed through him like a physical force. He loved Charlotte Edgewood, not despite her stubbornness and her independence and her refusal to fit neatly into society's expectations, but because of them. He loved the fierce intelligence that had seen through Hargrove's schemes when no one else would believe her. He loved her reckless courage that had led her into danger time and again to protect those she cared for. He loved even her maddening, impulsive decisions that had nearly driven him to distraction. How had he not recognized it before? How had he not named the feeling that had been growing within him from the first moment he'd caught her trying to break into his warehouse? Love. Not mere attraction or admiration or even respect, though he felt all those things. Love, in all its terrifying, transformative power. Then go, Amelia said softly, and tell her when you find her. The cobblestones shone wetly beneath the rising moon as William strode into the courtyard, adjusting his riding gloves with quick, economical movements. Sultan, his powerful black stallion, snorted impatiently, steam rising from his nostrils in the cold night air. Marcus stood by his own mount, a magnificent bay with a white blaze, checking the saddle straps with methodical precision. Thomas Blackwood was already in the saddle, conferring quietly with 2 grim-faced men who could only be Patterson and Collins. The Great North Road is our best option, Marcus was saying as William approached. They'll be using it, almost certainly. It's the most direct route to Scotland. Unless they anticipate pursuit and choose a less traveled path, Thomas countered. Hargrove isn't a fool. No, but he's arrogant, William interjected, mounting Sultan with practiced ease. He believes he's outsmarted us completely. A false letter, Charlotte's signature, he thinks will waste time in confusion while he puts more distance between us. He may be right, Marcus said grimly. We're already hours behind. William's hands tightened on the reins. We'll ride through the night, change horses at every posting house. That pace will kill the men before it kills the horses, Thomas observed, though without judgment. We'll need to rest eventually. You will, William agreed. I won't. Marcus caught his eye across the yard. This isn't about heroics, William. It's about bringing Charlotte home, alive and safe. I know that, William snapped, frustration sharpening his tone. Do you? Marcus pressed, unmoved by his brother-in-law's anger. Because from where I stand, this looks remarkably like the guilt-driven recklessness of a man who thinks he has something to prove. William's jaw tightened. And what if it is? Does that change anything? It changes everything, Marcus replied evenly. Charlotte doesn't need your guilt or your grand gestures. She needs your clear head and steady hand. Marcus is right, Thomas added, his authority lending weight to his words. This isn't about redemption, Sears. It's about rescue. William stared at them both, the truth of their words penetrating his fury. They were right. Damn them. This wasn't about him, his guilt, his regret, his desperate need to make amends. This was about Charlotte, terrified and alone in Hargrove's clutches. I spent my entire life believing that controlling my emotions was strength, William said quietly, the admission unexpected even to himself. That logic and calculation would shield me from the kind of mistakes that ruined my father. And then Charlotte stormed into my life, and suddenly every certainty I had crumbled. I thought I was protecting her at the docks. I told myself it was for her sake, but I was protecting myself from feeling exactly what I'm feeling now. He looked between the two men, his expression raw with a vulnerability he'd never allowed himself to show. I'm terrified, he confessed. Not of Hargrove or his men or whatever danger lies ahead. I'm terrified that I've already lost her, that I've destroyed whatever chance we might have had before I even recognized what it was. And that fear, it makes me want to ride until my horse collapses beneath me, to fight until my last breath, anything to reach her in time. Marcus's expression softened slightly. That fear will either make you foolish or formidable, William. The choice is yours. Fine, he conceded gruffly. We pace ourselves, but we don't stop until we found her. Agreed, Marcus said, swinging into his saddle. And William, she doesn't have to forgive you. You're not going to beg. You're going to earn it. William nodded, the words striking a chord within him. Let's ride. With that, the 5 men urged their horses forward, hooves clattering against the cobblestones as they emerged onto the lamplit London street. The night air was knife-sharp, carrying the distant promise of frost by morning. William set his face northward, towards Scotland, towards Charlotte, every fiber of his being focused on a single purpose. He would find her. He would bring her home, and God help anyone who stood in his way. Chapter 15. 2 days of punishing travel had taken their toll. William's thighs burned from hours in the saddle, his back ached, and his eyes stung from wind, dust, and lack of sleep. The great North Road stretched before him, a pale ribbon in the gathering dusk, seeming to mock his desperate pace with its endless curves and hills. Another hour until the next posting house, Marcus called from his left, his voice hoarse from the cold air. William merely nodded, unable to waste breath on speech. They'd changed horses 6 times already, pushing the animals to their limits before trading them for fresh mounts. Thomas rode slightly ahead with Patterson, while Collins brought up the rear. All showed signs of the grueling journey, hollow-eyed, grim-faced, their clothes mud-splattered and creased. Yet none complained. None suggested slowing their pace. They understood the stakes. Every time exhaustion threatened to overcome him, William conjured Charlotte's face in his mind, not the hurt, betrayed expression from the docks, but the fierce intelligence in her eyes as she'd battled wits with him in his office. The unexpected vulnerability when she'd admitted her father had given up hope of her marrying. The determined set of her jaw when facing society's disapproval. She's strong, Thomas had remarked during their brief rest at the last posting house. Charlotte Edgewood isn't a woman to surrender without a fight. William had merely nodded, throat tight with unspoken fear. Charlotte's strength had never been in question. But strength alone wouldn't protect her from Hargrove's cruelty, from the effects of whatever drugs he'd used to subdue her. The thought of Charlotte drugged, disoriented, terrified, sent fresh determination surging through his veins. Sleep could wait. Food could wait. Everything could wait until she was safe. A fork in the road appeared ahead. The main path continued northward, the most direct route to Scotland. A narrower road branched eastward toward the coast. Thomas reined his horse to a halt at the junction, consulting a folded map. "This is where we must decide," he said as the others gathered around him. "The main road is most likely, but if Hargrove suspected pursuit, he'd take the coast road," William finished, studying the map over Thomas's shoulder. "Less traveled, fewer witnesses," Marcus frowned, "but slower. The roads there are poor, especially with the recent rains." William closed his eyes briefly, trying to think like Hargrove. What would the man prioritize? Speed, secrecy, comfort? "He has Charlotte," William said slowly. "She's his prize, but also his hostage. He wouldn't risk her escaping where there are too many witnesses. He'd avoid larger posting houses where she might create a scene." "The coast road, then," Thomas said, folding the map with decisive movements. They'd need to stop for the night soon. There's an inn at Thornwick Bay, small, isolated, perfect for a man with secrets to keep. William's heart lurched painfully in his chest. How far? 5 miles, perhaps 6, Thomas replied. If they're there, we could reach them before full dark. Without another word, William urged his mount onto the narrower path, every sense suddenly alert. 5 miles. Less than an hour, even accounting for the deteriorating road conditions. Steady pace, Marcus cautioned, riding up beside him. We're no good to Charlotte if we break our necks in a ditch. William nodded, though his entire being screamed to gallop ahead. Marcus was right. They needed to arrive ready to fight, not exhausted from a final frantic sprint. As they rode, the landscape changed subtly. Rolling farmland gave way to wilder terrain. The road curved closer to the coast. The distant sound of waves crashing against cliffs carried on the salt-laden air. The ground beneath their horses' hooves grew softer, muddier. There, Thomas said suddenly, pointing ahead to where smoke rose above a stand of wind-bent trees. The Thornwick Arms. William squinted through the fading light. A squat stone building crouched at the edge of a cliff, its windows glowing yellow against the gathering gloom. A stable stood to one side, and his heart leapt. A large, mud-splattered traveling coach sat in the yard. Hargrove's, he breathed, certainty flooding him. Easy, Marcus cautioned, catching his arm as William instinctively urged his horse forward. We need a plan. That coach means his men are here too. William forced himself to stop, to think rationally despite the knowledge that Charlotte was so close, mere yards away after days of desperate pursuit. Patterson, Collins, Thomas directed, circle around to the rear, block any possible escape route. Mr. Sears and I will approach from the front. Marcus, I'll secure the coach and stable, Marcus finished, already checking his pistol. Ensure they can't flee if they manage to get past you. William nodded, grateful for their tactical experience. His own mind was too focused on a single goal, Charlotte. Remember, Thomas added quietly, Hargrove must face justice in London. This isn't about vengeance. William met his gaze. It's about Charlotte, he agreed. Nothing else matters. But as they dismounted and approached the inn on foot, William couldn't quite silence the darker voice within, the one that hungered to make Hargrove pay for every moment of fear he'd caused Charlotte, for every bruise, every indignity, every threat. That reckoning would come soon enough. The rhythmic sway of the carriage had become a torture in itself. For 2 days, Charlotte had drifted in and out of consciousness, the chloroform dragging her back into blackness whenever she showed signs of resistance. Her mouth felt stuffed with cotton, her limbs leaden, her thoughts fragmented like shattered glass. Now, as she huddled in a corner of a shabby inn room, the effects were finally wearing off. Clear thought returned in painful bursts, bringing with it the full horror of her situation. Hargrove sat across from her in a worn armchair, calmly sipping from a glass of brandy, as if they were merely travelers delayed by weather, rather than a kidnapper and his victim. His valet had just departed after delivering a tray of food that Charlotte couldn't bring herself to touch. You should eat, Hargrove remarked, his tone almost solicitous. We have another long day of travel tomorrow. Gretna Green is still a considerable distance. Charlotte remained silent, conserving her strength. She'd learned quickly that arguments only resulted in another dose of chloroform. Better to feign submission while seeking escape opportunities. Still sulking? Hargrove sighed, setting down his glass. Really, Charlotte, this stubborn resistance grows tiresome. You're intelligent enough to recognize when a situation is irreversible. Nothing is irreversible until vows are spoken, Charlotte replied, her voice rougher than she'd expected. And I will never willingly speak those vows with you. Hargrove's expression hardened. Willingness is entirely optional at this point. The blacksmith at Gretna Green asks few questions when the price is right. Charlotte's stomach twisted with fresh fear. She'd heard tales of forced marriages at the border, hasty ceremonies with unwilling brides or grooms, no questions asked as long as there were witnesses and payment. My family will search for me, she said, though doubt gnawed at her. After her public disgrace, after their harsh words at breakfast, would they immediately recognize the forgery in that letter? Or would they believe she'd fled in shame and reckless impulse? Your family received your letter explaining your elopement, Hargrove replied smoothly. Your signature was quite convincing, the benefits of chloroform. Just enough awareness to form the letters, not enough to resist. The memory surfaced hazily, a pen in her nerveless fingers, Hargrove's voice dictating words she couldn't refuse to write, couldn't even fully comprehend. And if they don't believe it, she pressed, desperate to keep him talking, while she surreptitiously tested the strength of the rope binding her wrists. The knots had loosened slightly during their jarring journey, but not enough. They'll have little choice. By the time any confusion is resolved, you'll be Lady Hargrove, legally and irrevocably. After that, he shrugged elegantly. Well, husbands have considerable legal authority over their wives' movements, particularly wives who demonstrate signs of mental instability. I'm not insane, Charlotte snapped, abandoning her pretense of submission. Of course you don't think so, Hargrove said, his tone patient, patronizing. But your recent behavior suggests otherwise. Dressing as a boy, visiting docks past midnight, breaking into warehouses, these are not the actions of a rational woman. The asylum doctors will confirm as much. Charlotte swallowed hard, fighting rising panic. She knew the stories. Women locked away for the slightest deviation from expected behavior, for inconvenient inheritance claims, for challenging their husband's authority. Once inside those walls, there was rarely a way out. Why me? She asked quietly. Why not simply continue with Amelia as planned? Hargrove studied her, head tilted slightly as if examining an unusual specimen. Amelia is pretty enough, certainly, biddable, which has its advantages, but utterly without fire. His gaze traveled over Charlotte's face with an intimacy that made her skin crawl. You, on the other hand, that mind, that spirit, so much more interesting to break. Charlotte couldn't suppress a shudder. The genuine pleasure in his eyes as he spoke of breaking her spirit terrified her more than any physical threat. Men have tried before, she said, striving for defiance despite her fear. My spirit remains intact. Men, Hargrove scoffed. Boys, more likely. Not men with my resources, my understanding of how to tame a willful woman. He rose, moving toward the door. Rest while you can, Charlotte. We depart at dawn. The key turned in the lock after his departure, its metallic click severing Charlotte's last thread of hope. The window was too small to climb through, the chimney too narrow. No weapons within reach, her hands still bound. She allowed herself one moment of pure despair, a single tear tracking down her cheek. Then she straightened her shoulders, refusing to surrender. If rescue wasn't coming, and how could it when no one knew where to look? Then she would save herself, somehow. The distant sound of hoofbeats drifted through the window, travelers arriving or departing, she couldn't tell. The inn was isolated, the few other guests keeping to themselves. She'd tried screaming once, early in their journey, only to discover the effectiveness of Hargrove's chloroform-soaked cloth. Charlotte shifted, working at her bonds with renewed determination. The rope cut into her wrists, but she ignored the pain, focusing instead on creating the slightest bit of slack, just enough to slip one hand free. Outside, voices rose, men's voices, sharp with authority. A door slammed somewhere below. Boots thundered on the wooden stairs. Charlotte froze, listening intently. Not the usual sounds of an inn at evening. Something was happening. Then a sound that stopped her heart, a crash followed by a roar of unmistakable rage. A voice she knew, impossible though it seemed. William. The inn's common room fell silent as William and Thomas entered, all eyes turning to the bedraggled, obviously genteel travelers who looked more like highwaymen after their hard ride. The innkeeper, a burly man with suspicious eyes, watched their approach from behind a scarred wooden counter. Good evening, Thomas said, his bearing unmistakable despite his travel-stained appearance. We seek accommodation for the night. William scanned the room as Thomas engaged the innkeeper. 5 men occupied a table near the fire, rough-looking fellows who matched the descriptions of Hargrove's hired thugs. They stiffened as his gaze passed over them, hands drifting toward concealed weapons. Afraid we've only the one room left, the innkeeper was saying, his tone suggesting he'd rather not rent even that. Small party arrived earlier, took most of our chambers. How fortunate, Thomas replied smoothly. We're acquainted with that party. Lord Hargrove, is it not? And his betrothed? The innkeeper's expression grew warier. Don't know about no betrothed. Gentleman and his servants, that's all. William's hands clenched at his sides. So Charlotte was here, but hidden away, not permitted to be seen. Perhaps you could tell Lord Hargrove that the Earl of Blackwood wishes to speak with him, Thomas continued. An urgent matter regarding his estates in Yorkshire. The innkeeper hesitated, glancing toward the men by the fire. One of them, a thick-necked brute with a scar across his chin, gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. His lordship ain't receiving visitors, the innkeeper said firmly. Left instructions not to be disturbed. William stepped forward, patience evaporating. Where is she? Sir? Miss Edgewood, William clarified, his voice dropping dangerously. Where is she being held? The innkeeper's hand moved beneath the counter, likely toward a cudgel or pistol. Don't know what you're talking about. I suggest you gentlemen move along. We're full up here. Thomas placed a restraining hand on William's arm, but it was too late. The men by the fire had risen, forming a barrier between them and the stairs leading to the upper rooms. This need not become unpleasant, Thomas said quietly. We have merely come to escort Miss Edgewood home. She has been taken against her will. The lady left a note saying otherwise, the scarred man said, stepping forward. His lordship showed it to us, all proper and legal. A forgery, William snapped, patience gone. Now stand aside. When no one moved, William exchanged a swift glance with Thomas. They'd both seen the signal from the window. Marcus and the others were in position. Whatever happened next, there would be no escape for Hargrove. The first punch came without warning. A burly man lunging from William's left. He ducked, years of dockside brawls making the movement instinctive, and drove his fist into the attacker's midsection. The man staggered back, wheezing. Thomas was already engaged with two others, his noble upbringing no impediment to what appeared to be considerable boxing skill. He landed a neat right hook that sent one opponent crashing into a table. The common room erupted into chaos, chairs overturning, glass shattering, the few uninvolved patrons scrambling for the doors. William fought with cold precision, each blow calculated, each movement bringing him closer to the stairs. A knife flashed in the scarred man's hand. William barely avoided the thrust, the blade slicing through his coat sleeve. He caught the man's wrist, twisting until the knife clattered to the floor, then delivered a punishing blow to the jaw that dropped him like a stone. William, Thomas called, gesturing toward a door behind the counter. Servants' stairs! Understanding immediately, William vaulted over the counter, ignoring the innkeeper's shout of protest. The narrow door led to a cramped staircase, lit only by a single guttering candle in a wall sconce. He took the steps two at a time, blood roaring in his ears. At the top, a dark hallway stretched before him, lined with closed doors. Which one? A crash sounded from the common room below, Thomas keeping their opponents occupied. William had only minutes before reinforcements arrived. Charlotte, he called, abandoning stealth for speed. Charlotte, where are you? Silence, then a muffled thump from the last door on the right. William rushed toward it, finding it locked. Without hesitation, he slammed his shoulder against the wood. The door shuddered, but held. William? Charlotte's voice, faint but unmistakable, filtered through the wood. Is that really you? Stand back from the door, he ordered, relief making his voice rough. She was alive. She was conscious. He backed up a few paces, then charged, throwing his full weight against the door. The frame splintered, the lock gave way, and he stumbled into the room. Charlotte stood near the window, her wrists bound before her, her face pale but resolute. Her clothes were rumpled, her hair falling from its pins, a bruise darkening her jaw, but her eyes, those magnificent, defiant eyes, were clear and focused. William, she breathed, disbelief warring with hope in her expression. How did you? The connecting door on the opposite wall burst open, revealing Hargrove. He took in the scene with one swift glance, his composure cracking into naked fury. Sears, he spat, you persistent, interfering colonial. William positioned himself between Charlotte and Hargrove, his voice deadly calm. Step aside, Hargrove. It's over. Miss Edgewood is leaving with me. I think not. Hargrove drew a small pistol from his coat pocket. She is my property now, my future wife. I will never be your wife, Charlotte declared, moving to stand beside William rather than behind him. Not while I draw breath. A condition easily remedied. Hargrove replied coldly, aiming the pistol at William's chest. "Though I'd rather not explain a corpse to the local magistrate. Leave now, Mr. Sears, and you needn't become one." William assessed the distance between them, too far to disarm Hargrove before he could fire. One shot at close range would be fatal. "If you shoot me," he said evenly, "the Earl of Blackwood and Viscount Pembrey are waiting below. Former soldiers guard every exit. You won't leave this inn a free man." Uncertainty flickered in Hargrove's eyes, quickly masked by renewed arrogance. "Your word against mine. A colonial merchant against a peer of the realm. Who do you think the magistrate will believe?" "The evidence speaks for itself," William countered. "A forged letter, a kidnapped woman, hired thugs." Hargrove's gaze shifted to Charlotte, something dangerous hardening in his expression. "Perhaps a tragedy, then. A murder-suicide. The distraught Miss Edgewood, her reputation in tatters, her mind unbalanced, shooting her former suitor before turning the pistol on herself." Before William could react, Hargrove lunged forward, grabbing Charlotte's arm and yanking her toward him. She stumbled, hampered by her bound wrists, unable to resist as he pressed the pistol to her temple. "Now, Mr. Sears," Hargrove said, his voice eerily calm, "you will leave this room. You will take your friends and depart, or I will put a bullet through Miss Edgewood's lovely head." William froze, ice flooding his veins. Charlotte's eyes met his, not pleading, not terrified, but calm, trusting, determined. "If you kill her," William said quietly, "you'll hang. No title will save you from the gallows then." "Perhaps," Hargrove acknowledged, "but you'll have failed in your grand rescue. She'll be just as dead." Desperation clawed at William's chest. He needed a distraction, an opening, anything. Charlotte moved. One moment she was standing rigid in Hargrove's grip. The next she was driving her bound hands upward, catching the pistol's barrel and shoving it toward the ceiling. The weapon discharged with a deafening crack, plaster raining down as the bullet embedded itself in the roof beams. William lunged forward as Charlotte twisted away from Hargrove's grasp. His fist connected with Hargrove's jaw, sending the man staggering backward. The pistol clattered to the floor, kicked aside by Charlotte's quick foot. Hargrove recovered with surprising speed, charging William with a roar of rage. They collided, crashing into the small writing desk, splintering wood as they fell to the floor. William took a hard blow to the ribs, gasping as pain lanced through his side. He retaliated with a punch that split Hargrove's lip, blood spraying across the man's immaculate cravat. They grappled, rolling across the floorboards, each seeking advantage. Hargrove fought with the desperate fury of a man who knew defeat meant ruin. William fought with the cold determination of a man defending what he loved. A knee to William's stomach drove the breath from his lungs. He faltered, and Hargrove seized the moment, fingers closing around William's throat. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision as those hands tightened, cutting off his air. "I'm going to kill you, Sears," Hargrove panted, his face inches away, blood from his split lip dripping onto William's cheek. "Then I'm going to take her anyway, break her, ruin her, lock her away where no one will ever find her." The words sent a surge of fury through William's fading consciousness. With a last, desperate effort, he bucked upward, dislodging Hargrove just enough to drag in a painful breath. Then he drove his fist into the side of Hargrove's head with all the strength he could muster. Hargrove slumped, momentarily stunned. William shoved him aside, coughing as air rushed back into his lungs. Before he could rise, Charlotte was there, helping him to his feet. Somehow, she'd managed to free her hands, the rope dangling from one wrist as she steadied him. "William," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Are you?" Hargrove surged upward, a previously concealed knife flashing in his hand as he lunged at William's unprotected back. "William," Charlotte cried in warning. He whirled, barely avoiding the blade. Hargrove slashed again, forcing William to retreat. The third thrust caught his arm, slicing through coat and shirt to the flesh beneath. Blood welled, hot and slick, but William ignored the pain. As Hargrove drew back for another strike, William seized a broken chair leg from the wreckage of the writing desk. He parried the next knife thrust, then countered with a blow that caught Hargrove across the knuckles. The knife fell, and William pressed his advantage, landing a solid hit to Hargrove's ribs, then another to his shoulder. Hargrove staggered back, his haughty composure shattered, his fine features contorted with pain and fury. "You colonial upstart," he gasped. "You're nothing, less than nothing." "No," William replied calmly. "I'm the man who's going to see you hang for what you've done." With that, he delivered a final, crushing blow. Hargrove crumpled, unconscious, before he hit the floor. Silence fell, broken only by William's ragged breathing and the distant sounds of commotion from below. He stood over Hargrove's prone form, the makeshift weapon still clutched in his hand, adrenaline and fury still coursing through his veins. "William," Charlotte's voice pulled him back from the edge of something dark and dangerous. He turned to find her watching him, her expression a complex mixture of relief, concern, and something else, something that made his heart stutter in his chest. "Charlotte." Her name emerged as barely more than a breath. "Are you hurt? Did he—" She shook her head, stepping toward him with sudden urgency. "No, he drugged me, frightened me, but nothing worse." Her gaze dropped to his bleeding arm. "But you're injured." "It's nothing," William dismissed, unable to focus on anything but her. Alive, safe, standing before him when he'd feared he might be too late. "You came for me," she said softly, wonder threading through her voice. "You found me." "I would have searched to the ends of the earth," William replied, the truth simple and absolute. For a heartbeat, they stood motionless, the air between them charged with all that remained unsaid. Then Charlotte closed the distance in 2 swift steps, flinging her arms around his neck, her body colliding with his, with enough force to make him stagger slightly. He embraced her without hesitation, arms tightening around her waist, drawing her against him as if he could somehow shield her from all that had happened, all that might yet come. She trembled in his arms, her face buried against his shoulder, her fingers clutching the back of his coat. "I thought no one would find me," she whispered against his neck. "I thought." "I will always find you," William promised, the words rough with emotion. "Always, Charlotte." She pulled back just enough to look up at him, her eyes searching his face as if memorizing every line, every shadow. Then, with the same decisive courage that had led her to break into his warehouse that fateful night, she rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his. The world fell away. Nothing existed beyond the point where their bodies met, her mouth on his, her fingers threading through his hair, her heartbeat thundering against his chest. William's arms tightened around her waist, drawing her impossibly closer as he returned her kiss with equal fervor. Her lips parted beneath his, a soft gasp escaping as he deepened the kiss, pouring weeks of longing and fear and desperate hope into this single, perfect moment. This was no performance for onlookers, no desperate diversion in a warehouse. This was Charlotte, his brilliant, stubborn, magnificent Charlotte, choosing him despite everything, kissing him as if he were air and she had been drowning. William's hand cradled the back of her neck, fingers tangling in the silken strands of hair that had fallen from their pins. He tasted salt on her lips, tears, though whether hers or his own, he couldn't tell. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered except the woman in his arms, warm and alive and impossibly precious. Charlotte made a small sound against his mouth, her body molding to his, as if created for this purpose alone. She kissed him with the same thoroughness she applied to everything, determined, focused, leaving no doubt of her intentions. Her hands dropped to his shoulders, fingers digging into the fabric of his coat as if to anchor herself against the tide of emotion surging between them. When they finally broke apart, both gasping for breath, William rested his forehead against hers, unwilling to release her completely. Charlotte's eyes remained closed, her dark lashes sweeping against flushed cheeks, her lips reddened from his kiss. "Charlotte," he whispered, her name a prayer and a promise. "Charlotte, I—" A pointed cough from the doorway interrupted whatever he had been about to confess. They turned, still wrapped in each other's arms, to find Thomas Blackwood standing in the splintered doorframe, one eyebrow raised despite the smile tugging at his lips. "I see the rescue was successful," he observed dryly. "Hargrove?" William reluctantly loosened his hold on Charlotte, though he kept one arm firmly around her waist. "Unconscious," he replied, nodding toward the prone figure on the floor, "and in need of a magistrate." Thomas nodded, his gaze softening as it landed on Charlotte. "Miss Edgewood, it's good to see you safe." Charlotte straightened, composing herself with remarkable dignity given the circumstances. Lord Blackwood, your timing is... She glanced up at William, a hint of color rising in her cheeks. Impeccable. So I gathered, Thomas replied, amusement evident in his tone. Marcus is securing the men downstairs. Patterson has ridden for the local magistrate. His expression turned serious. Are you injured, Miss Edgewood? Nothing serious, she assured him, though William noticed her subtle wince as she adjusted the rope still dangling from one wrist. Take her to another room, Thomas instructed William. I'll deal with Hargrove until the authorities arrive. William nodded, his attention already returning to Charlotte. Come, he said softly, let's tend to your wrists. As he guided her from the room, William's thoughts raced ahead. There was so much yet to say, so much to resolve between them. But for now, she was safe. She was in his arms, and he would never let her go again. Chapter 16. The room adjacent to the chaos of Hargrove's chambers was small but clean, a simple traveler's quarters with a narrow bed, washstand, and single chair. William guided Charlotte inside, closing the door against the commotion in the hallway as Marcus and Patterson secured the still unconscious Hargrove. Sit, William urged, gesturing to the bed. Let me see your wrists. Charlotte sank onto the edge of the mattress, sudden exhaustion washing over her as the last of her adrenaline ebbed. The past days of drugged captivity, fear, and desperate resistance had left her drained, her body aching in ways she hadn't allowed herself to acknowledge, while survival remained uncertain. William poured water from the pitcher into the basin, his movements efficient despite his own injuries. The sleeve of his coat was stained dark with blood where Hargrove's knife had caught him, yet he seemed oblivious to his own discomfort as he dampened a clean handkerchief. He knelt before her, gently taking her hands in his. The remaining rope still dangled from one wrist, the skin beneath raw and abraded from her constant efforts to free herself. With careful precision, William untied the final knot, his expression darkening as the full extent of her injuries became visible. I'll kill him, he said softly, an oath rather than a threat. You already nearly did, Charlotte reminded him, her voice equally quiet. And he will face justice. That's enough. William shook his head, dabbing the cool cloth against her inflamed skin with a tenderness that belied his evident fury. No punishment will ever be enough for what he intended. Charlotte winced slightly as the cloth passed over a particularly raw spot. William immediately lightened his touch, his thumb brushing apologetically across her knuckles. I'm sorry, he murmured. For this and for everything. She knew he meant more than this momentary pain. In his voice, in the careful way he tended her injuries, lay apology for deeper wounds, the public denial at the docks, the harsh words that had severed their connection when it had barely begun to form. William, she began, but he shook his head, eyes fixed on his task. Please, let me speak. He finished cleaning her right wrist, then moved to the left, his hands steady despite the emotion in his voice. What I did at the docks, the things I said, there's no excuse. I told myself I was protecting you, that by severing our connection publicly, I could shield you from Hargrove's suspicions. He exhaled sharply. But the truth is, I was afraid. Charlotte blinked in surprise. You? Afraid? Terrified, he admitted, his gaze still fixed on her wrist, as if the confession came easier without meeting her eyes. Not of Hargrove, not of scandal, but of how much you had come to mean to me, of how thoroughly you had dismantled every wall I'd built around myself. He set the cloth aside, yet continued to hold her hands, his thumbs tracing gentle circles on her palms. When Amelia showed me that letter, when I realized what Hargrove had done, I felt something I've never experienced before. Not just fear or anger, but a kind of emptiness, as if the world without you in it would be unbearable. He finally raised his eyes to hers, naked vulnerability written across his features. I love you, Charlotte. I think I have since you tried to break into my warehouse, stubborn, fearless, magnificent woman that you are. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. Despite the kiss they'd shared, despite the lengths to which he'd gone to find her, she hadn't dared hope for this. For him to love her, not merely desire her, not merely admire her, but to love her truly. For herself, with all her flaws and peculiarities. You love me? She echoed, the words barely audible. With everything I am, William confirmed, his expression solemn. If you can forgive me for what I said, for how I hurt you, I swear I will spend every day making it up to you. Every day proving that I am worthy of your trust, your faith, your heart, if you can give it to me. Charlotte stared at him, transfixed by the raw sincerity in his eyes. This was no performance, no carefully calculated declaration designed to win her compliance. This was William stripped of all pretense, all guardedness, offering himself with the same courage she'd always admired in him. I have been so blind, she said finally, so determined to maintain my independence, my pride, that I refused to acknowledge what was happening between us. William's expression faltered, uncertainty creeping in. Charlotte, if you don't. I love you too, she interrupted, the words rushing out as if they'd been held back too long. I think I began falling the moment you caught me at your warehouse, irritating, domineering, utterly captivating man that you are. His face transformed, joy breaking across his features like sunrise. Even after everything I said, everything I did? Words spoken in fear, Charlotte replied, squeezing his hands gently. I understand fear, William. I've lived with it. The fear of never being enough, of being too much, of ending my days alone because I couldn't be what everyone expected. You are exactly what I need, William said fiercely. Exactly as you are, brilliant mind, stubborn heart, and all. Charlotte smiled, lifting one hand to touch his face. As are you, even when you drive me to distraction. William turned his head, pressing a kiss to her palm that sent warmth spiraling through her. I plan to drive you to distraction frequently, Miss Edgewood, for the rest of our lives, if you'll allow it. The implication hung between them, a question unasked but clearly present. Charlotte's heart thundered in her chest, hope and caution warring within her. William, she began carefully, what happens now? When we return to London, there will be scandal, regardless of the circumstances. My reputation. Marry me, he said simply, the words falling between them like stones into still water. Not because of scandal or reputation, but because I love you and cannot imagine my life without you in it. Charlotte stared at him, momentarily speechless. You want to marry me? After everything? Because of everything, William corrected, a smile tugging at his lips. Because you challenged me, infuriated me, saw through me, and made me a better man. Because when I thought I might lose you, I realized that nothing, no business, no fortune, no social standing, means anything without you beside me. He rose from his kneeling position only to drop to one knee properly, still holding her hands in his. Charlotte Edgewood, will you do me the extraordinary honor of becoming my wife? Charlotte's throat tightened with emotion, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. Yes, she whispered, then more firmly. Yes, William, I will marry you. The joy that blazed across his face was answer enough, but he sealed the promise with a kiss, gentle at first, then deepening as Charlotte's arms wound around his neck, drawing him closer. When they finally parted, breathless and smiling, William pressed his forehead to hers. Since we're already more than halfway to Scotland, he murmured, what would you say to continuing to Gretna Green? Not as Hargrove planned, but of our own free will? Charlotte pulled back slightly, studying his face. You want to elope? Now? Why wait? William asked, a hint of his usual decisive confidence returning. Unless you'd prefer a London wedding with all the trimmings. No, Charlotte interrupted quickly, the idea taking sudden irresistible hold in her imagination. No, I think Gretna Green sounds perfect. Just us. Just for us. She hesitated. But my family. Thomas and Marcus can return to London with news of your rescue, William suggested, and of our decision. By the time we return as husband and wife, the worst of the scandal will have subsided. The audacity of the plan was perfectly suited to them both, Charlotte realized. No drawn-out engagement, no society whispers, no endless preparations, just a simple, honest commitment between equals. Yes, she decided, a smile spreading across her face. Let's go to Gretna Green. William kissed her again, swift and joyful, before rising to his feet and pulling her gently up beside him. We should speak with Thomas and Marcus, and I want to see that Hargrove is properly secured before we leave. As if summoned by his words, a knock sounded at the door. Sears? Marcus called. The magistrate has arrived. William kept Charlotte's hand firmly in his as they opened the door. Marcus stood in the hallway, his expression softening as he took in their joined hands and Charlotte's flushed cheeks. "Miss Edgewood," he said, bowing slightly, "it's good to see you well." "Thank you, Lord Pembry," Charlotte replied, "for your part in my rescue." "The magistrate is with Thomas in Hargrove's room," Marcus continued, addressing William. "You'll both need to give statements." William nodded, his hand tightening around Charlotte's. "We're ready." The hallway bustled with activity, Patterson and Collins standing guard outside Hargrove's door, the innkeeper hovering nervously nearby, 2 local constables escorting Hargrove's still restrained men downstairs. From within the room came the magistrate's voice, firm and authoritative. As they approached, Hargrove emerged, flanked by Thomas and a stern-faced older man who could only be the magistrate. Hargrove's hands were bound before him, his face marred by bruises and a split lip. His eyes blazed with cold fury as they landed on Charlotte and William. "This is outrageous," he was saying, his voice tightly controlled despite his obvious rage. "These accusations are completely unfounded. Miss Edgewood accompanied me willingly." "That is a lie," Charlotte interrupted, her voice steady as she met his gaze without flinching. "I was drugged, bound, and taken against my will. The letter bearing my signature was obtained through coercion while I was under the effects of chloroform." The magistrate studied her thoughtfully. "Serious allegations, miss. Lord Hargrove claims you agreed to elope with him after your reputation was compromised." "If that were true," William interjected, "why would she need to be bound?" He lifted Charlotte's wrist gently, displaying the raw, reddened skin. "Why would she need to be drugged repeatedly throughout the journey?" The magistrate's expression hardened as he examined the evidence of Charlotte's restraints. Indeed, most troubling. He turned to Hargrove. "You will be held at the county jail until these matters can be fully investigated. Kidnapping is a capital offense, my lord, regardless of one's title." "My solicitors will have me released by morning," Hargrove sneered, his composure finally cracking. "And you will all regret this day's work." "Perhaps," Thomas said coolly, "but I doubt it. The evidence is rather compelling, particularly with 3 peers of the realm prepared to testify against you." Charlotte frowned. "3? The Earl of Blackwood," Thomas gestured to himself, "the Viscount Pembry," he nodded toward Marcus, "and the Duke of Rothbury, who is, as we speak, investigating your business dealings with customs officials at the London docks." Hargrove's face drained of color. "You're bluffing." "I assure you, we are not," Thomas replied. "Your associate, Mr. Reed, has already provided most illuminating testimony in exchange for leniency." William's hand tightened around Charlotte's, surprise evident in his sudden tension. "Reed confessed?" "The morning after you left," Marcus confirmed. "Apparently, he found the prospect of hanging for smuggling rather motivating." The magistrate cleared his throat. "This all sounds most irregular. I shall require full statements from everyone involved." "Of course," Thomas agreed smoothly, "though I'm afraid Mr. Sears and Miss Edgewood have pressing business elsewhere." The magistrate frowned. "I cannot allow potential witnesses to depart before." "They are traveling to Gretna Green," Thomas interrupted, "to be married. After their ordeal, I think even the law might bend sufficiently to allow them this small happiness." Charlotte looked up at William, surprised by Thomas's accurate guess at their plans. William merely smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "I may have mentioned our intentions while you were washing," he murmured. "Thomas is remarkably perceptive." The magistrate hesitated, clearly torn between duty and the influence of not 1 but 2 peers of the realm. "Well," he said finally, "I suppose written statements might suffice for now, provided they return to London promptly after their business is concluded." "You have our word," William assured him. As the magistrate led Hargrove away, the Viscount's veneer of aristocratic disdain crumbled entirely. "This isn't over," he spat, straining against his captors. "You'll pay for this, Sears, you and your whore both." William tensed, but Charlotte laid a restraining hand on his arm. "He's not worth it," she said quietly. "Not anymore." When Hargrove and his escort had disappeared down the stairs, Thomas turned to them with a knowing smile. "So, Gretna Green?" William nodded, his arm slipping around Charlotte's waist. "If you and Marcus can return to London with news of Charlotte's rescue and our decision." "I suspected as much," Thomas said, exchanging a glance with Marcus. Lucy will be disappointed to miss the wedding, but I think she'll understand the need for expediency. She'll insist on a proper celebration when you return, Marcus added, his expression warm with approval. My wife is remarkably determined when it comes to social occasions. Charlotte smiled, leaning into William's embrace. We would be honored. It's settled then, Thomas declared. Marcus and I will escort Hargrove back to London, along with your written statements. You two shall continue northward. His expression softened. I wish you both every happiness. My carriage is at your disposal, Marcus offered. It's sturdy and well-sprung, if somewhat the worse for our journey. Thank you, William said, gratitude evident in his voice, for everything. As Thomas and Marcus departed to make arrangements, William turned to Charlotte, his expression suddenly uncertain. Are you sure about this? It's not too late to change your mind. Charlotte rose on her toes, pressing a swift kiss to his lips. I have never been more certain of anything in my life. The doubt vanished from his eyes, replaced by a joy so radiant it nearly took her breath away. Then let's go to Scotland, Charlotte Edgewood. Let's get married. Yes, she agreed, sliding her hand into his. Take me to Scotland, William Sears. Make me your wife. And as they descended the inn stairs together, heading toward a future neither could have imagined when they first met that night at the warehouse, Charlotte knew with bone-deep certainty that this man, this love, this life they would build together, was exactly where she was meant to be all along. Epilogue. The Pembrey townhouse glittered with candlelight, every window ablaze despite the early evening hour. Carriages lined the street outside, footmen hurrying to assist elegantly dressed guests as they arrived. Not a formal ball, Lucy had insisted, merely a small gathering to welcome home the newlyweds. 50 of London's most influential families apparently constituted small in the Countess of Pembrey's estimation. Charlotte stood before the looking-glass in Lucy's guest chamber, adjusting the pearl comb securing her upswept hair. The woman reflected back at her seemed both familiar and strange. Still Charlotte, with her determined chin and thoughtful eyes, but somehow transformed. Her gown, a gift from Lucy, was more elegant than anything she'd owned before. Deep sapphire silk that complemented her coloring perfectly, the neckline modest yet flattering. Are you certain about this? She asked, turning to where William stood by the window, resplendent in formal evening attire. We could still flee to Boston, open a shop, live in blissful anonymity. William's reflection appeared behind hers in the mirror, his hands settling on her shoulders with gentle reassurance. And deprive Lucy of her triumph, she'd pursue us across the Atlantic. Charlotte leaned back against his chest, drawing strength from his solid presence. They'll all be staring, whispering. Let them, William murmured, pressing a kiss to the sensitive spot just below her ear. I'll be too busy staring at my beautiful wife to notice. Wife. The word still sent a thrill through Charlotte each time she heard it. In the month since their hasty marriage at Gretna Green, followed by a brief honeymoon in the Scottish Highlands, she had started growing accustomed to her new name, her new status, her new life intertwined with William's. Yet part of her still expected to wake and find it had all been a dream. The rescue, the confession of love, the delirious joy of their first weeks together. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Charlotte, Lucy's voice called. Are you ready? Guests are arriving, and your parents have just been announced. Charlotte tensed, her fingers automatically seeking William's. Her parents. Despite Lucy's assurances that they had accepted the marriage, her father mollified by the advantageous business connections, her mother by the surprisingly positive social response, Charlotte had not yet faced them directly. We'll be right down, William replied, giving her shoulders a reassuring squeeze. When Lucy's footsteps retreated, Charlotte turned in her husband's arms. What if they still disapprove? What if? William silenced her with a gentle kiss. Then we shall weather their disapproval together, as we have weathered far worse. His calm confidence steadied her, as it had countless times during their brief marriage. Charlotte nodded, squaring her shoulders. Together. The drawing room hummed with conversation and laughter when they descended. Heads turned as they entered, curious gazes assessing the American shipping heir and his unconventional bride. Charlotte lifted her chin, William's hand warm and reassuring at the small of her back, as Lucy glided forward to meet them. "At last," she declared, her genuine delight evident as she embraced Charlotte. "Now everyone can see how radiantly happy my new sister looks." "Lucy," Charlotte murmured, returning the embrace with equal warmth. "This is too much. You shouldn't have gone to such trouble." "Nonsense," Lucy dismissed, linking her arm through Charlotte's as she guided them further into the room. "Besides, it's not entirely selfless. The Ton has been desperate for details of your romantic elopement. This gathering satisfies their curiosity while firmly establishing your position as a respectable married couple." Charlotte smiled at her friend's practical approach to social politics. Lucy had always been a master strategist, whether navigating ballrooms or protecting family. "Charlotte." Her mother's voice interrupted her thoughts. Charlotte turned to find her parents standing nearby. Her mother's expression a complex mixture of relief and lingering disapproval, her father's face unreadable behind his usual stern demeanor. "Mother, father." Charlotte curtsied slightly, aware of William's reassuring presence beside her. "Thank you for coming." Mrs. Edgewood stepped forward, her composure cracking as she embraced her daughter with unexpected fervor. "When we received word of your abduction, when we thought we might never see you again," she broke off, dabbing discreetly at her eyes. "Well, what's done is done, and you look well at least." "I am well, Mother," Charlotte assured her, surprised by the genuine emotion in her mother's voice. "Very well indeed." Her father cleared his throat. "Sears," he acknowledged, extending his hand to William, "you returned my daughter safely. For that I am grateful." William shook his hand firmly. "Sir, I returned with your daughter as my wife. For that I am the grateful one." A hint of a smile tugged at Mr. Edgewood's lips. "Yes, well, I suppose there are worse matches to be made. Your business acumen is well respected, even if your methods are unconventional." Charlotte barely suppressed a laugh at this description of their courtship. "Father, where is Amelia? I was hoping to see her tonight." "Speaking with the Viscount Blackwood by the fireplace," her mother replied, her voice warming with maternal pride. "The Earl and Countess have been most attentive since your adventure. Lady Blackwood has taken Amelia under her wing, introducing her to more suitable young men than—" She broke off, clearly unwilling to speak Hargrove's name. Charlotte followed her gaze to where Amelia stood in conversation with Thomas, Eleanor at her side. Her sister looked different somehow, more confident, her posture straighter, her expression animated as she discussed something that had Thomas nodding with evident interest. "If you'll excuse us," William said politely, clearly sensing Charlotte's eagerness to reunite with her friends. "I believe Lady Blackwood is attempting to catch our attention." As they moved across the room, William murmured in her ear, "That went better than expected." "For now," Charlotte agreed, though relief lightened her steps. "Let's see if it lasts beyond the first course at dinner." Eleanor broke away from her group as they approached, embracing Charlotte warmly. "At last! I was beginning to think Lucy had locked you away upstairs." "Nearly," Charlotte laughed, returning the embrace. "She insisted on showing me every wedding gift again before allowing me to come down." "Perfectly reasonable," Eleanor defended, her eyes twinkling. "One should properly appreciate such tokens of esteem and affection." "Especially when they include a fully refurbished townhouse," William added dryly. "Marcus's generosity continues to astonish me." Thomas joined them, his normal reserve softened by genuine warmth. "Not generosity, investment. Marcus believes in your new ventures, as do I." "And I as well," came another voice as Amelia finally reached their small circle, "though I understand little of shipping tariffs and import duties." "Amelia," Charlotte exclaimed, embracing her sister tightly, "you look wonderful." It was true. Amelia positively glowed with newfound confidence, her blue eyes bright, her smile unreserved. Freedom from Hargrove's shadow had transformed her. "As do you," Amelia replied, stepping back to study her sister. "Marriage clearly agrees with you." Charlotte felt her cheeks warm at the knowing look in her sister's eyes. "It does," she admitted, "more than I ever expected." William's arm slipped around her waist, his touch both possessive and supportive. "For us both." "Well," Eleanor declared, satisfaction evident in her tone, "the Wallflower Alliance has succeeded in its most important mission yet, securing the happiness of one of its founding members." And what of its other members? Charlotte asked, glancing meaningfully toward Amelia. Eleanor's smile widened. Progressing beautifully, Lady Pembrey's cousin is visiting from Boston, a Mr. Jacob Livingston. He paints. Watercolors, mainly. Landscapes, very talented. Very handsome, too, Amelia added, a becoming blush rising in her cheeks. And he finds nothing strange in a lady who prefers art galleries to card rooms. Charlotte squeezed her sister's hand, delighted by this development. I shall have to meet this paragon immediately. Later, Thomas advised, nodding toward where Marcus stood near the entrance. I believe Pembrey has an announcement first. Indeed, Marcus had moved to a position where he could address the assembled guests, Lucy at his side, her expression suggesting she knew what was coming. The room gradually fell silent as he raised his glass. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus began, his voice carrying easily through the now hushed room. Thank you for joining us tonight to welcome home Mr. and Mrs. William Sears from their extended wedding journey. He inclined his head toward where Charlotte and William stood. Their marriage, while perhaps more dramatic in its beginnings than most, represents the finest qualities we might hope for in any union: courage, devotion, and unwavering loyalty. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Charlotte was astonished to see several of society's most formidable matrons nodding approvingly. But we gather tonight not merely to celebrate their return, Marcus continued, but also to mark a victory for justice. I have received word this afternoon that Lord Hargrove has been formally charged with kidnapping, attempted coercion, and smuggling contraband. His trial begins next month, and given the evidence against him, including testimony from his former associates, his conviction is assured. A ripple of shocked whispers swept the room. Charlotte felt William's arm tighten around her waist, his satisfaction at this news evident in his tense muscles. Let this serve as a reminder, Marcus concluded, his expression solemn, that no title, no fortune, no social position places one above the law, and that true nobility lies not in birthright but in one's actions and character. He raised his glass higher. To William and Charlotte Sears, may their courage inspire us all, and may their future hold every happiness. To William and Charlotte, the guests echoed, raising their glasses in salute. As the toast concluded and conversation resumed, William bent to murmur in Charlotte's ear, "Are you well? I know hearing his name must be difficult." Charlotte shook her head, surprising herself with the realization that Hargrove's fate, while satisfying, no longer held the power to disturb her peace. "I'm perfectly well. He has no hold over me, over any of us anymore." William studied her face, seeming to find confirmation of her words in her steady gaze. "No," he agreed softly, "our future is entirely our own." "Speaking of futures," Eleanor interjected, having overheard their exchange, "Thomas tells me you've purchased the warehouse outright. Does this mean Sears and Company is expanding its London operations?" William smiled, his expression warming with genuine enthusiasm. Indeed, though with some significant changes to the management structure. Charlotte felt a flutter of pride as he continued. "Charlotte will be overseeing all European operations," William explained, his voice rich with respect. "Her understanding of trade routes and tariff regulations has already streamlined our expenses considerably." Eleanor's eyebrows rose, though her expression was one of delight rather than surprise. "A wife in business? How wonderfully progressive." "A partner in business," William corrected. "As in all things." Charlotte leaned into his side, heart full as she surveyed the gathering, Lucy orchestrating the perfect social reintroduction, Thomas and Eleanor, their support unwavering despite the scandal, Amelia blossoming in her newfound freedom, even her parents making an effort to accept her unconventional choices, and William, her husband, who loved her not despite her independence, but because of it. "Happy?" he murmured, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Completely," Charlotte replied, and meant it with every fiber of her being. 1 year later. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the study, warming the polished oak desk where Charlotte sat reviewing shipping manifests. The room, designed to accommodate 2 occupants rather than 1, reflected the unique partnership she and William had built over the past year. 2 desks faced each other across the spacious chamber, ledgers and correspondence neatly arranged on each. Maps lined the walls, dotted with colored pins marking Sears and Company's expanding routes across Europe and beyond. Charlotte made a final notation on the manifest before setting down her pen with a satisfied sigh. The Catherine's Pride would sail tomorrow with a full cargo of English textiles bound for Boston, returning with American timber and grain, all meticulously documented, properly taxed, and entirely legitimate. The door opened, admitting William with a breeze of autumn air still clinging to his coat. His face brightened as he spotted her, the same smile that never failed to quicken her pulse even after a year of marriage. "Working still?" he asked, crossing to press a kiss to her upturned face. "It's nearly time to dress for the Blackwoods' dinner." Charlotte returned his kiss before gesturing to the completed manifests. "Just finished. The Pride is ready to sail with the morning tide." William settled into the chair opposite her desk, loosening his cravat with the casual comfort of a man in his own home. "Excellent. And how is our other venture progressing?" "See for yourself," Charlotte replied, retrieving a leather-bound ledger from her drawer and sliding it across to him. "First quarter profits have exceeded even our most optimistic projections." William flipped through the neat columns of figures, his expression shifting from curiosity to delight. "Charlotte, this is remarkable." He looked up, eyes shining with pride. "The Women's Navigation School is actually turning a profit?" "A modest one," Charlotte cautioned, though her own satisfaction was evident. "But yes, with 30 students now enrolled and more inquiries arriving weekly, we've had to hire 2 additional instructors." The Sears Academy for Ladies Navigation and Mathematics had been Charlotte's initiative, born from her own frustration at the limited educational opportunities available to women interested in commerce and science. William had supported the venture without hesitation, providing both financing and connections to respected sea captains willing to teach the practical aspects of navigation. "Lucy says several of her friends have daughters on the waiting list." Charlotte continued, unable to suppress her smile. "Apparently, arithmetic and celestial navigation are becoming quite fashionable among young ladies of quality." "Revolutionary," William chuckled, closing the ledger. "Next, you'll be telling me that the Daughters of British Ship Captains Association has invited you to address their spring meeting." Charlotte's smile widened. "Week after next, actually. I was going to surprise you." William stared at her for a moment, then burst into delighted laughter. "Of course they have. Charlotte Sears, you continue to astonish me daily." "As it should be," she replied, rising to perch on the edge of his desk. "A marriage without surprises would be terribly dull." "Dull is one thing our marriage will never be," William agreed, catching her hand and pressing a kiss to her palm. "Though I have a surprise of my own to share." "Oh?" Charlotte arched an eyebrow, intrigued by the hint of mischief in his eyes. "Marcus and I completed the negotiations this morning," William said, reaching into his coat to withdraw a folded document. "The Hargrove estate is now officially part of Sears and Company's holdings." Charlotte took the paper with widening eyes. After Hargrove's conviction and transportation to Australia, his properties had been seized by the Crown, then offered for sale to recoup some of the substantial taxes he'd evaded through his smuggling operations. "You purchased his estate?" she asked, scanning the legal language. "The dockside properties and warehouses," William clarified. "The country manor goes to his cousin, I believe. But the commercial holdings, those now belong to us." Charlotte looked up, understanding dawning. "The same warehouses where he conducted his smuggling operations." "The very same," William confirmed, satisfaction evident in his expression. "Now to be converted into proper, legitimate facilities, including expanded offices for our growing staff." Charlotte set the document aside, inexplicably moved by this tangible symbol of how completely their lives had changed in a single year. From enemies to allies, from allies to lovers, from lovers to partners in every sense, their path had been anything but conventional. "What are you thinking?" William asked, studying her face with the careful attention he'd always given her thoughts and feelings. "That we've come full circle," Charlotte replied softly. "From that night when you caught me trying to break into your warehouse to now owning the very buildings where our investigation began." William rose, drawing her to her feet and into his arms. "The best kind of victory," he murmured against her hair. one built on truth and justice rather than deception. Charlotte leaned into his embrace, savoring the solid warmth of him. "Speaking of surprises," she began, her heart suddenly fluttering with nervous anticipation. "I have one more to share." William drew back slightly, searching her face. "What is it?" Charlotte took his hand, guiding it gently to rest against her still flat stomach. "We may need to consider expanding our household staff in about 7 months' time." William went utterly still, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Charlotte," he breathed, voice thick with emotion. "Are you certain?" She nodded, her own eyes filling with unexpected tears at the naked joy spreading across his features. "Dr. Phillips confirmed it yesterday. We're going to have a child, William." For a moment, he seemed unable to speak, his hand trembling slightly against her waist. Then he pulled her close again, burying his face in her hair as his arms tightened around her. "A child," he whispered, wonder threading through his voice. "Our child." Charlotte held him just as tightly, her own happiness too vast for words. They stood like that for long moments, wrapped in each other's arms, sharing the private joy of their expanding family. Finally, William drew back, framing her face between his hands with such tenderness it made her heart ache. "I love you, Charlotte Sears, more today than yesterday and less than tomorrow." "And I love you," she replied, rising on her toes to press her lips to his. "My partner, my husband, my heart." Their kiss deepened, familiar yet ever new, a reaffirmation of the bond between them. When they finally parted, William rested his forehead against hers, a smile of pure contentment warming his face. "We should prepare for the Blackwoods' dinner," Charlotte reminded him reluctantly. "We should," William agreed, making no move to release her. "Though I'm tempted to send our regrets and spend the evening celebrating more privately." Charlotte laughed, the sound bright with happiness. "Eleanor would never forgive us. Besides, we have news to share now." "True," William conceded, finally stepping back, though he kept hold of her hand. "Thomas will be insufferably pleased with himself. He's been hinting about nurseries since our last dinner together." "Eleanor likely suspects already," Charlotte mused as they moved toward the door. "She has a sixth sense about these matters." They paused in the doorway, William's arm slipping around her waist as they looked back at the study, their shared domain, the physical embodiment of their partnership. On Charlotte's desk lay the navigation school ledger beside the shipping manifests. On William's, the deed to Hargrove's former properties alongside correspondence from their Boston offices. "1 year," William murmured, pressing a kiss to her temple. "And what a year it has been." Charlotte leaned into his embrace, heart full to overflowing with gratitude for the journey that had brought them here, to this home, this love, this future stretching bright before them. "The first of many," she promised, and led him upstairs to prepare for the evening ahead. Not the end, but rather the beginning, of a family, of new ventures, of a lifetime of adventures shared between equal hearts. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of An Heiress Worth Rescuing, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.